At the Tianmo Shenjiao, the Tianmo Gong perched on a cliff. A servant bowed his head respectfully. Your subordinate apologizes for his uselessness, young sect master. The young master looked at him with a comforting smile. There's no need for that. A deviation has never been simple to cure. This is all my fault. A figure lay on the bed, their face obscured by a curtain. He thought to himself, everything started with this foolish disciple. My lower dantian was congenitally damaged. My body is incapable of cultivating internal energy. I had to rely solely on the spiritual techniques of ascetics to try and cultivate even a sliver of internal power, just to train. The servant bowed, acknowledging his words. Yan Yunhui thought, it was thanks to that external support that I was able to secure the position of young sect master of the Tianmo Shenjiao, this prestigious position. He told himself, I did all of this, only to repay the kindness that master showed me. Walking down the desolate hallway, he wondered to himself, even the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine selected and brought from Hebui had no effect. Is my situation hopeless? Where can I find a more effective spiritual medicine now? Yunhui stopped abruptly as an unfamiliar voice called out, young sect master, it's been a while. A figure standing in the distance spoke to him. I, the vice sect master, haven't been at the Tianmo Divine Palace for a long time. How have you been lately? Yunhui replied politely. It's been a long time, martial uncle Tian Xiaxin. The man exuded a cold, imposing aura. He said calmly, this time suppressing those minor factions. Must have taken you quite some time, hasn't it? Tian Xiaxin sneered. I returned because the young sect master couldn't handle all the affairs of the sect, so this old body had to work hard to do everything, to help our sect prosper even more. Yunhui coldly walked past him, taunting. Truly worthy of being called martial uncle. Thanks to your efforts, I can rest easy. Yunhui placed his wine cup on the table. He thought, just as I knew, Tian Xiaxin is an old fox. It's no coincidence that he said, I lacked the ability to manage the sect, and returned here, at this very moment. His face darkened as he realized something was wrong. Everything was just as he had anticipated. Yunhui sat in the lavish room, his head bowed. But I didn't think that old geezer would act so recklessly. He took advantage of the moment I was in the front hall, meditating and regulating my qi to make his move. He crushed the wine cup, spat out a mouthful of blood, and gave a bitter smile. This intoxicatingly good wine? I guess this is enough for today. Eyes filled with killing intent looked down on him. Yunhui's voice was tense. Since you're all here, why don't you come down and have a drink with me? It's so lonely drinking by myself. They shouted, kill him! The candles went out, plunging the room into darkness. He said, fine, even if you won't drink. You don't have to crash my party like this. I guess I'll have to stop with this good wine. Those of you who refuse a toast and prefer to face the consequences will not have a good end. As he finished speaking, they leaped down, rushing towards him. 4 assassins aimed straight for Yunhui's body, who sat alone below. Flash of light. What they grabbed was merely an afterimage. They panicked. An illusion technique? His body stood lightly behind them. You want to take me down in my own domain? It's not that simple. A purple light flashed in his eyes. Yunhui smirked, looking at them mockingly. At the very least, you need to have the skills to back it up. A stream of black qi enveloped his body. They raised their claws and lunged at him. Humph, young sect master, don't run. Yunhui was calm. I've already warned you. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he looked at them with hatred. But it seems that wasn't enough, was it? For a rebellion plot this large, this must be just the beginning. Iron chains shot out from the black qi, piercing through their bodies, killing them all instantly. The figures of the elders standing behind him gradually appeared. Yunhui sneered, but for uncle to do this? While the sect is in an unstable situation, I am extremely disappointed. He smiled provocatively at them. Uncle Tian, and all you great elders, am I not right? The elders, who were usually solemn and majestic, now looked at him with uneasy eyes. Yunhui's voice was tense. Uncle Tian, elders! Tian Xiaxin looked at him in alarm. Hey, Ding Hong, one of the most bizarre poisons. Just a small sip, and the poison can penetrate a third-tier martial artist. Even at their peak, it's hard to escape. You drank it, and yet you seem so completely unfazed. Truly worthy of the title young sect master. Yunhui stood in a pool of blood, corpses scattered around him. He spoke calmly. To be honest, if my body weren't in poor condition right now, Uncle, you wouldn't be able to stand before me like this. He replied, the fact that you can say that means you know your enemy, and you know yourself. Tian Xiaxin signaled to the person behind him, thinking, our sect has always been this way. Strength is paramount. Someone like me who has worked so hard for the sect members, like me, How could I stand by and watch an orphan brat with such inferior martial arts like you ascend to the position of sect master? Before I did this, I had the consensus of the elders. Then they surrounded Yun Hui. He smiled, looking around. For a kid like me who knows no martial arts, you all resort to poisoning, and then ganging up on me like this? Tian Xiaxin pointed at him and boomed. Let's see if after you're subdued, you can still speak so arrogantly. If you knew your place, and didn't covet the sect master's position, this situation wouldn't have happened. Yun Hui's voice hardened. Cut the crap! Tell me who is the one behind the scenes pulling your strings. He was stunned. What? Tian Xiaxin was confused. What are you talking about? Removing you from the position of young master was a decision made by me and the elders in agreement. He shrugged. Martial uncle, although you have status in the sect. Do you really think you have the right to do this? He calmly listed out names one by one. Hey KuBI Lei Jing Shui Mo Dao Zhu. Or no. He looked at them emotionlessly. Or was it the rival powers of the Tianmo Shenjiao? What did you sell out the sect for? Tell me. Or was even my master's murder also related to you and these outside forces? Tian Xiaxin reacted as if he'd been struck a nerve. His anger was uncontrollable. He roared, You bastard! How dare you think of me that way? He gathered ice in his hand and lunged at Yun Hui. He calmly watched the hand that was trying to take his life. It seems I guessed right. Your reaction is a bit over the top, martial uncle, he thought to himself. It seems this is the price for trusting too much in someone that master once spoke of. In the end, that person, because he was spoiled and trusted, developed a treacherous heart. He rushed forward like the wind, grabbing Yun Hui tightly by the neck. His body slammed heavily against the wall. Tian Xiaxin growled out each word. I really don't want you to become the sect master, but at least there was no bad blood between us. Now, let me personally send you to your grave. He gave a provocative smile. Since you've gone this far, there's nothing left to say. But I am truly sad that someone as proud as you would let yourself be used by foreign powers and commit this act of treason against the sect. He angrily tightened his grip on Yun Hui's neck. Yan Yun Hui, you talk too much. Now let me see you off. He even feigned benevolence, saying, You can die in peace. The Tianmo Shenjiao will flourish again, and its prestige in the Jianghu will be restored under my leadership. Hearing this, Yun Hui laughed loudly. His laughter echoed throughout the room. He looked at them and sneered, Funny. I've been in the Tianmo Shenjiao for so long, but it seems you still don't really understand who I am. Even if you kill me, you must remember one thing. Yun Hui's eyes glowed red as he gave a cunning smile. His hand slipped into his robe and pulled something out. Tian Xiaxin warned, Still running your mouth when you're about to die. Seeing what he pulled out, he was shocked and yelled, What? In his hand was a jet-black sword. He panicked, The Mo Longjian! Tian Xiaxin reached out, wanting to seize the sword. He growled, even at the very end, You're still stubborn, but you think I'll let you do that? The orb on the demon dragon sword began to glow. It radiated an overwhelming power, blasting everyone away. Tian Xiaxin was thrown back, terrified. How can you possess such powerful internal energy? Could it be? The demon dragon sword floated and glowed in front of Yun Hui. He smirked. I have poured my entire life's internal energy into the demon dragon sword. This sword was wielded by the first-generation celestial demon. It's not that simple. He looked at them with vengeful eyes. Now, with what little strength I have left and the demon dragon sword in hand, you will all die with me. The elders shouted in panic. Elders, quickly form a defensive formation. Hurry! The demon dragon sword cracked, releasing a dense black chi. He muttered, Too late, Ling. Wei po yu di hun! The soul of the sword released, a terrifying power that blew everyone away. Unresigned, Tian Xiaxin screamed, Yan Yun Hui! The Tianmo gong shook violently, then shattered into pieces. A blizzard descended. Yun Hui knelt amidst the rubble. Even if this life of mine was unfortunate, to this degree, I never thought that I would die like this. His body was hollowed out, blood staining his chest red. He thought he knew. In his mind, he saw the days when he was bullied as a child. Just like on that day. They beat him and then laughed slyly. I'll let you off this time, you bastard. They turned away. I think he's haunted by ghosts. We shouldn't get involved with this unlucky bastard. If you come near my territory again, you're dead. Got it? Yun Hui sat there, letting them berate him. And I think his dantian is crippled, making him useless. An orphan, haunted and now useless. If I were him, I would have killed myself long ago. He saw a rock before him like a ray of hope. The only thing I've experienced in this life is contempt. He picked up the rock. Why do I have to endure this suffering? Yun Hui jumped up, raising the rock high. The bully, still oblivious, said calmly, All right, Let's go eat. Beating him up was tiring. I won't let you touch the last of my pride. Then he smashed it straight into the one who had just insulted him. They were surprised and furious, shouting, "You bastard, how dare you! Kill him!" Yunhui ran to a crevice and panted. It seems they couldn't catch up. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared ahead. Those bastards. The evil spirits appeared before his eyes, baring their fangs. And these ghosts that follow me. Why don't you all just piss off? A figure appeared behind him, startling him. He said, "A child with such special clear eyes." Yunhui crawled away. How did he get so close? Without me sensing any aura at all? A martial artist's attire, an exquisite sword. Someone like this came looking for me? He was flustered. You seem to be curious about my eyes too, huh? What are you going to do to me now? Anyway, I have nothing left to live for in this life. The man stood before him and asked, "Can I take you with me?" Yunhui mumbled, "You're a master. How can I resist? I've endured until this moment, and that was a struggle enough. No matter what you do with these eyes, I can only accept my fate." As he finished speaking, a warm fur coat was draped over him. The man said, "Your eyes are not cursed." The man comforted, "They are a blessing you have received. Only children like you, with a strongly developed upper dantian, and possessing a gifted spiritual root. Children like that are granted a miracle by the heavens to do extraordinary things. Sweet and pleasant words are often deceitful. Now that you have met me, you will become someone special in this Jianghu. But right now, more than those sweet words," the man reached out and touched his face. "This is the warmth, the first I have ever felt in my life." The man asked, "So will you come with me?" Under that man's warm hand, I felt that I was not useless at all. He quickly agreed. "Yes." The man asked, "Do you have a name?" The boy replied, "No, sir." Under the bright sunny sky, the man gently took his hand. "All right, then from this moment on I will call you Yunhui. Now I have found my reason for living. I am willing to do anything to repay my master's kindness. But it was also because of my own incompetence and uselessness that master suffered a chi deviation." Yunhui looked up, unwilling to give up. "At this moment, if I accept death, wouldn't I be failing my master? This body is nearly broken, after pouring all my internal energy into the sword. Even if I try, it's useless." He used his last bit of strength to perform a secret art. There's only one way now, a forbidden secret art of the Tianmo sect. Reincarnation. This is a secret art that only a few sect masters can use. Using it can lead to failure, but if you're lucky, you can overcome death and reincarnate into another life. Of course, a secret art that defies the heavens like this has a high failure or backlash rate. But at this moment, I have no other choice. With the demon dragon sword in hand, and all my knowledge of this art, a golden circle of magic radiated out, a dazzling light. I will perform the reincarnation. I hope fate will change. His body was enveloped in a halo of light. He looked towards the distant palace. He told himself, "Master, please bless your disciple." A flash of light shot up into the sky. A pillar of light shot straight into the sky, parting the dark clouds. "I hope I can see you again on that day." A clamor of voices awakened Yunhui. "Do you understand? Your role in the event to welcome the family." "Head," he mumbled, "so noisy." Yunhui lay flat on the floor, his body covered in wounds. His eyes fluttered open as the voice continued relentlessly. "A concubine's son like you should accept your shameful fate and live with it," he thought to himself. "My whole body aches, my head feels like it's going to explode, so noisy." He opened his eyes wide and realized, It seems I have successfully reincarnated. Nanggong Shanying, holding a whip, stood sternly before him and shouted, "Tang Yunhui, didn't you hear what I said? Get up quickly." He staggered to his feet, wondering, "My name in this life is also Yunhui?" Furthermore, Shan Ying continued to reprimand him. "I've already taught you, and you still don't understand?" She swung the whip and screamed, "If you don't answer when I speak, you must be eager to die." Yunhui surprisingly grabbed her hand firmly. He warned, "Turn your face away when you speak. Don't push your luck." She snatched her hand back in fear. "You dare to defy me and say such insulting words?" Shan Ying slammed the door shut and shouted, "Fine, stay there. Someone will come to punish you." He sat down on the bed and sighed. Finally, some peace and quiet. He pondered. That was the stepmother of this Tang Yunhui. The original soul's reincarnation was successful, but I didn't expect to be in a situation where I was almost beaten to death by that witch. My previous life was already unfortunate, and this life is no better. He kneaded his shoulder, moved it a little, and said, "This body doesn't have much internal energy either." Yunhui lifted his shirt. A powerful energy source lay within his body, but what this body has is what I care about. That is the lower dantian. This way I can practice martial arts, combined with the magical powers of my previous lives. Upper dantian. along with the lion's death gaze that can see gods and demons. He looked at his hand and mumbled, "I will be able to do many things in this life. Only then can I protect my master." Yunhui clenched his fist and punished those who betrayed the sect, because they dared to mess with me. The Tang family of Sichuan, one of the 9 great sects of the martial world. This is the leading family of the Sichuan martial world. To the west is Qinghai, where the Puli Gong and the Kunlun sect reside. To the south are the Tianlong Temple, Dian Kong, and the 5 Venoms. To the north is the enemy of the martial world, the Central Plains Tianmo Shenjiao. The Tang family's power is vast, controlling the martial world of Sichuan. The most crucial of the 5 vanguard teams of the Tang family is the Chongfengdui. The head of the Tang family takes on the leadership role, with sound policies, helping the Tang family maintain its position as the head family. A lonely figure appears in the wind and snow. Tang Haoshan, the man who, with the Chongfengdui, fought north and south, had no rival. Along with that, he established a branch of the Tang family, the Julong branch, a major branch of the Tang sect, helping with many matters the Tang family couldn't handle openly, along with suppressing other forces, and was in charge of trade between the Tang sect and the martial world of the Central Plains. At Julong County, one of the busiest trading branches. In Sichuan, this is also a key area of interest for the Tang family. Tang Haoshan has 3 children, the son with his official wife, Nangong Shanying, the eldest daughter of the family, Tang Guizhen, next Tang Yaochang, and also a son born to Tang Haoshan and a maidservant, born when Tang Haoshan was drunk and couldn't control himself. That person is me, Tang Yunhui, the one who just reincarnated into the Tang family. Of course, as the son of a maidservant in the family, my status, a shout echoed incessantly. "How dare you talk back to the first madam?" he thought to himself. My status is no different from a servant in the Tang family. My life in general is not much different from my previous life. However, that being said, I am still eligible to apply for the position of head of the Tang family. A servant shouted right in his face. The first madam is furious now. She won't bring any more food here. That means we're as good as dead. Yunhui sighed. Just as I said, a servant of the Tang family can casually curse at me, without any restraint. The man continued to shout. You go to the first madam and kneel to apologize. Then you might be lucky and be forgiven. Before he could finish, a slap hit his cheek. It sent him flying. The man's cheek was red as he glared at him fiercely. You bastard, I've said all that and you're still so stubborn, the man continued to yell. You're going to die for this! But when he looked up, he saw Yunhui, a body full of killing, intent glaring at him threateningly. A series of slaps rained down on the man's face. At first, the servant shouted threats. You dare to treat me like this? You'll be in big trouble. I'll go report this to the madam. Stop! Then the man gave in. It's my fault, he said slowly. Xing-san, I've always been lenient with you. Not because I'm afraid of you, but because you're from the same hometown as my mother. But you seem to have gone too far. Do you understand what I'm saying? His face was swollen like a pig's head. He mumbled. The kindness of the young master and the madam, this subordinate will never forget. From now on, this subordinate will not dare to overstep his bounds again. Yunhui looked at him with a threatening smile. So the thing I asked you for, can you bring it to me? The man burst into tears. This subordinate will go prepare it right away. He bowed his head. This subordinate takes his leave and quickly ran out. Yunhui's face was pale as he looked at his trembling hand. Just slapping that bastard a few times and my wrist feels like it's torn apart. This body of Tang Yunhui is too weak. Not only is the body weak and incompetent, but looking around this Tang family, this Tang Hui doesn't have a single trusted person. The former Yunhui stood lost and alone. He growled. It's all because of that witch, the first madam, who isolated and harmed him. So in this situation, it's difficult for me to act. He placed his hand on his stomach and told himself, right now my strength is not enough. I can only endure for now. However, since I have a lower dantian, sooner or later I will regain the internal energy I desire. But the 9 demonic divine art is a heretical demonic art. Can it be integrated with the Tang family's internal energy cultivation method into a single entity? He thought to himself. That being said, in the Tianmo Shenjiao, there are many members from righteous sects, some even from the Tang family itself. Yunhui closed his eyes. Although the upper dantian currently can't be used much because it hasn't been trained. His eyes shone brightly, but the wind swirled around his body. But my memories of it are too many. From those memories I can create and obtain an illusory space, and obtain what I desire. Yunhui opened his eyes with determination. What I want to recreate in the illusory space, a vast space appeared before Yunhui's eyes, is the library of the Xianmo Shenjiao, with countless martial arts techniques, collected over the past 1,000 years. He looked around with satisfaction. Luckily, my memories after reincarnation are still quite clear. He took out a book of scriptures. Right now, the cultivation method most suitable for my body at this time is the Dulong Shinfa. This technique was created by a master of the Tang sect, who belonged to the Cheongmo Dui. Learning this technique is not difficult, but there are some points to be aware of. Instead of using demonic qi like the Tianmo Shengong, the Dulong Shinfa uses poisonous qi. Yunhui flipped through the book, reading each page. It's also from the martial arts of the Tianmo Shenjiao, modified to be compatible with the Tang family's techniques. He closed the book. The Tang family of Sichuan. It can be said to be a leading force, opposing the Tianmo Shenjiao. However, Yunhui closed his eyes and continued to ponder. Among the 9 great sects of the Central Plains, the Tang family is probably the rare sect that primarily uses poisonous qi. He sat on the bed. He sighed. This should be fine then. I'll use this Dulong Shinfa as a temporary cultivation method. At that time, the Tang family won't be able to detect anything unusual. However, to cultivate this poisonous qi, the body will have to endure immense pain due to absorbing poisonous qi into the body and mastering it. His eyes flashed with black qi and he smirked. After just using the upper dantian to build the mental space, the lion's eye has also been opened. He looked forward defiantly. Don't you guys look at me like that? Before Yunhui's eyes appeared the figures of the elders from his previous life. My previous life and this life are not so different. Looking at me like that will make me feel embarrassed. The figures of the elders became clear. Chains were bound around their necks. Yunhui spoke calmly. Uncle Tian and the great elders. Tian Xiaoxin roared. Yunhui, I know you are a madman who stops at nothing, but I didn't think you would dare to turn us into this. The elders behind him also chimed in. Young sect master, remove these soul shackles from us, or you will not find peace. Yunhui propped his chin up and looked at them cheerfully. You all seem to have a lot of energy left to be shouting like that. But the more you're like this, the more satisfied I am. But that's it. They pointed at him and blamed him. You were beaten by us so badly, and you're still so arrogant. No wonder no one in the Tianmo Shenjiao likes you. Yunhui gripped the chains, black qi swirling around him. He spoke sternly. If you intended to kill me, then you should have thought about the consequences of your actions. Tian Xiaoxin was dragged by the chain, his face hitting the ground. He looked at the chain in panic. He was calm. Martial uncle, you know about my abilities, right? A ferocious demon appeared behind him, full of pressure. He thought to himself, the Demon King? He looked at himself sternly. He wondered, what is his power? Yunhui continued, if you are still controlled by this soul shackle, then you will not be able to reincarnate, so you must be scared. Tian Xiaoxin clenched his fists and growled, damn it, he roared. So you want me to reveal who's behind this, right? If you want me to talk, I will. He interrupted. It's not necessary now. The man was stunned. He looked down at him. Black qi swirled into the palm of his hand. If you want to know, there will be many others behind this. Who will tell me? His hand touched the man's face. He screamed in agony and then vanished into thin air. He condensed into a pearl, lying in Yunhui's palm. He said, this is the Ling Vangwan. It can be said to be extremely toxic to the soul. This is the crystallization of the resentment and hatred of the dead. He put it in his mouth and bit down. But now it is a great tonic for me. The elders panicked, not believing their eyes. The surge of black qi caused Yunhui to cry out in pain. He knelt down in their astonishment. How could he reconstruct the Ling Vangwan? It's possible. He has some resistance to poison. When we used He Ding Hong before, nothing happened to him. He looked up, smiling as he stared them down. An oppressive aura. That old man has now become nourishment for me. So what will you choose? Submit to me? Their faces turned pale. Yunhui threatened, or become my food. The spirits shrunken in the palm of his hand. He asked them, you all mentioned an organization called the Society was pulling the strings? So it's a mysterious organization? The terrified souls were toyed with. Yes, that's right, we're not lying. He pondered, a nameless, mysterious organization, with members strong enough to overturn the martial world. It pleaded in terror. We were just controlled by them, forced to follow their orders. Please spare us, young master! Yunhui thought back. The Tianmo Shenjiao, with followers who revere the sect master like a god. The elders are the same, always loyal to the sect master. and yet they could order the upper echelons of the Tianmo Shenjiao to target me. It seems the power of the society is even greater than the power they revere in the sect master. His face was downcast with worry. It must be a power outside the Tianmo Shenjiao, or the mysterious power in the martial world I'm thinking of. The Tuo Sakta, a tower that seems to pierce the heavens. The strongest in the martial world, wishing to surpass their limits, always make that tower their target of conquest. You could call them demigods and it wouldn't be an exaggeration. He sat in contemplation. Only a power like this could control the elders to betray me. Yunhui swallowed all the elders' souls, thinking to himself, but now, after reconstructing the Ling Vang Wan, I don't have time to think. I need to regulate my breath to control the toxicity. He smirked. What's coming will come. 2 months later, in the first madam's room, Shan Ying threw a teacup against the wall and screamed, "You haven't been feeding that bastard, have you?" The servant cowered, kneeling on the floor. "How would your humble servants dare to defy the madam's will?" She screamed. "Then how is he still so healthy without eating? He should have crawled here by now, begging for his life." She bowed her head, gritting her teeth. "Now there's a rumor in the courtyard that I killed him and created a body double to replace him. The family head is returning soon. With that rumor spreading, how can I not be terrified?" Shan Ying calmed herself and asked, "By the way, what were the materials he asked you to bring him before?" Ting-san bowed low and whispered, "It was recent news about the martial world." "Huh?" She clenched her fists, her eyes filled with anger. She thought, the useless bum who previously had no interest in martial arts. But after 2 months, he's changed so much. What's going on? She seemed to have an idea. Could it be that he's found someone to back him? It's possible, given his special status. So someone wants to turn him into a puppet. If he catches the eye of the family head, then the person behind him will surely profit a little. Those schemers, profiting off the status of others, are not lacking in the martial world. Shan Ying stood up angrily and slammed the table. "Damn it all! Jenner and Yu Chang are the only ones who deserve the position of family head. How dare that bastard dream of that position?" A voice from outside startled her. "Young Master Yu Chang seeks an audience." Her anger immediately subsided. "Yu Chang? So my son has completed his secluded training?" Ting-san quickly stood up, scratching his head. "This subordinate will take his leave and not disturb the madam." Shan Ying waved her hand. "Keep an eye on that bastard and report anything to me." Tang Yu Chang entered and clasped his hands. "Mother, have you been well during this time?" She smiled happily. "You've worked hard, my son. Sit down." "Have you achieved what you set out to do?" He said proudly, although it's not yet perfect. "I have reached the minor completion stage of Anying Ki Yu." She immediately praised him. "That's my son." Yu Chang got straight to the point. "On my way here, I heard about that brat. I heard he was disrespectful to mother." Shan Ying sighed, rubbing her forehead. "Just thinking about him gives me a headache." "I don't know what he's plotting," he said calmly. "From the looks of it, he has a backer now." She looked up, surprised. "You think so too?" he said arrogantly. "A weakling like him, surviving for 2 months without food or drink. Who would believe that? Someone must have been secretly bringing him food." She clenched her fists. "I think so too. But I can't guess which power is behind it." Yu Chang came up with an idea. "I want to propose that he participate in the family head's welcoming ceremony." Shan Ying was puzzled. "Why?" He smiled slyly. "If he's there in front of everyone, he's bound to reveal something." Shan Ying thought about it and agreed. "That's right. When he's there all by himself, he's bound to slip up. At that point, the one behind him will have no choice but to show their face to help. Then we'll catch them all in one go." She was worried. "But what if things get out of control? What will the family head think of us?" Yu Chang was confident. "Don't worry, mother. With me here, what could possibly go wrong? The power behind him can't possibly stand against us." He gave a cunning smile. "If he causes trouble, then eldest brother will personally step in and punish him." In Yun Hui's room, a wisp of purple smoke returned to its master. Every word the mother and son spoke, he had heard it all. It doesn't matter what the person behind him is plotting, but he, a weakling, who has only just begun to learn the low-level chi techniques of the Tang sect. What good is that? Yun Hui breathed steadily. From his mouth, wisps of black chi emerged. A purple dragon coiled around his body. "My son has shown his might. To have a voice in this family, strength is everything." "I don't think he can do anything to my mother." Yun Hui sat on his bed, confused. 6 years? What are you talking about?" Xing-san bowed respectfully. "That's right. This subordinate heard that 6 years ago, the demonic sect fell into civil war. He remembered when he used the forbidden reincarnation technique. I thought enough time had passed, since the original soul's reincarnation cycle stopped turning. But this is way beyond my expectations." 6 years. His face grew grim. At the moment of utter despair, Sing-san continued, this subordinate heard news that the celestial demon has vanished without a trace. This time, Yun-hui asked again, what, vanished? He was confused. That's right. For a while, there were rumors that it was a ploy by the demonic sect. People were always afraid that the celestial demon would suddenly appear somewhere. He thought, it's possible my master is still alive. Yun-hui's face was frozen. Even if it's just a faint glimmer of hope. He clenched his fists. He thought to himself, I want to rush straight to the heavenly mountains right now, but I lack manpower, information, and funds. Yun-hui threw punches. The most important thing is information. As he trained, he organized his thoughts. The traders are also searching for Master by any means necessary. If they haven't found him yet, then I at least need an information source, on par with theirs. Coincidentally, there's news that the Shadow Lord, the Tang family head, is coming to the 9th branch. The head of the Tang family in Sichuan is one of the 10 great masters of the world, Shadow Lord Tang Wenhe. I heard the Shadow Lord is about to establish a special task force. If I join that task force and use the Tang sect's information network, there will be many opportunities. Yun-hui paused his training. The soul-devouring demon beside him didn't hold back his praise. It seems, you have trained the Bao Hu Shier Paw to the great completion stage. The Bao Hu Shier Paw is a high-level martial art, passed down by wanderers, using the entire body, from fists and fingers to kicks, like a sharp weapon. Yun-hui clenched his fists with determination and thought, continuously pushed the body to its limits. Through high-intensity training, combined with circulating the Du Long, Xinfa, and swallowing the Ling Vang Wan, cleanse the acupoints and meridians. Looking at the pills on the table, he sighed. So I have to use grain abstinence pills again? The soul-devouring demon nodded. That's right, there's no other way. Young sect master, the guards are too strict. But he threatened. If you can't do it, you'll become a Ling Vang Wan for me to swallow, you hear me? It jumped in fright. Yes, this subordinate. This subordinate will do his best, Yun-hui asked while eating a grain abstinence pill. All right, I know. So, have you found anything out yet? Where has the Shadow Lord gone? It's not clear where the Shadow Lord has gone. The demon quickly pointed to the side. But I heard that Tang Yo Chang, right? He has probably just finished his secluded training and returned. He gathered all the grain abstinence pills in one place. He continued, Tang Yo Chang. Well, if the Shadow Lord is coming, it's about time he showed up. Is that all? The demon's face was grave. I also saw him, discussing something with the madam about the young sect master. Yun-hui glanced at it warily. Nanggong Shan Ying. Are she and Tang Yao Chang plotting against me? Tell me what you heard. After listening to the demon's report, he asked again. So they plan to take me down at the Shadow Lord's reception. Is that right? Yun-hui faced it. They suspect we have a backer. The demon immediately confirmed, yes. He mocked himself, writing my own script. His face darkened grimly. Come to think of it, for someone like me to be nominated, to participate in the selection for the special task force? What an unpredictable fate. I was still thinking about it. And they just handed me the opportunity, and they plan to use this to humiliate me. How ridiculous. There was a knock on the door from outside. The familiar voice spoke again. Young master, it's Xing-san. He was surprised. Come in. He brought in a steaming bowl of soup. He asked, confused, what's this? He immediately replied, Madam, told me to send the young master some tonic. Yun-hui was perplexed. The madam said so? Didn't I say I wouldn't accept any food? Xing-san stuttered. She said she had thought it over clearly and wanted to nourish your health. Yun-hui sighed, thinking, this witch's scheme is too obvious, then said, all right, just leave it there. Xing-san was flustered. The madam said I must watch you drink it with my own eyes. He picked up the bowl and drank it in one go. I could tell right away there was Guangji Du in this. Anyway, with my Dulong Xinfa, none of it is a problem. Yun-hui noticed something else. 100 scattered herb, mixed transformation essence, a bit of Guangji Du, plus a 5 purity pill. To even add something as precious as that. Initially, this is a spiritual medicine that helps restore primordial ki and increase internal energy. But with prolonged use, the toxicity will destroy the nervous system. Yun-hui looked at the bowl of soup emitting a green smoke. He smiled slyly. Up to this point, it's still within my expectations. But there's also Ju Shadu. What? The soul-devouring demon was horrified. Young sect master Ju Shadu. That Nanggong woman must be crazy! To dare use sorcery to control the young sect master! Yun-hui glared at it angrily. Shut up! Follow Nanggong Shan Ying and find the sorcerer who cast this. It scurried away in fear. As you command! He placed the empty soup bowl on the table. A plan to drive me insane with Guangji Du. and turn me into a puppet with sorcery. I'm curious to see how far she'll go. He glanced over at Xing-san and said to him, I finished drinking. What are you still standing here for? He stuttered. Ah, because the martial master that the madam ordered is waiting outside. He was confused. A martial master? Standing in the training yard, the martial master introduced himself. I am Tang, your instructor, young master Yun Hui. The man said indifferently, We don't have much time, but I look forward to your guidance. He thought to himself, Furious Wind Knight Tang. He was once a key pillar of the Quang Feng Dui, one of the 5 strongest masters of the Julong branch. Seeing the man yawn endlessly, he was confused, but he especially hates responsibility. And just likes a quiet life, why did he become a martial master? Tang held up 4 fingers and said, The madam said before the family head arrives, I only need to be in charge for 4 days. Yun Hui realized. Hearing that preparing for the event was time-consuming, he didn't want the trouble, so he accepted the martial master position. This old hag really knows how to scheme, using a master like Tang as an instructor, giving the legitimate reason that she's worried about her son. But in reality, she wants to control and take me down, in front of the family head. So she knows how to play games too. Yun Hui looked at him and asked, So what are you going to teach me, martial master? The man said calmly, The madam has provided a martial art. He was confused. A martial art? Tang Kun's shadow suddenly lengthened. The man reminded him, Watch carefully, I won't do it again. He used him as a center point and moved as fast as the wind. He thought to himself, a movement technique as agile as a phantom. He looked at the man and mumbled, This is... Tang Kun stopped in front of Yun Hui. Anying Bu. He asked, The one Tong Yo Chang uses? Tang Kun replied, Yes, it's the basic move of the Anying Ki that young master Yu Chang often uses. He sighed. That woman really is something. It's obvious. She wants to humiliate me by comparing me to her son, Tang Kun explained. Anying Bu is a useful technique for moving, silently using hidden weapons or poison. On the ground where they stood around them were crisscrossing footprints. The man said, I've left my footprints on the ground. You just need to do the same. He was confused, leaving footprints on the ground while still moving like a shadow. The title of Furious Wind Knight is truly not just for show. The man looked at him and grinned with delight. I've shown you the Anying Bu. Now practice hard. If you have any trouble, don't ask me, ask the other masters of Jingfeng. He immediately stopped the man. I've already learned it. Tang Kun was stunned. What? He looked at him in confusion and repeated, I said I've already learned the Anying Bu. The man scratched his head. Young Master Yun Hui, since you've never practiced martial arts, you might not understand. The Anying Bu is a fairly difficult technique. Even the members of the Quang Feng Dui need at least 10 days to perform the basic form. He puffed out his chest proudly. Even a genius like me took 5 days to learn it. And to understand the meaning of the technique, it takes 3 months. Yun Hui was baffled. Calling yourself a genius? Seriously? Yun Hui watched Tang Kun's retreating back and pondered. So it normally takes that long? The man waved his hand. Since you know, you better practice hard. He repeated, making the man freeze. I said I've already learned it. Tang Kun held his face, trembling with anger. Young Master Yun Hui, how is it possible to learn something just by seeing it once? He asked the man, Want to bet? Yun Hui held up 3 fingers and said smugly, I'm sure I've learned the Anying Bu. I'll bet 30 taels of silver. The man turned back, horrified. 30 taels of silver. Yun Hui provoked, Oh, your eyes are sparkling now, aren't they? I hear the monthly salary at the Jingfeng Pavilions is about 10 taels. A 3-month bet is a blast. Don't you think so? Tang Kun faked a cough. The Anying Bu is a precious martial art. That contains the soul of the Tang sect. To use it for a bet is truly... He sniffed. Martial master. Yun Hui gave him a challenging smile. Are you scared? His pride stung. The man trembled with rage. He shrugged. You're scared, aren't you? A furious wind knight, who claimed it only took him 5 days to learn. And he's like this? All right, I'll just train by myself then. Tang Kun gave a murderous smile. Wait, how surprising. I didn't realize young Master Yun Hui was so good at goading. Fine. Let's just consider this the price for underestimating martial arts. Having gotten his way, Yun Hui gave him a sly smile. You've agreed then? No backing out now. Tang Kun was confident. I know. He stood before him. Show me. Before he could finish, Yun Hui's figure appeared behind the man. The man was shocked. How is that possible? How is that possible? Yun Hui smiled. Martial master. His hand gripped the man's money pouch, a wicked grin on his face. You were planning on getting hammered tonight, right? This is plenty thick. Tang Kun panicked. My money is all gone too? Unbelievable. Tang Kun shouted in a panic. This is definitely cheating. It's impossible. How could you learn the Anying Bu so quickly? The man was confused. That's true, but how could you learn it just by watching once? Yun Hui looked at him, trying to hold back a laugh. Are you still not convinced? Or do you want me to do it again? To be honest, the Anying Bu is relatively simple. Can you show me any other martial arts? These words struck Tang Kun like a fatal blow. He continued, or are you afraid I'll learn that martial art too, so you're scared? If you have no confidence, how can you stand tall in the martial world? The man turned away angrily. Wait a minute, I'll go get the bet money. He laughed to himself. Too easy. The man panted with anger, muttering, For me! The Anying Bu is just a small part. I have a whole arsenal of secret techniques. Let's see how much you can learn. He looked at the man's retreating back with satisfaction. From a certain perspective, learning so quickly is something no one expected. A person with no martial arts looking once, and being able to perform the technique like that, who wouldn't be terrified? Along with that, I also got a better look at my own potential. Remembering having killed many people in his past life, he muttered. Even though I didn't learn much martial arts before, due to my flawed Dantian, but the people I faced in the martial world, when I was still the young sect master, were all great masters of the martial world, with the lion's eye remembering. Their martial arts is a simple matter. Furthermore, the soul-devouring demon flew over to him, smiling. I have completed the task you assigned. He didn't forget to praise it. You did well, then continued. No matter how good I am now, my strength is still unstable. Therefore, snatching the money pouch from Tang Kun was pretty much a pipe dream. But with the help of my vassal spirits, that task becomes simple. Yun Hui smiled. He gave Tang Kun a wicked look. Then I just need to focus on dealing with the other martial arts, and I'll surprise you all. 2 hours later, Yun Hui skillfully threw needles. Fei Hunzhen. His movements were as swift as anyone's. Qiong Feng Shen Fa. He looked smug, having mastered everything. The man panicked. Impossible! How can this be? Tang Kun's miserable scream echoed. Along with it, the bet money also blew away with the wind. The soul-devouring demon and the other spirit stood by, remarking, anyone who gets involved with the young master can only accept suffering. It really reminds me of what I had to endure when I was alive. He whistled smugly. So got any other tricks? The man's face darkened. I'm worried I don't have any more silver to bet with you. He sighed. What a pity. Yun Hui smiled. All right. So one last round? Tang Kun cried his eyes out. I'm broke now. He pointed to the money pouches beside him. This is why I'm betting with you. One last really big round. The man trembled with fear. So if I lose, what do I have to do? He was confused. You don't need to be afraid. Yun Hui pointed. Honestly, there is one martial art I can't simply learn. Do you know what it is? Qiong Feng Wu. Tang Kun was shocked. He growled, Young Master Yun Hui. He looked at the man, confused. The man's face darkened, and whirlwinds appeared around him. He said in a low voice, Other martial arts are one thing, but Qiong Feng Wu is the signature martial art of the Quang Feng Dui. This is the pride of the Quang Feng Dui. To use it in a bet is tantamount to insulting the Quang Feng Dui. Please have some self-respect, he thought to himself. So he still has some of the spirit of a martial artist. The Quang Feng Dui. He said, so you think I'm not worthy of learning it? Tang Kun calmed down. Of course you are qualified. Both the eldest young master and the third young master have learned it. So it's fine to teach you. He was blunt. Tang Kun, when I ask that, I'm not just talking about the qualification to learn it, because I have blood ties with the family head. I mean, do I have enough talent? The man was confused. Your meaning? Yun Hui beat his chest and shouted, Furious Wind Knight Tang Kun! In your opinion, can I become a member of the Quang Feng Dui? He said heroically, Tang Yun Hui. Am I worthy of inheriting the position of family head? Tang Kun looked at him, stunned. He thought, the great cause of the furious wind and the position of family head. After the failure of that year, I have temporarily returned to a peaceful and quiet life. But I'm not resigned to it. One day I will return as a furious wind and sweep everything away. Tang Kun thought to himself, but it's been 25 years. That dream of the furious wind had almost faded in my heart. I didn't think I would hear those words again. But the man said, what you said did stir my soul a little. However, for someone like you, to want to bet the Qiong Feng Wu, and then speak such heroic words, it's very hard to trust. Yun Hui pounded his chest. Oh, for heaven's sake! He pointed at the man. I only just met you 2 hours ago. If I didn't show you my strength, and said I wanted to learn Qiong Feng Wu, tell me, would you trust a weakling like me? He reminded him of what happened earlier, making Tang-kun ashamed. He turned his face away. Come to think of it, you were even about to leave. After showing me the Anyingbu just once, the man muttered. You're right. I have nothing to refute what you said. Tang-kun bowed his head. Your meaning is that you wanted to prove your strength? The man said frankly. So the rumors that you have changed are completely true. Now both your strength and intelligence have changed. He replied, that's right. The man continued, but the martial arts I taught you, young master, are all beyond your current application. That's what I thought before, the man muttered. No matter how you've changed in 2 months, your internal energy can't be much. But what you've shown today also shows me that you have tried. Maybe you have obtained some medicinal power that has greatly increased your internal energy, but you haven't shown it to avoid the madam's eyes. Yunhui was confused. You're sharp. The man realized even the madam was fooled by you. You are truly cunning, young master, he thought to himself. I honestly don't know if he's praising me or insulting me. The ghosts beside him also chimed in. It seems he has recognized your true strength. He also realized that your appearance of uselessness was really just a cover. He said angrily, are you guys trying to mock me like he is? Yunhui asked again, so will you teach me or not? They also chimed in. He probably will. He doesn't have any other choice. The words of the Tian Mo Shenjiao's young master. How can a mere martial artist from the Tang sect resist? He thought to himself. You all talk so much, it's giving me a headache. Tang-kun's face darkened. All right? The man was serious. I will teach you the Chongfeng Wu. He smiled and turned back. In that case, he clasped his hands. I, Tong Yunhui, hope to be under your guidance. The man smiled seriously. Guidance. Tang-kun of the Kwangfeng Dui accepts your request. It's not as simple as the previous techniques. The Chongfeng Wu. Tang-kun didn't hesitate to show his true strength. It's not something you can learn just by watching. Yunhui looked at the man smugly. If that's the case, do you dare to change the terms of the bet? The man sighed. So it's still a bet in the end. He smiled. Let's see if I can learn the Chongfeng Wu. Whoever loses has to treat the other to a meal at the tavern. The man sighed. All right. A meal is nothing to me. Tang-kun smiled smugly. Now watch this. He leaped high into the air. The members of the Kwangfeng Dui are always loyal to the Tang family and will not participate in the fight for the position of family head among the young masters. Therefore, for Tang Hui to want to learn this martial art and want to become the next family head, I also consider that a fateful opportunity. Of course, for a talented person like the young master, I have no reason to doubt the young master's belief in that. He looked at Tang-kun seriously. Can a new furious wind be recreated? This has also been my long-cherished wish. Whether the young master can fulfill that wish or not depends on fate. But I will also have one more friend in the Tang family. Sitting in the tavern, Tang-kun was so disappointed he turned gray. He thought to himself, unbelievable. What I thought was right. Young Master Yunhui truly has skill. Even if I lost, I'd be happy. Such an outstanding young master will be the hope of the Tang family. But as for a drinking buddy, he looked at him eating like he was starving. The man was shocked. It seems not, because he's eating like a starving tiger. The owner came over, rubbing his hands cheerfully. He asked, Lord Tang, do you need any more dishes? The man sighed. Watching him eat is making me poor. Yunhui, stuffing his face, looked at the man and requested, another pot of huamazi. Let me get drunk. I don't want to see this. The owner shouted, So Tang-kun! You're a wine lover, aren't you? Then we should have gone to the Yulong Tavern. The man held his face. Do you know how expensive that place is? This place may not be as famous as that one, but it's not ordinary either, Tang-kun. He picked up the wine pot and took a long drink. That's right. I thought you were a simple eater. The man thought to himself, but looking at it, I've lost a week's worth of food money on this meal. Yunhui was calm. I didn't want to go to an expensive tavern anyway. He touched his hand under the table, leaving a mark under there. This place, a bustling tavern, is perfect for my plan. After being confined for 2 months, I've had enough. The ghosts beside him also chimed in. We can't delay any longer. This is the communication method for members of the Mo Shen Huozong. You want to leave a signal for them? He clenched his fists with determination. That's right, I have to. Let those who are still in despair know that the celestial demon's son, Yan Yunhui, the soul-devouring demon, hung from a tree and muttered. It's been 10 days and still no sign of any suspicious targets. It suddenly noticed some movement. Looking down into the courtyard, a figure was entering. It wondered, isn't that a Taoist robe from the Ching Pai? Why is he at the Tang family branch? The demon took a closer look and realized. So that's it. She's the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Tang Guizhen. She is the daughter of that woman. Nanggong. They must have a scheme to discuss. It despaired. A daughter. I hope that child is still safe. Ah, this is no time to be thinking about things like this. The demon jumped down from the tree. It leaped onto the windowsill and muttered, Shan Ying. First time meeting. I have to make a good impression on the young sect master. My request can wait. As soon as it reached the door, it heard Shan Ying screaming. Are you determined to plunge this knife into your mother's heart? Is that right? Guizhen retorted, not backing down. It can't compare to the knives mother has plunged into Yunhui over the years, not to mention the confinement and the starvation this time. She said calmly, You don't have to worry. He already has a backer. Someone is secretly taking care of him. You just need to focus on the matter of the Shadow Lord coming here. These words from Shan Ying infuriated her. She kicked the table and growled. So that's the reason Mother came up with to treat Huier so badly. Even this story about a backer, what do you know? You're planning to kill him, aren't you? Shan Ying was horrified. You're getting angry at me because of a lowly bastard? Are you really the daughter I carried for 9 months? Guizhen turned away, her voice tight. Bastard! Bastard? Mother, you never change, do you? Since it's come to this, I'll tell the whole truth. She panicked and tried to hold her back. Wait, Jenner, listen to me. Shan Ying sat down, holding her face. She was a soft-hearted child since she was young. Since joining the Ching Cheng Pai, she's become even weaker. If this continues, how can I entrust the responsibility of succession to her? The demon witnessed and mumbled. How should I report this? What a chaotic family. She slammed the table and screamed. It was that bastard who ruined everything. I can't wait until the Shadow Lord arrives. She quickly got up and went outside, calling out loudly. Is anyone there? I need to go out immediately. The demon was surprised. Going out because of the young sect master? Could it be? She stormed out with a raging fire of anger. It jumped down from the table and mumbled. In the courtyard, Yunhui was still training frantically. Since the day I left the summons mark at the inn, it's been 10 days, but there's been no reply. My contact from the Mo Shen Huozong is also stationed in Julong County. He threw punches. He told himself forcefully, maybe the contact has withdrawn, or he's restricted and can't act. Whatever it is, it's not good at all. I need to get stronger, faster. Tang Kong on the side was surprised. Good, very good. You've learned this weapon technique quite well, he asked, confused. Still not satisfied? The man was dejected. People of the Tang family, when learning hidden weapon and poison techniques, or weapon techniques, and never mind, I've said too much. Why are you learning the Chong Feng Wu? Yunhui was helpless. The Tang family's way of thinking is really stubborn. He smiled at the man. The San Hua Bong Fa. Isn't that also a Tang family martial arts method? So the ultimate techniques will be segmented like that? Tang Kun was surprised. You could see that? He said proudly, didn't you realize I'm a rare talent? Who can learn 10 things from one? The man was angry. Such talent, but you can't learn humility. Many sects use complex methods to express their understanding of martial arts. But the Tang family is famous for its hidden weapons and poison techniques. Both have the commonality of using consumable items. Therefore, the Tang family's martial arts have been systematically reformed, so that when one consumable is used up, you can immediately switch to another item and use ultimate techniques more flexibly. So, the Tang family's martial arts are not overly flashy, but Yun Hui struck a pose and asked, so where should I place my center of gravity? The man also instructed him. For that move, I should mention, Lady Guizhen has arrived, hasn't she? Yun Hui gripped the wooden staff, thinking. Of course, this system is the foundation for the Tang family's effective use of weapons and poison arts. But the 9 celestial demon sword technique of my master that I want to learn is also a segmented ultimate technique. Learning the Tang family's system will help me wield the 9 celestial demon sword. I wonder if the 9 celestial demon sword technique that I saw in my dreams in my past life can still be used. He looked at Tong Kun with a sly smile. I'll have to put hidden weapons and poison arts aside for now. Sorry, Martial Master. The man was flustered. What nonsense are you thinking of now? He remembered something and said, I almost forgot. I heard Lady Guizhen has arrived. You two are close, right? Yun Hui remembered. Tang Guizhen. She was the only older sister who treated Tang Yun Hui like family in the Julong branch. The person who reminded the subconscious, remnants of Tang Yun Hui, of the 2 words family. And now that I am Tang Yun Hui, she still sends me letters. Letters of love and concern. I pray that this relationship will always remain good. But he wondered, I plan to confront Nanggong Shan Ying. I don't know if she will side with me, Tang Kun said. She probably went to greet the elders in the branch today and take a stroll. She'll come to see you tomorrow. Yunhui sighed. Perhaps so, he thought. It might be difficult. He turned and reminded him. Before she arrives, I have to finish my work. Tang Kun was puzzled. Are you talking about what we discussed before? Are we starting today? He smiled wickedly. Starting. I finished it a long time ago. In another residence, a figure bowed humbly before another. That's right, for the past 10 days. Are you sure you have followed all the procedures for preparing the medicinal soup? Without any mistakes? Xing-san bowed sincerely. Yes, without any mistakes. Hu Sung tossed him a bag of money. You've worked hard. The man replied respectfully. Thank you, sir. Xing-san leisurely ran out the door. Hu Sung immediately called for Wu Ying. He asked, Is it taken care of? Then ordered, All right, handle it yourself. He smiled slyly. For the past 10 days, I've had him drink the madness poison continuously. He's definitely been poisoned before the Shadow Lord's visit. Even if he finds out, he certainly won't have time to detoxify. Tang Kun is very seriously teaching him under the title of Martial Master. But it still took me 8 days to master the form of the Anying Bu. So probably when the Shadow Lord arrives, that bastard son will have only learned the basic forms. He thought of Gui Zhen. The problem here is my older sister. I heard that because of that bastard, she had a big fight with mother. So the plan might be affected. She will become the successor of the Julong branch when she comes of age. But she's too soft-hearted to be the master of a Tang family branch. She learns martial arts, but she didn't inherit the Tang family's martial arts, but to become the successor. He looked up at the sky, a proud smile on his face. Of course, the succession of the Julong branch must be mine. A voice reported from outside the door. A letter has arrived from the White Palace. Addressed to you, young Master Hu Shung. He turned around. From the White Palace? Let him in. Jing-san held the letter. Timidly, this is a letter from young Master Yun Hui, sir. Young Master Hu Shung? Oh, he was confused. Why so timid? Give it to me. The letter read, specially addressed to young Master Tang Hu Sung. Come and fight me, you punk! Hu Sung was furious, his body trembling as he held the letter. It seems the madness poison has made this bastard son stupid. Oh, could this be a trap? He held the letter at a distance. He thought to himself, it's meant to make me panic. For example, there could be poison gas in this letter. In the Tang family, these things are easy to find. He opened it carefully. It seems there's nothing. Confused, he thought, is it just a taunt? I want to strengthen our long-estranged brotherly bond. Like true martial artists, let's resolve our issues with a match. Hu Sung was confused. What trick is that bastard son playing? But this could make me stand out even more when I turn him into a puppet in front of the Shadow Lord. He confidently turned back and ordered, I have received the letter and reject his offer. Reply to him like that. Xing-san bowed his head immediately. Yes, this subordinate will deliver the message. After a moment, Hu Sung clutched the letter and growled, Coward! It seems he's very impatient. He gripped the letter and ordered, he will send many more letters like this. So refuse all letters from the White and Black Palaces. The next morning, the wall of his residence was scrawled with the word coward in huge letters. Hu Sung growled, You're afraid of me. His face darkened as he ordered, Go to the White and Black Palaces and tell him, he screamed, tomorrow at noon in Martial Arts Arena number 2, I will shove your head in a shithole with my own hands. Xing-san bowed his head, stuttering as he relayed the message. That is the message he sent. He said smugly, Oh. So he finally agreed. And he kept refusing. Tang Kun was stunned. You! How did you provoke him so much that he couldn't take it anymore? Let me guess. Yun Hui replied with a sly smile. My younger brother, how can he be the successor? If he has no patience at all? He smiled confidently. Martial Master won't stop me, will he? Tang Kun also played along. Why would I stop it when I get to watch a good show? Yun Hui clenched his fists arrogantly. Then I'll have a little chat with my beloved younger brother. I promised to leave him breathing. It was early in the morning, but the residence was already in an uproar. Gui Zhen shouted, You Chang, you said you want to have a match with Hire? What is this all about? Hu Sung was annoyed. Older sister. He yelled, That bastard provoked me first. If you want to blame someone, go blame him. She paused. Huir was the one who provoked you? She thought to herself, Because of that I rushed to the White Palace. What is this killing intent and demonic aura? Gui Zhen pushed open the door and entered. Everywhere were dense streams of black qi. Once I stepped inside, I could feel everything much more clearly. Poisonous qi and killing intent permeated everything. Traces were evident on both the walls and the floor. This is like the dwelling of battle-crazed martial artists. An oppressive aura from behind startled her. Demonic qi. She drew her sword, spun around, and swung behind her. The blow was blocked by Yunhui. She looked at him in surprise. Could it be, looking at that tall figure? Gijin stammered, "Huier, is that you?" Yunhui's face darkened as he pushed the sword away from her neck. "You seem to have come here in a bit of a hurry, haven't you, sister?" She sheathed her sword, flustered. "Sorry, I didn't know it was you," he thought to himself. While I'm circulating the Dulong Shinfa's internal energy, my reaction is a bit slow. If because of that, I let Tang Husung realize my internal energy and my poisonous ki is radiating too much here, then that plan will be ruined. Before the match with him, I can't reveal any weakness for him, grasp my weak point. Guizhen looked at him with a happy smile. "I was worried Mother was pressuring you, but from the looks of it, you seem to be fine, don't you?" He looked at her and thought, "Her eyes look quite similar to my master's. Someone who genuinely worries about me." Yunhui held his head. "It seems you weren't sent by the first madam to spy on me after all." Gizhen was flustered. "But Hayer, that aura you were emitting just now, what was it? The overflowing demonic chi. Could it be you're practicing demonic arts?" He opened his hand, revealing a small spark of light. "Ah, you might be mistaken, sister. That is the poison chi that I cultivate day and night." She backed away. "This poison chi, why is it so powerful?" He clenched his fist. "That's right. That, plus the curse. That is poison chi. Combining it with demonic chi, other martial artists might mistake it for a poison curse. In the future, when using techniques, it will also be difficult to hide the radiating demonic chi. Therefore, if I called it a poison curse, that seems to be the best option." She was stunned. "You're practicing a poison curse?" He sighed. "The family doesn't support me, you know. So I don't have any other martial arts to practice, besides the poison curse." She looked at him with sympathy. "Judging by your expression, sister, it seems I was right about some things," Gizhen quickly said. "For people of the Tang family, strength is paramount. Therefore, it's understandable that you'd do anything to get stronger." Yunhui narrowed his eyes and took a stance. "But if you, sister, if you have a problem with it, you can try to defeat me first, then we can talk." Guizhen was stunned. She lowered her face. "To be honest, you've changed so much." He looked at her, thinking, right now in the Tang family, I'm all alone. If she still sees me as the old Tang Yunhui, then many things will be inconvenient to do. Therefore, I need to draw a line, a clear boundary with her right here. Gizhen covered her mouth and mumbled, "You're right, you're not the same as before." She gave a savage smile. "Mother and younger brother. Being wary of Huier is somewhat justified. Those challenging words that you could even say to me." Yunhui looked on in horror. This outburst of killing intent is too strong. She emitted a stream of blue light. Her voice also changed. "You've really exceeded my expectations." Yunhui was flustered. "As expected, she's bizarre. This is the seed of a mortal shell shedder's spiritual root. I didn't think she would also have a blue-faced ghost." Spiritual root, he was concerned. Indeed, only with a spiritual root like this could one become the heir of the Julong branch. This also answers my question. Why did Tang Guizhen, the top female of the Sichuan Tang family, become a disciple of the Qingcheng Pai? To have a suitable spiritual root to become a mortal shell shedder, it needs many conditions to form. Tang Guizhen is truly a rare martial arts talent favored by the heavens. The spiritual root is also considered the root of a martial artist's soul. To have a mature and strong spiritual root, the martial artist's soul needs to be nurtured. This is the root of the internal cultivation method, the Qingcheng Pai, a place that focuses on nurturing the mind's cultivation method. In addition, the blue-faced ghost also requires the martial artist to constantly fight, to gain experience. Seeing Guizhen's grotesque smile, Yunhui was horrified. Therefore, with the extreme combat arts of the Tang family, combined with the internal energy nurturing the mind of Qingcheng, it will turn her into an extremely terrifying assassin. He said bluntly, "From the looks of the aura you're emitting, sister, you're not inferior to me in the slightest, are you?" Guizhen sheathed her sword. "Sorry, brother. I seem to have forgotten why I came here." Guizhen bowed her head. "Drawing my sword while you were training must have startled you. I'm very sorry." He looked at her and remarked, "Indeed, what can be released can also be withdrawn just as quickly. Like this, it proves that she has also practiced the Qingcheng cultivation method to an extremely high level." Yunhui asked, "Would you like some tea, sister?" Gizhen didn't hesitate. "That would be nice. You can't get good tea like this at Qingcheng." Yunhui smiled smugly. "This is a special kind of tea," she responded. "I didn't think. Brother, you'd have such a good reputation as a tea connoisseur." Gizhen fumbled around, looking for something. "Oh, that's right. I brought you this." She placed 4 skewers of candied hawthorn on the table, looking pleased. candied hawthorn from outside the town. She smiled brightly. You used to love eating this, didn't you? He picked up a skewer, flustered. I don't know about before, but now I don't like sweets at all. Yun-hui bit into the candy, thinking, but now I'm in the body of Tang Yun-hui, so I should have a different reaction. He praised, it's really delicious. Gizhen smiled happily. Is it? I'm so glad. He looked at her smile and remarked, her attitude changes so quickly. A moment ago she was bursting with killing intent. Now she's as gentle as a rabbit. It's not strange to think of them as two different people. After eating, Yun-hui asked, so what did you come here for, sister? If you came to stop my match with Tang Hu-sung, then... She lowered her face. Actually, that's part of it. Then she continued, but I also wanted to apologize to you for what Mother did to you. He probed, sister, you don't think that I will forgive her just with that apology, do you? Gizhen was flustered. That's true, but I can only apologize. She looked up. Really? Yun-hui held his forehead and sighed. No matter what you say, sister, I will not stop. That match. Gizhen was surprised. I thought you were forced into that match, but it turns out you're the one who chose to fight with Hu-sung, she reminded him. However, brother Yu Chang's strength is not ordinary. How much of a chance do you think you have of winning? Furthermore, he is being guided by many famous masters. Yun-hui raised his cup and took a sip, thinking. It seems she still sees this as just a regular sparring match. But she doesn't understand that his mother wants to harm me. He reassured her, don't worry, sister, I have my own preparations. He thought to himself, they've already been secretly giving me Ju Sha Du. They're probably waiting for the match, to use the Nangong family's secret poison method, to make the poison attack my heart. Gizhen warned with the grim face. But if you win against Hu-sung, then Mother won't let it go. She clenched her fists. This is not what I want for my two younger brothers. Yun-hui smiled. Sister, you don't need to think too much. I'm the one who initiated this fight. Tomorrow we'll decide the battle, so you can just come and watch. Gizhen was confused. All right. The next day, at the martial arts arena, the crowd was noisy and boisterous. Order, hey you! Who's placing bets? I'm raising the bet on young Master Hu-sung by another 3 coins. He will win. I bet he'll win within 2 rounds. A large crowd had gathered around the arena to watch. Gizhen was stunned. What are you thinking, Huier? Yun-hui glanced over and smiled wickedly. In this battle, the first madam won't interfere. In front of all these people, furthermore, in the distance, Hu-sung sat with his head bowed. From the looks of it, my younger brother Hu-sung also seems quite angry. His face clearly showed his anger and annoyance. Yun-hui bit into a candied hawthorn and looked at him provocatively. Therefore, as the older brother, I won't let him be disappointed. The arena was packed with people, preparing for a very intense match. Tang-kun stood in the stands and said excitedly, there's quite a crowd gathered here. 2 members of the Kwangfeng Dui stepped forward. Tang-tai announced, young Master Yun-hui has caused a lot of trouble. Tang-kun replied, oh, you guys came to watch too? Tang-tai explained. We came here to work. 2 successors are having a martial arts match. It's attracting a lot of attention. Shouldn't there be someone to manage it too? Avoid any mishaps? Tang-kun scoffed. Whatever. Whatever reason you came here for is fine. What do you guys think of this match? The outcome of this contest? Tang-tai replied calmly. Is there anything to say? No matter how you taught young Master Yun-hui, it's only been a little over 10 days. Tang-tun added. It's only natural that Tang Hu-sung will win. Tang-kun agreed. Yeah, everyone gathered here thinks the same way. But this match was initiated by young Master Yun-hui. Don't you guys feel that there's something strange hidden behind this? Elsewhere, Tang Hu-sung was surprised. Is that all? The subordinate standing next to him bowed respectfully and replied, yes, young Master Yun-hui spread the news about the martial arts match. And anyone can come and watch. Through the Kwangfeng nights, he grew even angrier. No matter what, this martial arts match is just a match where I, Tang Hu-sung, teach a lesson to a mere concubine's son. It seems all the idle people in Yulong County have gathered here. Suddenly a teasing voice spoke up, interrupting, which surprised him. What are you so unhappy about, my dear younger brother? The person sitting opposite him in the stands continued. Is it because your South Sea mama isn't by your side? So you're worried? Tang Yun-hui smiled contemptuously, looking straight at him and said, there's still time. You can go bring the first madam here. I'll wait here for you. A flash of killing intent. He cursed, you lowlife! I don't know where you learned such vulgar words. Shut up, you animal! Are you trying to poison my ears? Tang Yun-hui didn't care and walked away. Can South Sea mama only listen to pretty words? He was provoked to the point of trembling. Tang Hu-sung, I told you to shut your mouth. He mimicked his words. Tang Hu-sung, I told you to shut your mouth. He was about to explode with anger. He jumped to his feet and yelled, You worthless bastard, son! He leaped in a single bound, flying straight onto the arena several hundred meters away. Tang Hu-sung roared, Get over here, Tang Yun-hui! I'm going to tear that damn mouth of yours apart! The surrounding crowd saw what just happened and started talking amongst themselves in surprise. Huh? Third young master Tang Hu-sung is already out. Wasn't second young master Tang Yun-hui the one who provoked him? At this time, Yun-hui just walked calmly, one step at a time, slowly stepping onto the arena. Younger brother, I have no strength to provoke you like this. Perhaps this will be easier than I thought. Tang Yun-hui stood face to face with Tang Hu-sung, preparing for the most intense battle about to unfold. He cracked his knuckles while chatting. White palaces. Tang Yun-hui, although I have no title, and am just a nobody. I hope we can have an interesting match. Tang Hu-sung retorted, finally bowing your head. Did you only get scared after getting on the stage? Tang Guijin also came to watch. She stood below, thinking to herself, Yao Chang. It seems Huyer provoked him using sound transmission, but if he was on the defensive, he should have been more patient. The surrounding people kept talking. Young Master Yun-hui is so polite. As for young Master Hu-sung, hearing this, she couldn't help but think, just one action has made everyone see Yun-hui in a different light. But in the end, what's most important is the outcome of the match. Huyer looks very confident, but Yu Chang is known as the Shadow Prodigy. He is a potential talent of the Tang sect, not an easy opponent to deal with. The atmosphere in the stands was still very tense. Hu-sung brought his face close to Yun-hui and teased, So, all you can do is throw those pathetic taunts? Yun-hui replied without holding back. Did you come up here for a verbal spar? Words always drove Hu-sung crazy, to the point where veins bulged on his forehead. I'll start whenever you're ready. I don't know what your purpose is, but I'm telling you now this won't be easy. As he finished speaking, he swung down with great force. Yun-hui quickly dodged. The people were horrified and couldn't believe their eyes. What? A shadow curtain pellet? I can't see anything like this. Tang Yun-hui was also surprised, thinking to himself, He's using a shadow curtain pellet, honestly? Using Anying Ki in an open space like this isn't very effective, he thought as he brushed the dust off his clothes. In any case, he can't just charge in recklessly. And even though he sees me as a nobody, he didn't hesitate to attack from behind. Just then, as fast as lightning, Tang Hu-sung appeared behind him, just as he had calculated. He wasn't surprised. Truly a member of the Tang family, Hu-sung lunged to attack Yun-hui. But suddenly, before his eyes, the cloud of black dust began to dissipate. This is the Anying Bu! Yun-hui appeared like a ghost behind him. He didn't forget to tease, My dear younger brother, did you forget that I had Tang-kun? Teach me the Anying Bu? He immediately turned around and struck, but he hit empty air again. Yun-hui appeared behind him again. Damn it! He was annoyed. Did you forget? You've already learned the Anying Bu? Even though your mother is common, you still have half of our father's bloodline, he thought as he unleashed his full power. But the Anying Bu is just a technique to cultivate Anying Ki. His face darkened. Let me show you. What real Anying Ki is? The image suddenly blurred. He ran as fast as lightning, flashing from place to place. His image was unclear as he reached where Yun-hui was standing. He thought, what exactly is this? Hiding one's aura in the shadows, making the opponent unable to detect sound. Or one's own form. Yun-hui just stood still and observed. It's no exaggeration to call him the Shadow Prodigy. In this shadow curtain, if you only use your normal eyes, you can't determine his location. But Hu-sung flew over, full of resentment. But as he turned, he kept seeing Yun-hui behind his back. Once again, he continued to charge at him. He tried to grab him, but Yun-hui turned into a puff of black smoke and dissolved into the air. He repeatedly struck at the empty air, helplessly. Yun-hui was sympathetic. It's a pity that you're Anying Ki. Can't fool my lion's eye. Moreover, your killing intent is too direct. So much so that I don't even need the lion's eye to know where you are. Tang Tai stood in the stands above. He remarked, For young Master Yun-hui to be able to use the Anying Bu to such an extent is truly astounding. As for young Master Hu-sung, his Anying Ki, compared to before, has also clearly improved. Perhaps it's the result of his secluded training. But this match is nothing more than a game of chase. Tang Tun wondered, Is young Master Yun-hui planning to dodge until the shadow curtain disappears? Tang Tai sighed. But if the shadow curtain disappears and young Master Yun-hui can't land a finishing blow, then it's just a waste of time. Tang-kun boasted proudly, I taught him a finishing move. but he was surprised. You, Tang-kun? Tang-kun, who was next to him, continued. You did more than what the first madam told you to do? Tang-kun was annoyed. He scolded, Don't you trust your own comrades? The other two said in unison. Who understands you better than us? The hazy smoke in the stands. The match was still ongoing. Hu-sung was furious. This damn bastard son keeps dancing around like a rat. He worried inwardly. Damn it, the shadow curtain is slowly fading. I can't maintain my onion key anymore. At first, I just wanted to break one of his legs. But this is the price he brought upon himself. He performed a new technique, creating a clone. The clones gradually turned black, preparing to attack, even if you dodge with the Anying Bu. Faint, illusory black shadows appeared around Yun Hui. But you can't escape this arena. Thousands of Hu-sung surrounded him. Violent rain, pear blossom needles. Yun Hui was enveloped in a red light and smoke. Very bizarre. Celestial maiden scatters flowers. Gui Zhen was stunned. That's the violent rain, pear blossom needles. Does Yu Chang want to kill Hoyer? Yun Hui stood still, calm and motionless. He smiled and said, I was going to play with you a little longer, but maybe it's time to end this. A brilliant green sphere shone brightly in the sky. Thanks to that light, the things that were hitting him were destroyed. The people were blinded and had to cover their eyes, confused. What's happening? What's that wind? Gui Zhen was almost blown away by the wind. This wind is a furious wind. She suddenly realized, that's right. I didn't pay attention back then, because of the killing intent and demonic aura everywhere. Now I know what martial art Huyer has been practicing. It's the Chong Feng Wu. Who? Sung struggled to stand firm in the fierce wind. He couldn't believe his eyes. Even me and my sister. My sister hasn't even learned this move yet. You're just a nobody. How can you? Yun Hui smirked and said, I'm actually very grateful to you. Luckily, I was taught this, just before this match with you. To repay that kindness, I will let you enjoy this powerful move to the fullest. As he finished speaking, he flew towards him like a bullet. In an instant, Yun Hui appeared in front of Hu-sung. It shocked him so much he froze. Furious windstorm! He stretched out his hand, his eyes cold and emotionless. A powerful punch landed on Hu-sung's stomach. Violent wind rend. He was dazed by the punch. Hu-sung flew out of the stands. He slammed hard against the wall and passed out. Seeing the result, the people stood around talking. There was a buzz. Young Master Hu-sung lost? How could he be defeated in one move? How is this possible? This must be a dream. Something no one expected before the match. Tang Tai was also stunned. Young Master Yun Hui, how could he have learned that move? Tang-kun replied, but this is also a surprise. Tang Tai turned and shouted, You mean he only just learned it? And he's already mastered the Chong Feng Bao Wu? Tang-kun replied calmly. Yes, that's right. He can do many things that few would expect. In this match, in your opinion, did he show his full potential? Did he live up to our expectations? Tang Tai sighed. Could it be young Master Yun Hui, who also has the same talent as the branch master, also possesses a wind spiritual root? The man replied with amusement. I'm not sure. But in just a few days, his strength has increased quite a bit, although it's still too early. But I think it's worth hoping for young Master Yun Hui's future. Furthermore, he also wants to inherit the Guangfeng Dui, so I trust him even more. I hope this doesn't disappoint me. He suddenly noticed. Huh? But it seems the strong wind hasn't stopped yet. Could it be down in the stands? Yun Hui turned to Gui Zhen and called out, Sister! Could you do me the honor of a match? With you, sister? Gui Zhen was stunned. Huh? The crowd was extremely surprised and noisy. Young Master Yun Hui's older sister? So, that person is Tang Gui Zhen, the famous and renowned disciple of the Ching Cheng Pai? Upon closer inspection, that's right. This time she's returned to the branch, probably because of the branch master's visit. It's been many years since we've seen her, so it's hard to recognize her right away. If young Master Yun Hui dares to challenge the young lady, he must be quite confident. Tang Gui Zhen, known as the prodigy of the Tang family. I think this match will be something to look forward to. Everyone cheered excitedly. This match will be great. It will be completely different from the previous match with Hu-sung. What a lucky day today, young master. To witness two great matches and, on top of that, to see the beautiful face of Lady Gui Zhen. She didn't know what to do and just stood there watching everyone. Tang Tun sighed. It seems this is getting bigger. Tang Tai continued, asking Tang Kun, Brother, do you think young Master Yun Hui has any chance of winning? Tang Kun was a little flustered and voiced his thoughts. I don't think he can face the young lady yet. No. I don't know what he's thinking, challenging the young lady. He wondered, as long as he defeats young Master Hu-sung, young Master Yun Hui will have a reputation already. If he also wins against Lady Gui Zhen, The one considered the heir to the Tang family. Does that mean he's aiming for the position of family head? But if he loses in today's match against Lady Tang, then he'll be at a disadvantage. This move is quite risky. Lady Tang must also understand Yunhui's intentions. Therefore, she will go all out. Gijin wondered, what is Hoyer thinking? If we weren't in the arena, I wouldn't have stepped up. But in front of the Tang family disciples, I am the future successor before the family head. How can I simply back down? But never mind, no more thinking. You were the one who provoked me first, weren't you? Looking at that eager-to-fight expression, then I'll just fight, according to my battle-crazed instincts. She held her head. No, how can I do that? Hoyer has always been oppressed. This is the time. He wants to regain his dignity. Yunhui spoke, interrupting her chaotic thoughts. Sister, don't overthink it. He smiled reassuringly. It's just a regular sparring match. No need to worry too much. Just enjoy the match. Not enjoy? She said. I tried to hold back, but then she leaped over Yunhui's head and landed. On the arena floor, the crowd cheered excitedly. Lady Guizhen is on the stage! She spun around and clasped her hands, saying, I, Tang. Guizhen, the future heir of the Tang family, am a disciple of Qing Cheng. I have studied at the Qing Cheng Pai for 5 years. My specialty in combat is the 4 ultimate swords and the boundless heaven and earth. My friends in the martial world kindly call me by the title of Celestial Butterfly Fairy. I hope this will be a good match. He also clasped his hands in response. I, Tang. Yunhui, the concubine's son of the Dragon Branch, have successfully mastered the furious windstorm. I hope to receive your guidance, sister. The crowd grew more excited. The battle has been set! Yunhui began by asking, You seem quite excited, sister. She replied, It's been a long time. I haven't felt this excited in a long time. Her face lifted, her expression changing. Yunhui said cheerfully, If you're that excited, sister, then all right. Guizhen praised him. You really know how to talk. Since you wanted to fight me. She held her sword. She drew her sword decisively. She shouted, Then how can I pass up this opportunity? Yunhui also got into a ready stance. All right. So are you ready, sister? Gizhen's face darkened. Take this, let's begin. As she finished speaking, she charged at Yunhui. He was a little surprised, sweating bullets. But that being said, can you go easy on me, sister? Violent windstorm, battle wind blade. The two clashed, creating a beautiful scene. Gizhen teased cheerfully. So this is why you were radiating that aura. Don't think that mastering this move will be enough to defeat me. In that case, let's have a good fight, she said as she spun beautifully. Her feet landed safely on the ground. Immediately, she charged forward, continuing her attack. You wanted me to enjoy the fight, so I'll fight with all my heart. He was stunned. So fast. If that's the case, then Anying Ji. He performed a cloning technique, creating 3 figures standing around him. Shadow float and extinguish body. Guizhen couldn't help but be surprised. You even learned this movement technique? This is beyond my expectations. But she passed through the illusion and went straight for Yunhui. From the looks of it, you're still clumsy. She swung her sword down and he quickly dodged. He retreated a distance, Yunhui exclaimed. I didn't think Qing Cheng swordplay was so powerful, she explained. This isn't Qing Cheng swordplay, she stated with a dark expression. You're still hiding your true strength, so I will do the same. He fell silent, thinking. Then his eyes changed. Coldly he smiled and said, If you say so, sister, then I have no choice but to show you. His strength and magic skyrocketed. His eyes also changed to purple. Poison Dragon Heart Art. A majestic dragon appeared behind him. Demonic dragon outburst. Guizhen was excited. This is it. That killing intent and poison chi. She smirked and swung her sword down. I've been wanting to fight that for a long time. Gizhen sensed that his aura had changed. Yunhui thought, the blue-faced ghost. The spiritual root was enveloped by the pure chi of the sword. So the killing intent is surging strangely. Behind him was a ghost-faced fairy. First, I have to strike first. Having calculated, he charged. I'll seize the initiative with a powerful blow. A fist aimed straight at her. Gizhen quickly dodged to the side. The violent wind rend was defeated. Brother Yu Chang's power is much stronger, but he suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. She swung her sword faster than a flash of lightning. Too predictable! He leaned back to dodge the unexpected attack. Gizhen swung her sword continuously while excitedly saying, The moves of this technique are too clumsy. When you are weaker than your opponent, you should be more careful. Yunhui retreated a distance, not forgetting his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, sister, he thought to himself. Combining explosive force and techniques, the Tang family's characteristic slashing cuts creates a one-hit kill martial art. That is the Chongfeng Wu, but it can only be used against opponents of the same level. He placed both hands in front of him in a defensive posture. It has too many openings against someone stronger than me. Then I need a martial art suitable for combos. He switched to a ready-to-fight stance. Wrapping it in a furious wind, Guizhen asked, "You've also learned the Bao Hu Xier Po?" Yun Hui's thoughts didn't stop. The Chongfeng Wu's greatest strength is its explosive power. Then the two of them rushed at each other, comparing their techniques fiercely, one defending, the other attacking. If you use it as a catalyst to rotate the Bao Hu Xier Po, then Guizhen didn't stop. Her face was filled with excitement and extreme pleasure. Yun Hui jumped up, his leg raised high, faster. A powerful kick cracked the floor, creating a large hole. Guizhen nimbly dodged the kick. Furthermore, not stopping there, Yun Hui continued with a new attack. She said fearlessly, "I see. You want to continue with a combo. But you should have seen that the opponent would counterattack at this distance." Sajianjue Guangjian. Guizhen held out her sword and smirked. She struck him repeatedly. Yun Hui immediately blocked with his hand right in front of his face to avoid being hit. He wondered, did I attack too rashly? No, it's not. Here it comes. Guizhen grew even more excited. That's right. That's it. This is what makes it worth fighting for. More excitement. The fight grew more intense. The crowd below couldn't hide their excitement. A man noticed someone behind Hu Shung. He held his head vaguely and asked, "What's wrong?" The other person was also surprised. "You're awake, young Master Hu Shung?" He was stunned. "That bastard's son knocked me flying and is fighting on par with my sister." "My sister? Has mother returned yet?" The other person replied honestly, "No, not yet." He thought to himself, "My sister probably won't lose to him. But the longer they fight, the more his value increases." A person shouted, "Ah, young Master Yun Hui is dominating!" He was even more surprised to hear that. "No way! If she really loses, please don't let that happen." Yun Hui's hand struck Guizhen's sword. The two were still in the fight. He noticed an opening. Time to continue the attack. Suddenly, he was struck in the face by Guizhen's foot. It stung. "Don't focus too much on the sword." He was stunned. "Palm technique? And it's not the Ching Cheng style?" Guizhen asked cheerfully. "What's with that surprised look on your face?" "I'm a disciple of Ching Cheng, but I'm also a member of the Tang family." He attacked while calculating, combining the resilient swordplay of Ching Cheng and the Bai Da technique, always exploiting every opening of the Tang family. It's a suitable combination for a barrage of attacks. That is the power of the blue-faced ghost. He kicked hard at Guizhen, but her image suddenly blurred. Even more surprisingly, she appeared behind him. Anying Bu. Without hesitation, she aimed for his head and swung her sword. As fast as lightning, he ducked to dodge the blow. He flew back. His whole body was numb, his mouth bitter, and his heart pounded fast. Yun Hui panted, exhausted. "So this is what it feels like to use all your strength to fight. Someone." Guizhen returned to her normal state. She said, bewildered, "Huier, that's strange." He asked, confused. "Strange how?" She explained, "Your martial arts are only at the elementary level. Your movements haven't completely escaped from just practicing the forms. But you have the skill to read your opponent, as sharp as a general in battle." He slowly stood up. "Is that so?" "It really is." Previously, the body of Yan Yun Hui had no internal energy and had to face masters who could destroy mortals with a single blow. So the skill to read opponents to dodge blows was the way I fought to survive and win for the past 15 years. But when I learned martial arts, I forgot one important thing. I used spiritual techniques flexibly, not just rigidly, applying basic moves when using sorcery. Yun Hui regained his composure. It has to be the same in martial arts. Seeing this, Guizhen was happy. "Your expression has changed, hasn't it?" "A very good look. It seems you've realized something." "I'll wait to see what new moves Hoyer has." In less than a second, she flew to Yun Hui's side. She smiled. "Let me see." Yun Hui broke out in a cold sweat. "A combo!" Looking closely, Tang Guizhen always avoided vital points. Combined with the dragging force of the ghost-faced swords battle, and Tang Guizhen's worry for me created an opening. His face was emotionless. His hand performed a spell. I am very grateful for that kindness. But there's no reason for me to ignore this opening. He used all his strength to strike Guizhen repeatedly. She was stunned. "Isn't this attack the same as before?" She fell silent, thinking. My previous attack was deflected. She continuously dodged each attack, gathering in front of her, slowing her movement. A smile played on her lips. "You've learned to control the strong wind." "In such a short time?" Yun Hui put all his strength into a decisive punch. "This move is too dangerous." Guizhen opened her eyes wide in horror. The punch struck her hard. That attack created a shocking explosion. The three people standing above, Tang Kun, Tang Tai, and Tang Tun couldn't believe their eyes. The people were also stunned. Sung seemed to have been struck dumb. Yun Hui completed his final move. He was silent, his face dark. It's over. Yun Hui stood up majestically. The sunlight shone on his handsome face. Tang Kun turned, dazed, and asked, What just happened? Tang Tai was worried. Anyway, is Lady Gui Zhen all right? Tang Tun added, You realized it too, didn't you? What surprised us all is, Tang Kun pondered. That's right, Yun Hui. Young master has exceeded all expectations brilliantly. Like that flash of light just now. The smoke in front of Yun Hui gradually dissipated. He spoke. Isn't it a bit unfair for you to do that, sister? Gui Zhen stepped out of the hazy smoke. You noticed too, didn't you? I was planning to hide it a little longer, waiting for Huya to reveal his ultimate move. But since I've been found out, I have no other choice. She held her sword in front of her. A supreme power radiated around her. The people grew more excited. That is the power of sword ki! Unexpectedly, Lady Gui Zhen has already entered the pinnacle realm. Beginner level. Truly worthy of being the successor of the 9 Dragons branch. Sung also shouted happily. Truly worthy of being my older sister. Your younger brother has always admired your talent. With this level, that bastard's son certainly has no chance anymore, Gui Zhen continued. You know it too here. When the sword chi appears, time can't be dragged on any longer. Yun Hui sighed and replied, I understand, the matter of dawdling. Too long with a weaker opponent is not a good thing. She said, What a pity. I was planning to drag it on a little longer, to see if Heer had any other secrets. He thought, according to Tang Gui Zhen's words, this battle will end in the next move. My Su Feng Ren Jie just now was enough to stop Tang Zhengui's sword, but with the Qing Chang sword enveloped in sword chi, it's a different story. I can't use sorcery at this time. My last card is only one way. Gui Zhen asked excitedly. Huyer! Are you planning something? He asked back. Do you really think so, sister? She replied. Yes, because you look very excited right now. He smiled slyly. Me? Maybe I'm just too excited. Being pushed to this point makes me look no different from a martial arts fanatic. She was confused. What are you talking about? What? Those who are so passionate about martial arts. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide in surprise. Yun Hui smiled and said, People usually call them martial artists. So that's what it is, a martial artist? Since I became Tang Yun Hui, I have thrown myself into practicing martial arts like a madman. But what Yan Yun Hui, the one without a dantian always respected in a martial artist, wasn't this. The feeling I get when fighting Tang Gui Zhen, that is, pouring all the martial arts that I have accumulated up until now, to confront and see how those skills can be used against an opponent, is the excitement and the will to win, is what truly makes me want to become a martial artist. Yun Hui looked up at the sky. His mood also became more cheerful. Gui Zhen asked again. It seems you've thought it through, so can I make a move now? Yun Hui replied boldly, Yes. Go ahead, sister. The two of them rushed at each other at the same time. Gui Zhen held her sword firmly. She raised her sword high, a smile of excitement on her face. Yun Hui was performing a sphere in his hand. As I predicted, Tang Gui Zhen will use an ultimate move. If so, I will also put all my strength into the strongest move of the Chongfeng Wu. The sphere grew larger and brighter. In addition, combining with demonic qi to increase its power to the maximum, he held the sphere in front of him, preparing to attack. Violent wind dance, pounding wind. Thump, the attack. Cracked the stone floor in a long line. Debris flew everywhere. He was a little exhausted. Facing a top-level master is certainly not easy. The light grew brighter and brighter. Oh, I can't think about anything else. Hui Yun's feet tried to stand firm on the stone floor. The only thing to do is to focus and see if my technique works or not. That's all. The stone floor around them cracked even more. Hui Sung below was also trying to stand firm against that fierce power. He was excited. The gap between me and my sister is getting wider and wider. What a pity. But once that bastard son is hit by this blow, he definitely won't be unharmed. What? Suddenly, a phenomenon occurred that stunned him. How is that possible? Yun Hui was still trying his best. I've been waiting for this exact moment. That sword will become normal. Gui Zhen was stunned. Right now, the sphere defeated the sword, sending both of them tumbling backwards. My hand is numb. Yun Hui was about to fall flat on his face. Normally, when the opponent's sword is broken, the match is considered over. He looked worriedly at his trembling, bleeding hand, but this time it's not that easy. He slowly stood up. If it's Tang Gui Zhen, if she possesses the blue-faced ghost spiritual root, Gui Zhen turned around and smiled slyly. The fact that my sword is broken won't stop her from moving forward. At the same time, Yunhui also turned his head and smiled with excitement. Of course, I'm no exception. He quickly flew up. Power radiated around his body. Yunhui headed straight for Guizhen. All my remaining strength will be put into this move. Furious wind dance, demonic wind finger. He kicked in a kicking motion. Guizhen laughed loudly in praise. You're really good! She planted her feet firmly on the ground. A terrifying power. She also prepared to attack. Dragon soaring, kick technique, rising, sky, kick burst. Yang. The three men on the upper floor grew more worried. Tangtun shouted, Damn it! They're both too agitated. Tangkun was about to jump down. If this continues, they'll both be seriously injured. Something unexpected made all three of them freeze. A stream of darkness separated Yunhui and Guizhen. Both were quite surprised, because a muscular man stepped in between them and said, The fun should end now. A familiar and steady back. Are you planning to greet the family head? While lying in bed, Guizhen quickly stood up. She clasped her hands respectfully. This is Tang Guizhen. Greetings, branch master. He glanced over and thought, so this is him. The branch master of the Julong branch, and also the father of Tang Yunhui. He followed suit and clasped his hands. Tang Yunhui. Greetings, branch master. A stern-looking man looked at the two of them. Tang Haoshan. The wandering souls swarmed around and whispered. This is the young sect master. Be careful. I thought the Kuang Feng Dui was disbanded, and you had stopped improving. I didn't expect you to reach this level. He revealed a sharp gaze and replied to them with his thoughts. Yes, I realize that too. Despite achieving many victories, but in the end, it's just a small shadow guard squad of the Tang family. He looked at the powerful aura emanating from Hao Shan. He silently assessed him. I have assessed the strength of the Grand Master, on par with the elders of the Tianmo Shenjiao, but even the Yan Yunhui of the previous life wouldn't dare to be sure of victory. At this moment, it seemed that Hao Shan sensed his probing, uncomfortable gaze. He turned and asked calmly, You seem dissatisfied. He exuded an oppressive aura. Do you have something you want to say to me? He said nothing, just silently broke out in a cold sweat, thinking. Did I stare too much? But he showed no signs of fear. He looked up at him and said bluntly, I'm just curious why the branch master came here. The words he just uttered made Gui Zhen's jaw drop, and Hao Shan seemed not very happy. The father asked, In this Julong branch, is there any place I cannot go? He confronted him directly. I'm just worried that this trivial match will pollute your eyes. That's why I asked. This exchange made everyone present at the scene all panicked by this courage, especially Gui Zhen. The person standing closest witnessed it, her face pale as she thought. I can feel everyone's surprise. He's confused? What the hell? While the two of them were staring at each other, he remained calm and thought to himself. To dare to talk back to the branch master right here at the Jiulong branch is only natural. Furthermore, the one talking back is Tang Yunhui, the abandoned bastard son. But based on the information from the remnant thoughts, and what I have observed, I understand now. His face showed no emotion, the authoritative demeanor of a family head. He silently acknowledged Tang Haoshan. He is a true Tang family member. Suddenly he smirked. Then he turned away as if the smile had never existed. He left behind a sentence. Indeed. Your match did not interest me at all. These words made him a little unhappy. He glared at his retreating back. Gui Zhen's inner voice rang out. After all, he is my father. How can you speak like that? He walked a few steps and then added, Never mind. Pausing for a moment, he gave a compliment. Although you've changed, I'm very pleased with what you've shown. Except for one person. He walked down from the arena. He approached the person sitting on the ground. Then he looked at him with half an eye. He opened his mouth to criticize. I am very disappointed. That person was none other than Tang Hu-sung. He bit his lip, enduring the humiliation without a word. Walking a few more steps, Hao Shan called out, Tang-kun! Tang-tan, Tang-tai! The three people who had appeared earlier knelt on one knee in unison, awaiting orders. However, he still spoke harshly. Your reactions are too slow. Try harder. All three broke out in a sweat and shouted in unison, Yes! He ordered them to disperse the crowd and lead the servants to clean up the scene. The three of them replied in unison, As you command! After Hao Shan left, Yunhui looked over at Gui Zhen. He saw her looking at the ground and wondered, Why are you so downcast, sister? She replied with a worried expression, We are still not enough to be recognized by our father. Then she turned and asked him, Here, are you all right? He replied calmly, I'm fine, the branch master is always like this. He furrowed his brow slightly, calmly accepting it. He will care for the second son, if he has potential, and will abandon the third son, if he doesn't meet his expectations. The proof of his words was Tang Hu-sung, who was slumped over, spiritless. The ghost over there, Gi-jen spoke timidly. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked you that. Your father probably isn't a bad person. He didn't seem to mind. It smells so good. He changed the subject. Are you hungry, sister? He smiled and invited her. Let's go change and get a drink. Night fell, the full moon shining brightly. In the tavern, Gi-jen, after downing a bowl of wine, exclaimed with satisfaction, Excellent! As for Yun-hui, he was a little surprised by her behavior at this moment. Anyone looking would think you've been starving for days. Didn't they feed you at Ching-cheng? She quickly replied, Of course, a lot. Speaking of this topic, she was indignant. Remembering the ridiculously simple meals, she complained. But it was all just vegetables. Hearing this, he sighed to himself, thinking, a Taoist temple. The more Gi-jen spoke, the angrier she got. She pounded the table in frustration. I'm at a growing age, I should be eating meat and drinking wine. To confirm her thoughts, she sought someone to agree with her. Huyer, tell me, am I right? He had no choice but to go along with her. Yes, a toast to you, sister. He poured the wine, and she took it excitedly. Good, pour more. He put the wine pot down. He wore an expression as if something fun was about to happen. He asked her, By the way, speaking of Ching-cheng, what kind of person is your senior brother? As soon as he mentioned him, she blushed and stammered. Senior brother? Why are you asking about my senior brother? He replied. You've mentioned him many times in your letters. How could I not be curious? He smiled slyly, repeating the words she had said when she was drunk. I was scolded by my senior brother, so I'm sad. I practiced with my senior brother. He's so wonderful. The junior sisters are always buzzing about my senior brother. She couldn't take it anymore and yelled, holding up her hand to stop him. Stop! Seeing her like this, he put on a villainous act and teased her even more. I heard he's coming to the Yulong branch as a guest during the ceremony to welcome the family head. I have to find out more so I can deal with him. She looked as if she had seen his true nature and shied away. You are truly a master of the Tang family's schemes. After teasing her, he calmed down and propped his chin up, thinking to himself. The fact that the eldest disciple of the Ching-cheng Pai, Li Shuo-shan, is coming here is something to be aware of. He thought of a powerful man. The old man is the Shadow Lord. And the purpose of the Shadow Lord coming to the Julong branch? Rumor has it that the Shadow Lord wants to establish a Shadow Guard squad, like the former Kwangfeng Dui. If that's true, all the sects in Sichuan will find a way to stop it. And the Ching-cheng Pai, a sect with a close relationship with the Tang family, is no exception. Then he looked up at his helpless, dazed older sister. He silently assessed her. Because they can't completely trust Tang Gi-jen, so they sent the senior brother here. It seems she doesn't know anything, or they want to investigate. Suddenly, he noticed something. He raised his hand and called out, Over here! Over here! Gi-jen turned her head happily. You said you were going to call another drinking buddy. So it's you? As if seeing a ghost, Gi-jen choked and spat out her drink. And the person who arrived was Tang Kun. He rubbed his neck wearily and said, Stop destroying the martial arts arena. Finally, it's over. She stammered, Uncle. The man addressed her. Lady Gi-jen, I am very surprised to see that your sword chi has reached this level. It made her stand up and bow in confusion. Thank you, Uncle. She broke out in a cold sweat and forced a smile. At this moment, it was as if there was telepathy between the siblings. She asked him in a low voice, Huyer, why didn't you tell me that Tang Kun? Uncle would be coming? He replied, itching for a fight. Sister, you didn't ask me. She was furious. You're communicating telepathically? Then she flusteredly pulled up a chair. Uncle, please have a seat. Oh, thank you, child. The man sat down comfortably and said, You ordered so many dishes again today. Don't tell me you're putting it on my tab. He chimed in, Oh, can I? The man asked a question. What's wrong with you? Then he generously clinked wine bowls with him. As for Gi-jen, she could only stare with her mouth agape. The two siblings communicated telepathically again. Huyer! Why are you talking to Uncle like that? He asked, confused. Huh? She told him, Don't you know who Uncle Tang Kun is? Although they're not officially sworn brothers, he and Father are like real brothers. He saved Father from danger in the battle at Ching-cheng Shuesha, and was given the title of Knight by the family head. Hearing this, he turned a little pale and thought. Then he suddenly changed his form of address. Martial Master? No, Uncle Tang Kun. This confused the man. Huh? Why all of a sudden? But before he could finish, He had already stood up heroically and clasped his hands in a salute. This disciple has been disrespectful for not knowing the relationship between you and father. Please forgive me. Seeing him being so tactful, Guizhen praised him silently. Well done, Haier. If you sincerely apologize, he will forgive you for your past mistakes. However, contrary to her expectations, the man wore a look of disgust. Then he turned and spoke loudly to her. What the hell are you guys doing? Lady Guizhen, did you put him up to this? As for, he wore a sinister smile, as if he had successfully trapped someone. A moment later, the three of them calmed down. He sat down and got to the point. So, Martial Master, the former members of the Kwangfengdui, how do they rate you? The man smiled and asked back. How many points do you think they'll give you? He confidently raised his wine bowl. Full marks. Tang Kun made a face of disgust and said bluntly, this guy is so annoying. But he still said casually, that's right. But in the end, the man still agreed. Yes, that's right, he said brazenly. I know. After that, he observed without saying anything else, and Guizhen cheerfully offered a drink. I'll drink with you, uncle. The man accepted. Oh, thank you, child. He was silent, thinking to himself. Through this match, I have attracted the attention of the former members of the Kwangfengdui, Tang Guizhen and Tang Haoshan. The problem is to see what Nanggong Shan Ying will do before the Shadow Lord arrives. In a forest, in the middle of the night, there was a two-story carriage. What an old demon is also on it. It wondered, where are we going? I didn't expect to have to go this far. If I go too far, she'll think I've run away and kill me. Stopped! Have we arrived? Seeing the carriage suddenly stop, it caught his attention. On the carriage, an attendant helped a woman down. She spoke, I didn't announce my arrival. I wonder if the Divine Master is there. Hearing this word, the demon also jumped down, intending to follow, because it knew the Divine Master, the one who put Ju Shadu in the young sect master's medicine. When they arrived in front of a house, just from the doorway, one could see streams of black qi swirling. It made him suspicious. Such a strong yin qi. This Nanggong family woman, who has she colluded with? Suddenly the door opened, accompanied by a black figure's words of welcome. It exuded a dangerous aura. Welcome, young Master Nanggong. That black figure had a human shape, but its pitch-black eyes proved it wasn't. It smiled. The one you're waiting for is... Inside, please come in. Seeing it, the soul-devouring demon immediately knew what it was. A Zhangshi. Moreover, it's a living Zhangshi, with consciousness and memories. It watched the Zhangshi lead the woman into the house, and thought to itself, a mere sorcerer. How could he refine a living Zhangshi? Something that even mages have trouble creating, and he's using it as a servant. After everyone had entered and the door had closed, it hid under the carriage wheels and assessed the place. This is not the residence of an ordinary sorcerer. Just reporting what I've seen is enough. But that's not enough. I must please the young sect master. With that, it leaped over the fence and into the house. Inside, the voice of the white-bone necromancer echoed continuously. I beg you, please grant me more divine power. Please grant me more divine power. Suddenly, the Zhangshi that had been sent to lead the woman in spoke, interrupting him. Divine Master, the Nanggong benefactor has arrived. He ordered, let her in. She entered and clasped her hands. Greetings, Divine Master. He asked without turning around. You've come again because something is not to your liking? You are so greedy. The gods always protect the devout. You who only seek the gods when you need help will be despised. That woman was none other than Nanggong Shan Ying. Hearing his words, she remained calm, motioning to her attendant. He brought over large wooden boxes and said, but if that person brings generous offerings each time, things that ordinary people wouldn't dare to dream of, what would the gods think? The two boxes were opened. Inside were filled with silver. The white-bone necromancer replied. Then he gave a maniacal laugh and added, you'll find it amusing. A moment later, the two sat down. He held the silver ingots with delight and asked, O divine spirit, are you pleased? So am I. As for her, she let out a sigh. Shan Ying looked at him and assessed him. You're from the Mushan Pai? But you seem more sinister. She set a condition. If you succeed, I'll give you another chest. He was very pleased and praised her. As expected of the Nanggong benefactor. You really know how to please the gods. With that, he picked up his staff. He radiated a dangerous aura. So then, he looked up, revealing a crazed expression. Then let's get straight. To the point, what can I do for you? She calmly reminded him. Do you remember my previous request? He laughed and replied, you want me to curse that bastard son. This is still in progress. She closed her eyes and shook her head. The situation has changed. I want something faster and more certain. The necromancer was confused. Meaning, Shan Ying didn't rush to answer. Instead, she recalled the argument between her and Gui Zhen. She thought to herself, initially, I only planned to turn him into a puppet in front of the Shadow Lord, and then discard him, but Nun's attitude, and the actions of the person behind that bastard son, could have unforeseen consequences. Thinking of this, she bluntly stated her request. Can you create a living Zhongshi? Hearing this, he scoffed. It seems you've stepped on someone's toes. Meanwhile, the soul-devouring spider who had been following was hiding above, eavesdropping from the rafters for a while, then cursed under its breath, those bastards. It quickly jumped away from the scene and escaped. I have to report this to the young sect master immediately. If that divine master can create a living Zhongshi, then the current young sect master will have a hard time defending himself. The moment it landed, after leaving the building filled with yin qi, it saw countless eyes staring at it. These are water Zhongshi. They are monsters created from multiple corpses, stitched together by the white-bone necromancer. He ordered them to aim straight at it. It was wary. He can even create water Zhongshi, and the name that most closely matches this type of sorcery appeared in the spider demon's mind. Hegu Guigu, it speculated. The branch of the Mu Shan Pai that has submitted to the Tianmo Shen Jiao turned to where Shan Ying was negotiating. The white-bone necromancer said, It seems the Nangong benefactor has brought a big trouble. This tree startled her. I'm being followed? His eyes flashed with interest. Your spirit control technique is very special. The person behind that bastard son seems to be harder to deal with than I thought. She heard and understood. I will give you another bed. He was very pleased and praised her. Good. And she made a specific request. Investigate the person behind this thoroughly, and turn that bastard son into a living Zhongshi. He grinned from ear to ear and agreed, yes. Then first I will go and investigate the person behind this. Just then a figure appeared behind Shan Ying. It caught her attention. She turned around. That is the fourth swordsman. He revealed his true form and asked the white-bone necromancer. Master, did you call for me? The necromancer ordered. Capture that escaping spirit, and follow the sorcerer behind it. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciple vanished in a flash. He didn't forget to leave a reply. As you command. This fourth swordsman moved swiftly. Then he landed on a roof tile. Those water Zhongshi still haven't caught him? He's really fast. But then he brought his hand to his mouth and whistled loudly. This whistle summoned something that made the spider demon uneasy. What is this? A terrifying aura it didn't even have time to understand. A horde of water Zhongshi of all kinds, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, hunted him in unison. The spider demon, could do nothing but scream and call out. Young sect master, run! At the White Palace's martial arts arena. Electricity. Yun Hui held a staff and asked Gui Zhen, her face still red from the wine. Aren't you going to leave? She replied, The weather is so nice. I'll go in after I've sobered up. He looked at her and sighed to himself. After being defeated by me and my plan failed, Tang Yo Chuan and Nangong Shan, he will surely stop at nothing to harm me.
Tang Guizhen knows that too.
He couldn't sway her. He turned around. I understand as long as you don't bother me, sister. She waved her hand in agreement. Just focus on your training. The wandering souls around him chimed in. Although she's a disciple of the Ching Ching Pai, this young lady is very upright. How could Tang Hao Shan and that Nangong woman give birth to such a good child? Hearing them chatter on, he grew annoyed and whacked each of them with his staff. Ow, so noisy! Do you want to become Vang Ling Wan? Suddenly he stared at his hand, confused. A few souls spoke up. Young sect master. Is something wrong? He replied, This feeling is different from before the match. It didn't quite understand. Can you be more specific? He held out his hand and flexed it, explaining, When I use martial arts, I feel a disconnect between my thoughts and actions, like misaligned gears. I thought it was because I wasn't used to the martial art. But now, although there's still a slight disconnect, it's clearly much less. A soul who seemed to know his problem spoke up. I was once a famous instructor in the divine sect. Can I see your body? He agreed. So, all right then. Then the soul flew around. He checked every nook and cranny. He asked, Young sect master, do you know what accumulated gong is? He answered, Accumulated gong, isn't that internal energy? It refuted, the meanings are different. Hearing that, he asked it to explain. Tell me, the soul recounted. The same cultivation method, but depending on one's comprehension, background and personality, each person will accumulate a different type of internal energy. He understood immediately, meaning the cultivator's temperament will be reflected in their internal energy. The soul nodded. That's right. That's also the reason. Why martial arts like the star-sucking great art, which specializes in absorbing others' internal energy, can't significantly enhance one's own internal energy. It continued. Although the young sect master's case is quite special, so I'm not sure. But the accumulated gong, accumulated in Tang Yunhui's body for 17 years, and the accumulated gong that the young sect master has just cultivated, have different properties. That's why you feel that sense of misalignment. He looked at it and spoke. The fact that the sense of misalignment has decreased means that the soul broke out in a sweat and immediately explained. The young sect master's accumulated gong and the accumulated gong of Tang Yunhui are gradually merging, though it's just a guess. Hearing the soul's words, he fell silent. He thought about the current Tang Yunhui and his past life, meaning I have begun to understand and accept Tang Yunhui, to the point where my accumulated gong and his are merging. He began to speculate, because I'm forced to live as Tang Yunhui, so I always thought this was my body. But my subconscious still sees this body as someone else's. Through this match, my thinking has changed. From using martial arts with Tang Yunhui's body, to me using martial arts. He glanced at his older sister and continued. The emotions that I felt when I met Tang Guizhen and Tang Haoshan, the people I only knew through Tang Yun's remnant. Thoughts gradually broke down the wall of separation in my subconscious. Finally, he accepted this possibility and asked the soul, so what is the current fusion rate? It estimated about 40%. He thought again, if this fusion rate increases? As if understanding, he stated the result directly. The young sect master will find it easier to achieve martial arts accomplishments. He understood. Good, that's enough. Then, without hesitation, he began to practice. He held a long staff, practicing as he determined for himself. In the process of cultivating spiritual arts, the fusion between soul and body is also very important. When the fusion rate between the soul of Yunhui and the body of Tang Yunhui is higher, my spiritual power will also gradually recover. Guizhen turned her head to look at him. You're practicing so hard, you must have something on your mind. You've changed so much. I didn't expect you to be so passionate about martial arts and so full of confidence. She turned her head away and continued to think. Although I feel sorry and heartbroken that you had to change. Due to circumstances, but now, you have begun to build your own fortress. And it will become stronger and stronger. But Mother will not sit idly by and wait for your fortress to become strong. Suddenly, something appeared. It made her change her attitude and become wary. A ghost face appeared behind her, baring its teeth and smiling as it warned. Someone's here. Her eyes were cold as she replied to it, as expected. The surrounding scenery was suddenly covered in a hazy mist. All the souls knew what this mist was. Young sect master, this is... He confirmed their guess. Yes, this is Gui Wu. He smiled and remarked, judging by the way you prepared the Ju Sha Du, I guessed you were of the undead element. He smiled confidently and said to the mist, You finally took the bait. Now let's see what kind of fish you are. The fourth swordsman stood on a rooftop, monologuing. It's been a while since I've hunted, as Master predicted. The one behind this bastard uses a rather special kind of necromancy. Then the demonic chi he uses must also be special. The man followed the spider demon to the Tong family residence. The man looked around. The trail on that spider leads here, so the sorcerer must be in here. I'm looking forward to this. With that, the man formed a hand seal and performed some kind of technique. The ancestor's Gui Wu has been set. The moment he performed the technique, a magic circle appeared in the empty courtyard. The white mist also came from it. Gui Wu has the ability to conceal perception. If you combine it with the illusory Gui Wu formation, with that, the man jumped down from the roof, thinking confidently. Then no matter what happens inside, the outside world won't be able to notice. Now where's my prey? Suddenly, the thread leading him to, the spider demon now pointed towards Yunhui. This confused the man. He wondered, why is it linked to the second target, that bastard? As for him, he seemed to be faking confusion, when a sudden mist obscured his vision. Seeing him fumbling, the man didn't believe he was a sorcerer. The man he was looking for, he deduced for himself. Suddenly he wanted to run away. What? The sorcerer didn't directly use necromancy, but controlled the bastard to activate the formation? But he, seeing the fish had taken the bait, gave a sinister smile. What is this mist act? I can't see anything. And the fourth swordsman believed it. The one behind this is even more cunning than I thought. But this bastard is also a target. If I catch him, the one behind him will surely appear. Thinking this, the man slowly walked towards Yunhui. He raised his hand, gathering power, intending to sneak attack. After all, in this Gui Wu, he can't see anything. If you obey me, I will spare you. Suddenly, he saw someone holding a sword, also in the misty Gui Wu, and slowly walked towards him. It made him panic. What, there's another one? That person radiated a calm purple aura, walking like a predator. Before the man could see who it was, Gui Zhen had already closed in on the fourth swordsman. Her face showed an indescribable excitement. She slammed into him with a punch, so hard that they both flew back. She shouted, "Gotcha!" And Yun Hui's face was as if everything was going according to his plan. He smiled. Caught a big fish. Not only did he send the fourth swordsman, but he also used goo worms. A few souls voiced their suspicions. It must be the Hey Goo Gui Goo. But this fourth swordsman seems to have reached the third level. Will the young sect master's plan succeed? Hearing them say that, he put his hand into his robe. He replied while doing so, "A Ching Cheng Taoist? Defeating a Zhongshi of the same level is an easy matter. But the problem is, this Zhongshi is an assassin sent by Nanggong Shan." He sent him. He took out a pill-like object. He threw it into his mouth and continued. Will Tang Gizhen go easy on him? Will she fulfill her duty as a Ching Cheng Taoist to exorcise demons? Now we can only trust in her choice. Sister. As he finished speaking on the other side, Gizhen was holding the head of the fourth swordsman and slamming it hard onto the floor, the ground. He was caught off guard and grabbed her hand to reduce the impact. Even so, he still had enough strength to guess who this person was. This power is the Qi Wen Jian Qi of Ching Cheng, a Ching Cheng Taoist at the Julong branch. At this time must be Lady Tang Guizhen. Why is she here? She let him go and stepped back. But because my master has a connection with Nanggong, so he didn't fight back immediately and held up his hand to stop her. Lady Tang Guizhen. Wait, listen to me. What? Do I have to listen to you guys? Of course, she gave him no chance. She jumped up and closed in again. Gizhen slashed at him repeatedly. She even cursed at him, "Die, you filthy Zhongshi!" But he didn't fight back and just blocked with his hand. He was beaten back. His hands trembled from blocking the blows. Damn it, my nemesis! At this point, he was still weighing the pros and cons. If I strike Tang Gizhen, then even if I achieve my goal, I will also lose my deal with the Nanggong benefactor. At that point, Master will be furious and I will be tortured. Seeing him hesitate, Guizhen asked, "What are you waiting for?" With that, she performed a Ching Cheng technique. Sword technique, 4 moons light. Sword. The move unleashed a large number of slashes at once, and he took them all. He cried out in pain and she taunted him. "Why are you just standing there?" He began to realize his current situation. Her slashes inflicted great damage on him. If this continues, I'll die. He slid back. He held his wound and thought, "If I had known this would happen," he said to her, "I was going to go easy on you, because you are the daughter of the Nanggong benefactor." This made her face go blank. He continued, "It's all because you wouldn't listen to me." Then he tore off the white bandages wrapped around his hands. His body gradually grew larger, and blades sprouted from his hands. His legs and even his body were reinforced with a layer of black armor. This is his Nether Ghost Curse Ghost Art state. Gizhen was extremely small at this moment. She was covered by his shadow. Even she was starting to sense the danger now. Without hesitation, the man used his bladed hand and swung a powerful blow at Gizhen, but she managed to raise her sword to block it in time. The man roared. "If you had just obediently backed down, wouldn't it have been better for both of us?" But she couldn't hear him, because at this moment she was struggling to block his attack. She told herself, "Don't waver, Tang Gizhen. I already know Mother is behind this. Capture this man and interrogate him." Her eyes showed determination. "I will stop Mother from continuing down the wrong path." She raised her sword and slashed back. The man realized and dodged the demonic chi. Her action infuriated the man. He raised his fist. "Damn it! If only this girl wasn't so stubborn." But he missed. She had escaped. The man didn't rush, thinking, "Even with the Phantom Ghost Tomb formation, we are still in danger of being discovered by the main Wind Squad. But moreover, the sorcerer behind, it can also join this battle at any time. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for me, although the Gui Wu will be broken. But I must take the risk. After all, my target is that bastard sun." At this moment, the goo bird he controlled was flying in the sky. It was screeching loudly. A soul noticed and said, "Young sect master, the living Zhongshi has stopped withdrawing its Gui Wu." He looked at the goo bird and replied, "Yes, he's finally using the living Zhongshi. I was getting bored waiting." "Ah," Soul agreed. "It would have been better if he had controlled the living Zhongshi to attack us. But the fourth swordsman came here." Then the goo bird swooped down, screeching. It opened its wide mouth, intending to bite off his head, but he remained calm, making a racket at the middle of the night. His eyes turned purple. He ordered, "Bow your head." At the same time, he performed the Ching-Chang sword technique. 4 Moon's light sword. The bird was hit. It shrieked and flew past him. It crashed straight into the ground. He looked back at it. It had bowed so hard it hurt, and was buried in the ground. He said helplessly, "No, I didn't tell you to ram it that hard." The souls gathered around and teased it. Good thing its neck didn't break, but goo worms are really tough. How much material and time did it take to create one? And yet you dare to attack the young master. Hearing them say kill, he found it annoying. "You're making too much of a mess." With that, he turned and praised the bird with a very villainous expression. "You're good." "Wake up, you fool!" The goo worm cried out in fear. With that, he gave it a choice. "I'll give you a choice. Choose. Do you want to fight him or fight me?" As he said this, his face wore a crazed and sinister smile. It shrieked and jumped away. Finally, the goo worm, still valuing its life, chose the 4th swordsman. This confused the man. "What? Why did you choose me?" It directed its hostility towards the man. "Have I lost control of the goo worm? Could it be that the sorcerer is so powerful that he can steal control of the goo worm from the ancestor? More dangerous is that the sorcerer is hiding somewhere nearby. I have to run." Thinking this, a cry came from behind him. "Deadly, you're distracted." "I want to slash you." She said it as if asking for permission, but without waiting for it. She slashed anyway. A sword slash flashed past. The 4th swordsman screamed in pain. His left arm was severed from his body. He thought, "My left arm? I have to quickly regain my posture." He held his wound and wondered, why did she only cut my left arm? He turned and asked her, "What is this?" She could have killed me right then. Could it be that she's going easy on me because of the Nangong benefactor? She lowered her head and refuted. "Impossible, I will tear you to pieces so you will regret it." Then she looked up, a sinister smile on her face, and said, "I will slowly save you." He couldn't believe it and roared, "Damn it! Is that the face of a Taoist who saves others?" Just then, the goo bird flew past again, scratching him 3 times on the face. "That damned bird!" He turned his head to look at it and cursed. At this moment, Gui Zhen had a new idea. "I don't know why that water Zhang is spitting. Gui Wu is doing this to him. But if I remove the remaining Gui Wu..." She got into a stance, wanting to perform a technique. Heaven and Earth Annihilation Gate. Iron Fist breaks steel. A series of sword chi from her slashed out towards him. The man blocked with his hand, but at the same time, the white mist was also blown away by the sword. It surprised the man. Huh? The Nether Ghost Curse Ghost Art's power has been dispelled. He returned to his original form. Seeing the situation was not good, he glanced at his left arm. "I have to find a way to escape. Hurry before the Gui Wu completely disappears." Thinking this, the man held out his hand, intending to perform some technique. He suppressed the technique, creating a wind to distract her. Then he quickly jumped toward his left arm. She chased after him. "Where do you think you're going?" The man waited until she got close to his left arm, then silently shouted, "Explode!" Then an explosion occurred. She was also within the range, but she managed to block it. She was only slightly scratched. The man smiled, holding a hidden weapon, but she leaped up and closed in on him, thrusting her sword forward. But the moment the sword touched him, he crushed the hidden weapon. Her sword didn't stab him, but a puff of smoke. She said, "He escaped." It seems Huyer's plan was successful. She looked up, her face calm, going back in time a little. When the white mist appeared, she already knew and warned him. "Huyer, be careful, that's sorcery." But he smiled and asked her, "Sister, can you do me a favor?" Then he presented her with his idea. "You want me to not kill that living Zhang Shi?" She asked again, unsure. He nodded. "That's right, I need to get information from him." He explained. "This man infiltrated the Tang family's estate and used Gui Wu. He is certainly a powerful individual who can also use formations." She understood. "A formation. Then," he continued, "that's right. If he feels he's in danger, he will use a teleportation talisman. Furthermore, with my current strength, I can't defeat him when he has already set up a formation here. But if you can lure him out of the formation, I will find the person behind the Zhang Shi who dared to infiltrate the Julong branch." After hearing the plan, she asked him, "Huyer, if I do as you say, then this Zhang Shi is an assassin sent by my mother. What if I do as my mother wishes?" He stood up, leaning on his staff, and replied, "I'll just be a loser in this game." "That's the Tang family, isn't it?" He looked at her with understanding eyes. Seeing this expression, she was startled. Then she remembered how he had been treated. The Tang family, she thought. for Huir, who has suffered so much. The Tang family is just a place full of deceit and betrayal. What? Returning to reality? She was still lost in thought. But the Tang family is more than that. Huir will understand. And to do that, I must... A cry cut her off. It was from the goo bird. The foolish one has betrayed its side and is raising its wings. It even screeched to greet her. She turned to look at it, stunned. Huh? That water Zhongshi at this moment is still alive? With that, she looked at it as if it were a meal and smiled knowingly, making it gasp. It screamed. Outside the Tang family residence, a figure moved swiftly, as if running, fleeing from something. It was the fourth swordsman. After a while of causing trouble, he escaped outside. He trembled, gritting his teeth. Damn it, the target has escaped! Even if I can replace my arm. But losing the goo, worm, and the increased vigilance of the Julong branch, Master will not forgive me. With that, he tilted his head back and roared, Damn it! It's all because of that damned girl! Suddenly a voice came from behind him. If you want to rest, you should go further away. How dare you rest right in front of the estate's gate? He jumped back, wary. What? They've caught up? Seeing clearly that the person who arrived was Yun Hui, the man had a different thought. That bastard. Why are you here? Have you been following me? How? Is it because of the sorcerer behind him? If he can steal the goo worm, he can also find the life gate of the illusory Gui Wu formation. Anyway, this is a good opportunity. Thinking this, the man smiled, thinking he was easy to deal with. If I catch this bastard, I can find out the identity of the sorcerer and get back. The goo worm. Suddenly he saw him, slowly radiating a terrifying, evil aura. It seems that sorcerer also gave him a little demon for self-defense. But this aura, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. His eyes turned purple. He smiled and asked him, Nangong Shanying, what is she doing? A member of the Nangong family, colluding with the Heigu Guigu? His words startled the man. How did you know? Take a guess, he said, radiating a purple-black aura. At this moment, the man could only stammer, You. Then suddenly he broke out in a cold sweat, as if seeing something. Wait a minute. That is a black aura, surrounding him, gradually condensing into a battle robe. It had a hood and a demon mask. Seeing it, the fourth swordsman shouted loudly, The demon battle robe! He praised the man. It seems you're not as ignorant as you look. The demon battle robe. 15 ago. Everyone in the Heiguguigu knew about it. That is the demonic tool that the little demon Yan Yunhui always used when he went on a rampage. The man realized, so that evil chi is a demon spirit? Then he shouted at him, How can someone like you possess such a thing? He didn't bother to answer and just looked at the man as if he were already dead. Do you think that person will answer your question? I have many questions for you. The man was defiant. You think I'll talk? He held out his hand. Of course you won't talk now. Then he made a gesture as if grasping his prey in his hand. He calmly announced to the man, Let's chat after you're dead. Let's have a heart-to-heart. The fourth swordsman assessed the situation. If he really is the young sect master, then he will fight to the death. Yun Hui clenched his fist, preparing to strike. Seeing the purple light enveloping his body, the man was on high alert. Here it comes! He didn't forget to focus on it to find out if it was a spiritual technique or the power of a demon king. In a flash, he had teleported close to the fourth swordsman. The punch came so fast that he didn't have time to react. What? As soon as he realized it was a martial art, his face was already caved in by a punch. The man was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere as he crashed into a tree. His body was stuck to it, but in an instant he had broken free. Then he began to regain his senses. He wiped his nose while calculating. That was the secret technique of the Julong branch, the Chongfeng Wu. The man was extremely surprised. He didn't use sorcery but martial arts. As if he knew something, he gave a sly smile. He pointed and declared, Ha! That's right. You're not the young sect master. The young sect master doesn't know martial arts. Moreover, he is a monster. Who can crush a fourth swordsman like me with just a flick of his hand? He just kept blabbering on. Even if you learned the young sect master's moves, somehow, Yu Tao didn't notice. A spiritual technique was about to appear behind him. The spiritual technique attacked him, but he managed to escape quickly. Seeing this, the fourth swordsman immediately knew. This is the Jin Gu Suo. This is a demonic tool created by the young sect master. Yun Hui had just performed the move. He said with a look of pity, Missed. Then he didn't forget to praise him. Monster? A genius is more like it. The man looked at the man in front of him. He wondered, is he really the young sect master? How is he still alive and how does he know martial arts? Seeing the fourth swordsman's confusion, he asked, "Are you confused?" He said as he walked towards the man, "You're hesitating, not knowing if I'm him or not." Yun-Hui looked at him as if he were trash and said, "But do you have time to think?" Seeing the situation was not good, he immediately planned. "If this continues, the main win squad and that girl will come. But I can't just run away like this." The more he thought, the more confused he became. If he knows our identities, I have to silence him at all costs. But if he really is the young sect master, Yun-Hui wondered, why aren't you acting yet? He didn't forget to jeer. Nowadays, they even allow people as weak as you to become a fourth swordsman? Seeing you bring a goo worm with you, I thought you were useless. Hearing that, his pride was wounded. He gritted his teeth and said, "What did you say?" Yun-Hui sneered contemptuously. "Or should I go back? I was going to get us some more information, but it seems this guy doesn't know anything." Hearing this, he trembled with anger and could only say, You come here!" He was truly furious and performed a spiritual technique, saying, "I'll make you regret it. Even if I have to burn my life force." A white light radiated from around him. In an instant, he had charged towards Yun-Hui. When he saw the fourth swordsman make his move, he just let out a soft sigh. "So you're finally going to fight?" The speed at which he had just charged had pierced through even the dust and smoke. When his hand reached his face, he had already guessed at his plan. "It seems you're trying to buy time to run back to the estate," he thought to himself. "It would be a shame if you ran away in fear. I would be in trouble. I need to test the things that I couldn't use in the match against Tang Qingzhen." But just like that, at the speed of light, he charged down the mountain. He crashed straight into it, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. When he stopped, he saw there was no body, but only a shadow. He panted and said, "Damn it! I was too excited, so I forgot to bring his body back." The fourth swordsman grabbed the shadow. He said, "This guy talks as much as the young sect master. What an annoying guy." As he sighed in relief, "Finally I can rest easy." Then a hand appeared and grabbed his. He grabbed Yun-Hui's wrist and said, "After using all your spiritual techniques, you should run further away and rest." This confused the fourth swordsman. "My attack was completely useless?" He squeezed his wrist and said, "With that power, how are you going to bring my body back?" Seeing this power, he thought to himself, "Is that really the young sect master's demon battle robe?" He tried to pull his hand back, unable to believe his eyes. "No, impossible!" He didn't give up. He used a spiritual technique to attack him again. The attack was extremely fierce, he thought. My attack enhanced by my demonic essence. Those attacks had no effect. How is Yun-Hui unharmed? He was running out of patience and asked, "When can I turn you into a Zhongshi?" He swung a punch and cursed, "You damn brat!" The punch was thrown towards Yun-Hui, but the punch was caught by him. He said, "I have tested the defensive capabilities of the demon battle robe." He used a purple light spiritual technique once again. It enveloped Yun-Hui's fist. Now it's time to test its offensive capabilities. He punched the fourth swordsman in the stomach. By inertia, he was sent flying 1,000 meters away. He crashed into a dense thicket of trees, dust, and smoke billowing. He lay on the ground, calculating. "What? That last attack? I was sure of it." The man lay there, sneering. "This guy is weaker than me." His attacks. "I can't inflict a fatal wound on him. I just need to hold out until the demon battle robe's effect wears off. I will win." Yun-Hui walked over to him and asked, "What are you laughing at? Do you think my attacks are too weak? You think you just have to wait until the demon battle robe's effect wears off and you'll win?" He looked at the man like he was an insect and continued. "Didn't you notice that I know you are a Zhongshi of the Hay, Gu and still dared to pursue you? Do you think I came here unprepared? Are you a Zhongshi so your brain is waterlogged?" A fourth swordsman, not to be outdone, sat up and retorted, "Do you think you can rely solely on the demon battle robe to make a difference?" He gritted his teeth and said, "If you're prepared, then show me." Before the demon battle robe's effect wears off, next was a cat-and-mouse game. The Zhongshi was very fast, but Yun-Hui was even faster. That's an illusion technique. Yun-Hui moved so fast that he couldn't react in time. He kicked him from behind, a painful blow. Then he teleported away as fast as a mouse. Seeing that it was ineffective, Yun-Hui thought to himself, "It seems I still underestimated you." Still not enough to break through the defenses of the fourth swordsman? He landed on the ground, thinking there was still much to do. Yun-Hui created a white tiger spiritual technique, feeling a pang of regret. But I should end this. Even though he was about to be attacked, that Zhongshi still screamed, "Haven't you realized yet?" While blocking the spiritual technique, he said, "You can't hurt me." He brushed past him, performing a higher-level spiritual technique. The man declared proudly, "It's just an itch. Unlike your demon battle robe, my body has no time limit. Feel free to attack. I'll return it to you twofold." Just as he touched the ground, he turned his back on him. He said, "I was worried you would dodge and drag out the fight." Then he turned to face the man. "But I didn't expect you to be so foolish as to stand there and take the blows." Is a Zhongshu's brain really waterlogged? As for the Zhongshu, he was still confident in his strength. "What nonsense are you spouting? How much longer can you talk big?" Before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of syrup. He clutched his chest, not expecting this situation. This is a symptom of poisoning." "How can my Zhongshu body be poisoned?" Yunhui explained, "If it were ordinary poison, it wouldn't have worked." The fourth swordsman looked at his body and speculated. "Could it be spirit poison?" He said, "Thanks to you standing still and taking the hits. I have injected spirit poison all over your body. Enjoy it." He cursed while grabbing the spirit. "Damn spirits! How dare you gnaw on my body? Begone! Begone!" The bones inside his body began to rot, and then was obliterated. Spirits crawled out from inside his body, causing his body to ache. A fate worse than death. It made the man collapse, kneeling on the ground. Han sat on the ground, his whole body smoking. In front of him was Yunhui. He was like the king of hell, about to sentence him to death. The man still hadn't given up and asked, "Let me ask you one last thing. Are you the young sect master?" He looked at him for a moment. Then he sat down opposite him and explained, "Hey, I said it wasn't the end." Then he pulled out a chain. Seeing this, the man trembled. "Golden ancient lock. Could it be?" "No." Yunhui returned to his original form. He respectfully bowed and said, "Elders, I'll be on my way now." Then he turned and walked away, not forgetting to add, "Teach this new recruit well." The elders' eyes were filled with killing, intent as they looked at the Zhongshu. "As you command." And Yunhui silently walked out of the forest. Yunhui scratched his head, walking through the forest. He told himself, "It's still not easy." He held up his trembling hand and looked at it. "Maybe because my martial arts haven't reached an instinctive level. So it's hard for me to perform formations or spiritual techniques that require preparation time. I have to improve the speed of my spiritual technique casting while getting used to martial arts." Yunhui clenched his fists with determination. More things to do. Suddenly, a strange feeling came over him. He thought to himself right away, "Someone is watching me." His eyes turned towards the window of that tall tower. He wondered, who is it? Where are they? He recognized the middle-aged man. "Tang Haoshan," Yunhui mumbled with a cold expression on his face. "Even though you're a cunning Tang family member, you can't just stand there and watch me like that." He furrowed his brow, feeling a chill. "Although the distance is quite far, so he can't see clearly what I'm doing, but definitely not. He saw me fight the intruder." Amazing. But from a distance, Tang Gizhen ran over calling, "Huier!" Yunhui replied, "Ah, sister." "Why are you here?" Then he froze, staring at his sister. Gizhen dragged the goo worm with her, an innocent look on her face, and asked, "Are you hurt?" "What happened?" He jumped back in surprise. "I'm fine, but sister, that thing is—" Gizhen held up the thing in her hand and replied, "I thought I could get some information from it. I was going to cut its wings so it couldn't escape, but I didn't expect it to be so tough that I couldn't cut it. So I gave it a beating." Seeing this, Yunhui thought, "It seems I have to be careful not to anger my older sister. A disciple of Qing Cheng shows no mercy to evil demons. Heretic." Then he suddenly bowed. "Ah, but I let him escape. I'm sorry for missing the opportunity you created." Guizhen waved her hand and said, No, it's fine. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." Then she squeezed the goo worm and spoke. "As long as I beat this water Zhongshu, I can find their hideout." It seemed to understand human language. The goo worm slipped out of her hand and quickly hid behind, Yunhui letting out a cry. Seeing this, Guizhen was surprised. "Huh? It's still alive?" The goo worm trembled and cried, pulling on Yunhui's clothes. He knelt down and analyzed, "With this size, it's hard for me to bring it into the Julong branch." Hearing this, the goo worm was horrified. It immediately flew up, transforming from its adult form into a tiny round ball of fluff. Yunhui looked at it in surprise. "Oh, you can use sorcery too?" He suddenly noticed something. This is... Then he turned and said to Guizhen, "First, I'll take it too." The White Palace. "You're tired too, sister, so you should go and rest." She was silent and didn't reply. For a moment, then she still smiled cheerfully. "All right. The intruder has also escaped, so I should go back too. You should go and rest too." Seeing this, he replied, "Yes." Guizhen turned and left. Her face became determined, with her own hidden meaning. At this moment, a question echoed in the room. So, that old man, the white-bone necromancer, is your master? The soul of the fourth swordsman knelt before Yunhui and hurriedly replied, Yes, that's right. So he said, That old man is also here? I haven't seen him in a long time. The fourth swordsman immediately looked up and asked, It seems you know my master? No, white-bone necromancer. Yunhui crossed his arms and replied casually, Yea, you could say that. He remembered his past life. I learned sorcery from him. But it only took me a month to learn everything. At that time, he even looked smug. Really? But the white-bone necromancer was dumbfounded. 100 years of cultivation, Yunhui analyzed accordingly. There's also the Qinggu Haoshang, Chigu Xiegu, and Liugubugui. 4 of the 12 black ghosts of the Heigu Guigu are hiding near Julong County and plotting something? He propped his chin up and pondered. The 4 elders of the Hei Guguigu are near Julong County. What at this time? There's only one reason. For them to be interested in Julong County. The ceremony to welcome the Shadow Lord. That is the establishment of a new Shadow Guard squad by the Shadow Lord, Tang Manhwa, one of the 10 great masters, at the head of the demonic sect. They can't just stand by and watch as the defensive wall of Sichuan is reinforced. Usually they would plant spies in the Shadow Guard squad, or find a way to reduce the squad's size. But if that's all, then there's no need for 4 elders of the Heigu Guigu, especially their involvement with Nangong Shan Ying, the first madam of the branch, who comes from the Nangong family, shows that they are preparing a bigger conspiracy. Yunhui thought of a place full of danger. The Society of Mortal Shell-Shedders currently holds control over the Tianmo Shenjiao. If they have strengthened the power of the Tianmo Shenjiao, then the reckless plans of the past could become a reality. 2 white chess pieces are stacked on a blood-red stain. With the comment, that reckless plan, Yunhui voiced his suspicion. Are they planning to assassinate the Shadow Lord? The souls immediately rushed in to scold him. You foolish Zhangshi! With just 4 elders of the Heigu Guigu, do you think you can stand against the 3 grandmasters? Even the sect masters of the 9 great demonic sects couldn't possibly. Even the 3 uncles, one of the 10 great masters, made the 4th swordsman struggle to defend himself. It wasn't me. Yunhui crossed his arms helplessly and shouted, Quiet! Then continued. That's right, so they're just the vanguard. Right? The 4th swordsman replied. I don't know the details, but I heard there will be reinforcements from the Heavenly Mountains. He was surprised. Heavenly Mountains? Isn't that the society? Yunhui immediately called for number 15. The kneeling 4th swordsman hurriedly accepted his new title. Soul 15. Yunhui asked, You don't know anything about the society? The man replied, Little. A little demon is ignorant and does not know which society the young master speaks of. Yunhui propped his chin up and said, All right then. Then he analyzed it. It seems even the 4th swordsman of the Heigu Guigu doesn't know anything about the society. Then I have to capture the white bone necromancer to get information. He thought of the image of the white bone necromancer smiling slyly and his residence. But with my current strength, not only can I not defeat the white bone necromancer, but I would also be beaten to a pulp in his evil lair of his art. Then Yunhui stood up. After all, I can only get this much information from number 15. Suddenly, someone burst through the door and shouted, Young Master Yunhui, are you all right? Yunhui gave a simple greeting. Oh, Martial Master. Tang-kun pointed out the door, flustered, and explained. The branch master wants to see you, so I came here, but what's with this front yard? Yunhui asked back. The front yard? The soul flew over and tattled. He's probably talking about the mark of the battle between you and your older sister. He immediately reassured his master. Calm down. I'll tell you on the way. I didn't do it. Yunhui also told himself. With the help of Tang-kun and the Jing Feng-ge, perhaps things will be easier. Until he went out into the yard and saw the figure in the moonlight, Yunhui found it difficult. But to resolve this, branch master of the Julong branch, Tang Haoshan, I have to see how much he knows and act accordingly. Seeing his son approaching, Haoshan turned around. Yunhui bowed his head in greeting. Tang Yunhui of the White Palace greets you. Branch master, Haoshan repeated his words. Branch master? In the second martial arts arena in front of everyone, you can call me that. But even when it's just the 2 of us, you still keep your distance? Yunhui replied without hesitation. It's been a long time since I've seen you, so I'm a little flustered. This made Tang-kun jump in surprise. He quickly whispered, No, are you crazy? I've praised you to the master, and you're ruining your own image. Yunhui sneered and whispered, Oh, did the martial master praise me a lot? Ah, how embarrassing. He gritted his teeth in anger. Ah, what are you joking about? He continued. Martial master. You just wait and see. Yun Hui turned back to look at Hao Shan. He said, if this is a merit evaluation, to reward the defeat of the intruder, then it shouldn't be held in secret like this. At the same time, he silently speculated. Hao Shan didn't call me here out of fatherly love. But to see how much we know about this, Hao Shan approached and said indifferently, it seems you know why I called you here. Yun Hui was serious. It seems the branch master already knows the identity of the intruder. Ah, and the first madam's involvement as well, Hao Shan continued, because it's related to the upcoming family head welcoming ceremony. Hearing this, he immediately guessed. Of course, you already knew about the plot to assassinate the Shadow Lord. He bowed his head slightly and said, you're not surprised to hear me say that, which means you already knew about this. I heard you've changed a lot, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Internal energy, insight, and strategy are not things that can be achieved in 1 or 2 years. To Hao Shan at this moment, Yun Hui was like a giant python that had already charged forward. Just like his comment, you have been hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. You have deceived me for so many years. How cunning. Truly a member of the Tang sect. Yun Hui bowed his head. I'm very grateful for your compliment. He thought to himself, although it seems sarcastic, but it's a great compliment for a Tang family member. I'm getting used to this. Hao Shan's low growl startled him. But don't cross the line. He tensed up and repeated, cross the line? Hao Shan instructed. I will not interfere. In anything that happens between you and Shan, he's in the estate. But don't touch the people behind her. Yun Hui was confused and asked himself, you let your wife and children fight in the house, but you won't let me touch outsiders? What is this cunning man plotting? Then he still replied, yes, I understand. A thought ran through his head. Anyway, it's hard for me to attack the white bone right now. Hao Shan brushed past him and said, then I'm done talking. You can go. Yun Hui spoke up. Before you go, you should reward me for catching the intruder, right? He turned his head, puzzled. Reward? You're deliberately trying to keep me here. You must need something that you can't get on your own. Tell me what you want. Yun Hui answered without hesitation. I want to go into the Guai Di Lin to train. He patted his stomach. In the harsh environment of the Guai Di Lin, a place teeming with poisonous insects and demonic beasts, I can quickly recover the spiritual power of my past life. Hao Shan considered. The Guai Di Lin? Then he shook his head. Only the family head has the authority to grant others entry. But it's not a sure thing. Hearing this, Yun Hui couldn't help but be disappointed. Is that so? A click in his head. This plan has also failed. Suddenly, Hao Shan put his hand in his robe and said, in that case. A pair of pinkish-red wings were held out in front of him. He looked at the blood butterfly in Hao Shan's hand and said, take this. Tang Kun cried out in alarm. Master? Master, that thing is... Hao Shan calmly reassured him. Calm down, Kun. The man was still a little hesitant. But... Seeing this, Yun Hui was confused and thought, what is that thing? What is it that makes the martial master so flustered? He looked at the blood butterfly and assessed it. It just looks like a decorative item. Hao Shan asked, don't you like it? Yun Hui replied, no, it's not that. He complained silently. You're radiating killing intent, preventing me from getting close. And you still ask if I like it? Do you mean I should use a different method? He ordered the floating fourth swordsman. Go, soul number 15. It hurriedly flew towards it. He replied, as you command. The blood butterfly moved, surprising Hao Shan. Then it flew out of his hand. Seeing this, Tang Kun's jaw dropped. The butterfly fluttered towards Yun Hui and landed in his hand. Hao Shan silently observed for a moment. He turned and walked away, declaring, it's yours now. He also called out, let's go, Kun! The man's expression immediately changed. Yes, master, he replied. Yun Hui watched the two figures fade into the distance. He turned back to look at the tool in his hand, wondering, what in the world is that Tang family guy? The souls spoke up one by one. It looks like an expensive decorative item. It could be a Tang family hidden weapon. He angrily squeezed the souls. Who asked for your opinion? Follow me. The souls quickly flew away in fear. Yun Hui gritted his teeth in anger, but he didn't forget to leave behind a few words. As you command. On this side, Tang Kun was still wondering. Master, are you all right? Aren't you very fond of the blood butterfly? Hao Shan looked up and explained. That's right, but the Kuang Feng Dui has been disbanded and the Julong branch has also been established for 25 years. Moreover, Huyer said he wants to inherit the Kuang Feng. Tang Kun nodded as if he understood. Therefore, you gave the blood butterfly to young master Yun Hui? but in his heart the man was hesitant. Master still has regrets. About what he couldn't do with the Kuang Feng Dui? Hao Shan explained clearly. I showed it to the other 2 children. But Jenner and Yu Chang weren't interested in it. But Huier somehow got the defect. I was going to give him the real thing, but the souls in the distance were still secretly listening to Hao Shan's conversation. So I think that boy can discover the secret of the blood spot. Yun Hui looked at the blood butterfly and asked, You said that? I didn't expect you to think of that. He continued, Did he say anything else? A soul replied, Yes. But according to what those 2 Tang family members said, it is a treasure. Suddenly a voice cut in. Young sect master. Soul number 15 must still be attached to the butterfly. He spoke weakly. This iron lock consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Every time it moves. From what I can see, it's a demonic tool. Yun Hui crossed his arms and looked at it suspiciously. This is a demonic tool? What? He ordered number 15 out. Let me check. He propped his chin up and poured a little spiritual energy into the blood butterfly, contemptuously. After all, it's a Tang family item, not specialized in spiritual energy. Even if it absorbs spiritual energy, it won't be much. Suddenly, the blood butterfly spread its wings, cutting off the source of spiritual energy. This left everyone stunned and full of questions. Veins popped out on his face, showing his anger. Yun Hui unleashed spiritual energy through his hands to pour into the blood butterfly. You dare to resist me? The blood butterfly lay still, absorbing the spiritual energy. Suddenly, the source of spiritual energy vanished. Everyone fell silent again. So that night, in the main hall, Yun Hui's determined voice echoed. Then I will face this way until morning. He lay on the bed. He held his face and sighed. I've lost sleep over the blood butterfly. If I can't solve it, I'll just leave it. He rubbed his neck, thinking, Whitebone Windmaster will surely make his next move. After the attack failed, he recalled Hao Shan's words from last night. Don't go too far, he reminded himself. But I can't act. Thoughtlessly because of Tang Hao Shan's warning, he poured tea as he pondered. How can I thwart the old man Whitebone's plan without being discovered by Tang Hao Shan? There certainly isn't an easy way like that. I have to search slowly. Suddenly, a small version of the goo worm flew up in front of Yun Hui. He looked at the small goo worm in front of him and realized, the goo worm, I'd forgotten about it. It's a gift from heaven, Yun Hui thought. Looking at the innocent-looking creature in front of him, he assessed it. Although the goo worm is a powerful water jiangshi, but it's not strong enough to fight multiple fourth swordsmen. I have to make it stronger. Yun Hui clenched his fist, squeezing it until blood flowed out. The red liquid pooled in his hand. I will use my blood as a medium, and use the evil spirit eye to transmit information about the Demon King into a special medicine. People call it Demon King's blood. A spirit pill had been formed. The souls were surprised and spoke up one by one. This is the legendary Demon King's blood. I wish I could be like him. Don't lose face like that. We're spirits, what's the point of saving face? Looking at the greedy expressions of the elders, Yun Hui told himself, it contains information about the Demon King, so, for the Demon King's subordinates, it is an extremely precious spiritual medicine. Yun Hui held the spirit pill in front of the goo worm and said, Do you want to eat it? It chirped happily a few times, but he poured a bucket of cold water on it. Why should I give you something so good? Yun Hui smiled slyly and offered a condition. The places where the He Gu raises its water jiangshi. If you tell me their locations, I can give you... Will you tell me? The goo worm quickly nodded its head. He gave it the Demon King's blood pill as a reward. Good. Eat it. After eating, the goo worm seemed to regain its strength. A blinding light emanated from its chest. Feathers sprouted from its wings. Its head became more streamlined. The souls exclaimed in surprise, The goo worm's state! It has completely transformed. The goo worm appeared in a new form, more skilled and powerful. Seeing it radiate a great energy, Yun Hui remarked. This demonic beast is the ancient, omen of the rise of the legendary demon man. He smiled with amusement. How does it feel to be reborn? This body is much better than that spider's. One soul's hand raised. The soul of the old demon in the beast's body cried out. This. The other souls asked, Elder Huan, you're still not dead? Elder Huan immediately questioned, Young sect master, why did you... Yun Hui held up 3 fingers and replied, For 3 reasons. He recalled the battle at the White Bone's lair. Necromancer, first as a reward for your loyalty. Those I have defeated always curse me before they die, but you are different. That is also the second reason. You hope that I will protect your daughter. Hearing this, the old man was startled. That... He sat with his arms crossed, looking at the old man, and continued. How can I protect your daughter when I haven't even seen her face? I don't even know her name. Yun-hui smirked. Don't lie to me. Go find her yourself. With your own 2 hands. The demon was moved upon hearing that. Before he could be touched for long, the young man gave a sly smile again. It made everyone afraid. The third reason is, spirits are more obedient than those birds. The demon pleaded silently. Don't say the third reason. Then the old man bowed his head and spoke. I thought I had been freed from my shackles, but it seems I can't escape the young sect master. The old man remembered playing with his daughter. I have lost my wife and my only precious daughter. Was my only reason for living. Ever since the celestial fox spirit kidnapped her, my life has had no meaning. In the end, I betrayed the sect master and the young sect master, but I still couldn't protect my daughter. But now I have another chance. The old man shouted, Old demon! I swear my loyalty to the young sect master. The old man's soul clasped its hands and bowed its head, speaking. This old demon's soul will devote itself to the young sect master, and my fate will be decided by you. Then Yun-hui asked, Do you still remember the goo worm's memories? You know where they are being raised, don't you? The demonic beast exuded determination and said, If the young sect master commands, I will fly there immediately, and use my new claws and beak to tear them to shreds. Hearing this, Yun-hui gave a serious order. Good old demon, destroy those breeding grounds, and let the traitors know of the divine sect's return. The old man replied, As you command. Yun-hui watched the old man leap through the door. Feathers fell, trailing a stream of thoughts. When the ancient attacks, the breeding grounds, White Bone will no longer pay attention to me. I've bought some time. Claws and beak! The carriage stopped in front of the residence. Shan Ying entered wearily. Traveling all night is so tiring. She saw a neatly folded piece of paper on the table. She thought, Wu Ying's report. The corner of the letter is even folded. It seems to be urgent. Reading the contents of the letter, she panicked. Yu Chang fought that bastard? And that bastard won? Moreover, he even fought Guizhen to a draw. My Guizhen right in front of the branch master. What is going on? Just then, Guizhen stood at the door and called out loudly, Mother! A girl asked, Where have you been? She forced a smile. Jenner, at this hour, what's up? I had something urgent to attend to, Guizhen asked. Something you can't tell me about? She growled. Last night, a Zhongshi broke into the Yulong branch. It was targeting higher. Shanying panicked. What? Something so terrible happened last night? She gritted her teeth and thought. It seems the one I met yesterday has already dealt with that bastard, although being discovered is something I didn't want. But Guizhen said in a serious tone, So I defeated that Zhongshi. Shanying panicked and screamed, What? She grabbed her by the shoulders and asked, Why was it you? Are you hurt? She replied softly, I'm fine. That assassin hesitated when he mentioned you. Hearing this, she quickly withdrew her hands. What? Shan Ying silently gritted her teeth. What kind of work do those useless sorcerers do? She explained, flustered. Jenner, everything I do is for you and Yu Chang. That bastard is an obstacle in your path. She lowered her face and asked, Do you hate Huier that much? Guizhen's expression changed, filled with anger. I am a disciple of Qing Cheng, and yet you used a Zhongshi to deal with him? She panicked. That... She turned and walked away, disappointed. If you don't stop, I will stop you. She gave Shan Ying a threatening look. She trembled with despair, holding on to Guizhen. Jenner! Shan Ying knelt down, holding her head in resentment. Why don't you understand me? She wailed with grief. Why are you like this? Shan Ying's scream echoed throughout the room. It's all because of that bastard's son. I should have gotten rid of him a long time ago. Shan Ying's eyes were bloodshot with hatred. She silently decided, I have to go to the shrine immediately. That's the only way to save Jenner. At this time, Tang Kun and Yun Hui were strolling through the market. The man exclaimed, You're really bold. You were attacked last night, and yet you dare to leave the estate today. He was annoyed. If you want to nag, then go back. The man insisted, But the master has given his orders. Yun Hui also retorted, Then stop nagging. Standing in front of a magnificent house, he asked, So this is the place? Tang Kun replied, Yes, this is the Luban workshop. Yun Hui thought to himself, The god of technology and craftsmanship of Taoism. He dares to take the title of Master Cheng Xian. How confident. Tang Kun entered and asked an employee in the shop, Is the senior in? A person saw him and replied, Ah, Manfeng Knight. Master is inside. From inside, a man parted the curtain and shouted, What? Has the young colt arrived? Tang Kun still called out, Senior, are you there? Let me introduce you. This is the master of the Luban workshop, Grandmaster Tang. Yun Hui bowed politely. It's an honor to meet you. Senior, I am... But the man interrupted him. You're the second son of that rigid guy? He was flustered. Yes, I am Tang Yunhui, he wondered to himself. He knew Tang Haoshan from the time of the Kuang Feng Dui, and yet he calls him that rigid guy? Grandmaster Tang turned to Tang Kun and said, Young colt, you didn't just come here to greet me. The man smiled and said, Young Master Yunhui wants me to make something. He sighed. I'm very busy. He pointed to the table next to him. You're probably not satisfied with the items from the Julong branch, so you came here. Just give me the design, then you can go. I have a lot of orders. Yunhui looked in that direction and thought, that's right. The Tang family members will definitely want to inspect their weapons before the Shadow Lord arrives. If it weren't for Tang Kun, I would have been kicked out for sure. But never mind that. He happily presented the design. Senior, my design is quite complex, so I need to explain it to you, Tang. Grandmaster turned back and said sternly, Brat, do you think I've never made things for the Tang family? No matter how bad your design is, I can make any kind of hidden weapon. So don't worry. He sneered, Senior, I don't want to make a hidden weapon, but a sword. He asked, confused, a sword? Are you planning to follow your sister's path? Before he could finish, Tang Kun rushed over and shouted, A sword? The man shook him violently. Since you've come here, you must be asking me to make a hidden weapon, not a sword. Why? Yunhui was dizzy and said weakly, Martial Master, I told you to find a good blacksmith. I never said I wanted to make a hidden weapon. The man stammered, but then Tang Kun slumped over, a tear in his eye, and thought, what a pity. Tang. Grandmaster looked over at Yunhui. It seems you have high expectations for this kid. He drew the curtain and went inside, telling him, all right then, come in. Let me see how formidable your design is. He opened the design and said, pointing, I want to use this black sword and modify it like this. He looked at it, confused. You want to make this? Tang Kun was puzzled. What kind of sword is that? He looked at it, stunned. Huh? Isn't this a steel wire? He denied it. No, this is a sword. Yunhui noticed with a sharp eye. You can understand my intention immediately. It seems you are a very skilled blacksmith. He held up the drawing, looking excited. Huh. How interesting. No, how exquisite. Yunhui was happy. I'm glad you like it. He turned and complained. Stop flattering me, and explain the details of this damned sword to me. The two stood together, pointing. I want to make this part like this. If you do that, then the gunpowder will be like this. The durability won't hold if you do it like that. The ghosts behind them watched in fear. Young sect master, are you also knowledgeable in mechanics? I don't understand at all, an elder wondered. I don't understand. Why you would want to make a sword shaped like a fan? The spirit next to him also chimed in. I hear the sound of gunpowder. Are you planning to put gunpowder in the sword? Is it a secret art of some family? They flew around. Tang Kun, who was both understanding and rambling. Probably not. Even this Tang family member doesn't understand anything. After a month of discussion, Grandmaster Tang was confused. This is a greedy sword. Yunhui smiled happily. I just want it to have many functions. He looked at the drawing and then decided. I have to make this thing myself. Tang Kun panicked. Huh? You're going to make it yourself? He affirmed. Yes, the design this demonic brat brought is not something my disciples can make. Yunhui noticed with a sharp eye that this was an opportunity. He knelt down, kowtowed, and shouted. It would be an honor to use a sword, forged by the senior's own hands, in the welcoming ceremony of the family head. Grandmaster was shocked. What? The welcoming ceremony? It seems the ceremony is in about 20 days. He immediately retorted, Can't you do it? He was flustered. No, my schedule is a bit... He pressed, Is it impossible to do it in 20 days? Grandmaster was stunned. It's not impossible. Then he intentionally emphasized, Never mind. Perhaps I've troubled you too much. I apologize, Senior Luban. These words infuriated him. Troubled? Impossible? I am Luban Grandmaster Tang, he shouted. Half a month is enough for this. Having achieved his goal, Yunhui smiled flatteringly. As expected of Grandmaster Luban, you can finish it in just half a month. The souls and Tang Kun watched with concern. Another victim, stepping out of the workshop, Yunhui thought. Luckily, he's a skilled blacksmith. Elder Huan must also be destroying the Water Zhongshe breeding grounds. Thai. The rest is... A call woke him from his thoughts. Huyer! He looked at Gui Zhen, bowing her head, and asked, Sister, what's wrong? Her face was gloomy. Huyer, I want to ask you something. Yunhui immediately noticed. The killing intent of the blue-faced ghost spiritual root is leaking out. He looked at her intently. You are very anxious. So much so that even the heaven and earth diary gate can't contain it. And the reason is probably, Guizhen stammered a little abruptly. But what do you think of the past? He thought back. The past? Guizhen was gloomy. Do you have any regrets? Sister wants to know your thoughts. Please tell me. He thought for a moment and then said, to Guizhen's confusion, Can you catch the wind, sister? He raised his hand and performed a spiritual technique. I can imprison the wind for a moment, but I can't catch it, because if the wind stops, it's no longer wind. He smiled at her. What does the past matter? I have many things and many stories I want to tell. To me, the future is the most important thing. These words seemed to awaken Guizhen. She smiled. Is that so? The future? Thank you, Huyer. Thanks to you, I've made up my mind. She resolutely walked past him. I have something to do. I won't be seeing you for a while. Guizhen leaped away instantly. He sighed, listening to the spirit's chatter. You've made that kind young lady so angry that the killing. Intent of the blue-faced, ghost spiritual root has pierced through the heaven and earth diary gate. He immediately flicked his finger and hit them. Stop talking so much. Send 2 men to follow her. They quickly obeyed. He shook his head. If Tang Guizhen was that agitated, she must have had a fight with Nanggong Shanying. And Nanggong Shanying won't sit idly by? After fighting with her daughter? Yunhui pushed open the large door and mumbled. Then it's time. He smiled. He prepared to welcome the customer with a sinister grin. At the main building, a servant respectfully announced, Branch Master, Young Master Yunhui requests an audience. Tang Kun, who was there, was also puzzled. Yunhui? Tang Haoshan pondered. Then he ordered, Tell him to come in and wait. Tang Kun looked at Yunhui and asked quietly, Why are you here? He mumbled in reply, I came to visit my father. The man immediately sneered. If you just came here to say those meaningless words, then get lost, he smiled provocatively. After all, I am a young master of the Julong branch. You are a subordinate. How dare you speak to me like that? Tang Kun retorted with equal force. If you're not satisfied, then grow up. At this moment, Tang Haoshan looked up and asked, So, what did you come here for? He said honestly, I want to discuss business, related to what we talked about last night. He pondered, then called out, Kun! The man quickly replied, Yes! At the same time, he stomped his foot. He looked on in horror as his aura instantly vanished. How many people are here? Haoshan warned him. If you continue to meddle in this matter, the Tang family's plan could be affected. He crossed his arms and looked at Yunhui seriously. You have to give me a reason. He silently assessed him. I already felt this at the martial arts arena. But as expected, this is not the aura that an ordinary branch master can possess. Yunhui tensed up and replied, Yes, of course. He silently calculated. The Tang family's plan? It seems you were prepared. Haoshan said, If you want to do business, there must be give and take. What can you give me? He replied honestly. Right now, I have nothing to give you. But I can promise you. He pondered and asked back, A promise? I can protect elder sister Guizhen. These words made Haoshan freeze. He continued, Do you know what kind of people the first madam is colluding with? What kind of people are they? He was silent. A voice transmitted into his mind said, I hear. He wondered, Sound transmission? It seems you haven't driven them all away. This guy is the same. He mouthed the words. If the relationship between the first madam and the demonic sect is exposed, then elder sister Guizhen and Hu Shung will also be implicated, the children of a demonic sect lackey. You also know how the martial world treats those who bear that name. The branch master probably knows better than anyone. Yunhui looked at him seriously. Elder sister Guizhen and Hu Shung will never be able to set foot in the martial world again. Haoshan said bluntly, I am Tang Haoshan, the one who once led the Guangfeng Dui to fight against the demonic sect. Who would dare to call my children lackeys of the demonic sect? Yunhui recalled his past and replied, No one would dare to say that to your face. But this world doesn't always look at people with tolerant eyes. Therefore, I will protect elder sister Guizhen from those slanders. Haoshan was confused. I don't care how you will fulfill that promise. So what do you want in return? Yunhui replied frankly, I'm also quite implicated in this matter, so I want to participate in your plan. He widened his eyes and questioned, Do you think you have the ability to participate in my plan? He smiled confidently. I will prove it to you. Haoshan was puzzled. Prove it? How? Whitebone Necromancer. The name that appeared made Haoshan stunned. I will bring you his head. In front of the altar, the Whitebone Necromancer sat there chanting, Amitabha Buddha, Amitabha Buddha. He calmly swung his staff. Shan Ying couldn't stand it and screamed. What kind of business are you running? How many jewels have I offered to the divine master? He interrupted her. Nangong benefactor. She still wailed. Do you know what my daughter said to me? You can't even handle a mere bastard son. He shouted, Nangong benefactor. She was stunned. He pondered for a moment and then said, I also realize I have underestimated this matter. He revealed a wrinkled face and growled, I've also lost a disciple, so I will not stand idly by. This time I will personally take action so you can rest assured. Just then, the little Zhangshi opened the door and shouted, Divine Master! He asked the little girl, What is it? Why are you making a fuss while the Nangong benefactor is here? The little girl said, It's urgent. He snorted coldly and said to the Nangong benefactor, Please have a seat and wait a moment. She replied disappointedly, I guess I have to wait. Looking at him, Shan Ying thought, although I don't like his arrogant attitude, but the Divine Master's strength is undeniable. She laughed vilely. This time, the Divine Master will personally take action. This time for sure. I will get rid of that damned bastard son. The white-bone necromancer suddenly screamed, What? He gritted his teeth and thought. The water Zhangshi breeding grounds are being attacked. What? The secret water Zhangshi breeding grounds that I have been building in Sichuan for the past 10 years have been captured. A demonic beast with the same spiritual energy as my goo worm, completely destroyed. Shan Ying asked anxiously, What's going on? The white-bone necromancer gritted his teeth. He stretched out his hand and shouted, You bitch! He grabbed Shan Ying by the neck and slammed her to the ground. He growled, You Nangong, how dare you deceive me? He screamed, A high-level sorcerer. Who can steal control of my goo worm and turn it into a goo? You dare to say he. I did that just to help a bastard son of the Tang family? What? He pressed Shan Ying down, venting all his anger on her. How ridiculous! How ridiculous. Could it be that you, Nangong, are colluding with that sorcerer to harm me? She gasped for breath, stuttering. Divine Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. He angrily radiated black chi. You don't understand or you're pretending not to. Do you think our Guguigu is so easily bullied? She thought in panic. Hey Guguigu, is that a demonic sect power? Is this sorcerer a demonic sect follower? He looked at her and thought. You look so surprised. It seems you really don't know anything. It seems Nangong, the benefactor's family planned to use you and then discard you. He released Shan Ying and stepped back, saying, I misunderstood. It seems the benefactor really doesn't know anything. She sat up in a panic, clutching her throat and coughing. She remembered the past and realized, moreover, the one who introduced this demonic follower to me was my own family. Has the Nangong family colluded with the demonic sect? He turned and asked, Nangong benefactor, your second son is named Tang Yunhui, right? I just noticed his name is exactly the same as that damned bastard's. He gave a wicked smile. That bastard son and the sorcerer behind him. Now I have more reason to kill them. Even if you didn't ask, he began. Can I ask for your help? At this time, back in the room, Shan Ying sat before Yunhui looking remorseful. I was wrong. To show my apology, I will help you with anything you want. He sneered in reply. How surprising. The first madam is apologizing to me? Shan Ying narrowed her eyes, annoyed, and thought. I don't want to do this either. But those are the orders of that demon. The white-bone windmaster had said to her. You must win over that bastard son so we can beat them at their own game. She was confused and wondered. Why do I have to do that to that bastard son? He growled. Then I have no other choice. I will turn you into a Zhangshi and control you. She panicked. Wait, I understand. I will do as you say. At this moment, Shan Ying looked at Yunhui with concern. I have to seduce this kid to find out. A clue about the sorcerer. Behind him. Although it's humiliating, I have to do it to survive. He asked, confused, You were so outspoken just now. He mouthed provocatively. It seems you're still afraid of being discovered by the branch master. Your collusion with the demonic sect. She was terrified. This bastard, how did he know about that? He's not just probing. His eyes are filled with certainty. Shan Ying trembled. I only just found out they were demonic sect followers yesterday. How did he know about that? The pressure from him made her panic. The first madam seems very flustered. He slowly stepped forward. Shan Ying was still lost in her thoughts. I thought the person behind him was controlling him for the past few months. But that's not the look of someone being controlled. Maybe the person behind him helped him. Yunhui's face contorted. He smiled slyly, making her afraid to look up. But the main culprit is this brat. But if he just found out? Her face was pale and she weakly tried her last bit of strength. I don't know what you're talking about. Yunhui looked at her and smiled smugly. So can I go and talk to the branch master? She panicked. If the main Win class starts investigating, they will find the strange shrine that I frequent. And if they find things related to the Gong family and the shrine's treasure, then things will get very interesting. Yun Hui lowered his gaze and looked straight at Shan Ying. If that happens, I don't know what the Gong family will do. Her face turned pale. She thought, they'll cut their losses. They'll put all the blame on me and say that. They knew nothing about my collusion with the demonic sect. The Gong family is perfectly capable of doing that. Shan Ying trembled and mumbled, I am the mistress of the Julong branch. They can't just get rid of me. He immediately exposed her. You may think so, but you are mistaken. She looked up. What do you want? Yun Hui smiled slyly. I want many things. A week has passed. Shan Ying has offered countless treasures, including the celestial silkworm treasure, white, Mu Tao, Hui Deng, and many other precious treasures. To be able to collect 10 such rare treasures in such a short time, Gong Shan Ying has no time for other tricks. The result is, Yun Hui looked at his body and exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the great Gong family. I've looted so much, and there's still more to take? The souls around him also had to admire. Amazing. He's decked out in rare treasures. The Gong witch must be broke by now. Serves her right for defying. The young sect master, Yun Hui said coldly. You too. Although these things are quite useful. He held a gem radiating a strange, gloomy aura in his hand. But the most important thing is this. All the souls were curious. A powerful poison. What is this, young sect master? Yun Hui explained. This is a pill made from Dong Dong Mi Jun, Huo Du Kao, and Shanju Yu. 2 souls exclaimed. It's more like a poison than a medicine. Could it be? You intend to break through to the 6th level of the Dulong Jinyue? Yun Hui bluntly admitted, that's right. I will open my middle dantian and reach the pinnacle realm. Diandian Mi Jun is often used as an ingredient for refining spiritual medicine. But if used incorrectly, its toxin will spread and gnaw at the body. I combined it with Shanju Yu and Huo Du Chao, medicinal ingredients that can amplify toxicity, to create an extremely powerful poison. For me, who has mastered the Dulong Tan way, this is an excellent spiritual medicine. They were still worried after hearing this. Young sect master, although I understand your intention, but its toxicity is too strong. Can your body withstand it? Yun Hui took something else out of his chest. That's why I took this. This is the Gongqing Shendan, a spiritual medicine refined by the life and death divine physician. It has the effect of enhancing internal energy. I will use the Gongqing Shendan to enhance my internal energy. A stream of pure true qi spread throughout the body. As expected, its reputation is well-deserved. Next is the Diandian Mijun. As the elders have said, this is a very difficult toxin to absorb. With my current level of Dulong Tanhui, I will have to endure immense pain. The poison pill was taking effect inside his body. Yun Hui gritted his teeth and endured the discomfort in his body. Billowing clouds of poison gas filled the space. The poison is so strong. The souls were all extremely concerned for him. Young sect master, are you all right? Yun Hui thought to himself. The toxicity of the Diandian Mijun is raging violently in my body. I have to convert this poison into the internal energy of the Dulong Tanhui. The poison pill had begun to be controlled inside. Yun Hui decided to focus his true qi and guide it to his upper dantian. The poison pill gradually transformed its energy. Its color became purer. The transformation process was still ongoing. A long time later, Yun Hui let out a sigh of relief and announced, I've succeeded. The souls were overjoyed and cheered. Congratulations, young sect master, on breaking through to the next realm. In just 2 months, you have reached the pinnacle realm. No one can match your cultivation speed. Yun Hui felt his new strength, though still weak. But I can feel the essence forming in my middle dantian. 5 dragons holy. Pinnacle realm. Tang rushed over to the scene. I heard a loud explosion and thought there was an intruder, so I came running. But this aura, he asked him, what did you do? He replied, I just tried the spiritual medicine that the first madam gave me. Tang also realized, although I don't know what spiritual medicine it is, but the first madam must have paid a heavy price for it. Never mind that. You're very eager, aren't you? You want to see how strong you've become. Yun Hui was also very interested in a match. You are a good martial master. Tang took the initiative and attacked first. Then I won't be polite. Yun Hui told the man to use his full strength. The man was stunned by his aura. You can already channel internal energy into your weapon? How much of a genius are you? He didn't answer, but instead sent out a palm strike. Tang also had to admit, your strength is sufficient. The man swung his weapon again. Then try to block this! Yun Hui focused on his opponent's movements. I can see the martial master's movements, and my body is much more agile. This is the difference in realm after all. Finally. I can also see what the martial masters see, and if I can channel internal energy into my weapon. Yun Hui's weapon and strength seemed to become one. Seeing his power, the man was even more surprised. Wait a minute, are you using the Baohu Sheer Paw with a spear? Yun Hui didn't say much and attacked him. He used his strength as his answer. Tang had to struggle to dodge far away, to avoid this blow. The man struggled to keep his body on the ground, after that blow from him. At this moment, Tang began to get more serious. It seems I can't be so relaxed anymore. Yun Hui confidently pointed his spear at the man. I told you so. I will wring the martial master dry to the very bone. After the match ended, during the break, Tang took the initiative to ask him, Young Master Yun Hui, have you heard the recent rumors in the estate? He repeated suspiciously, Rumors? The man told him, They say you and the First Madam have made up, and you were moved by the First Madam's kindness. So you gave up your position as heir, Yun Hui casually exclaimed. How could I? Give up the position of heir for the sake of family harmony? But Tang didn't believe him. Young Master Yun Hui, do you know what harmony means? It must be because the First Madam gave you many precious gifts. That's why there are such rumors. But how could you and the First Madam do that? Hearing this, Yun Hui burst out laughing. I can't deny that. The First Madam had to act that way so that it would benefit me. In dealing with the Whitebone Necromancer, Tang was puzzled. Whitebone Necromancer? That! His face paled. Wait a minute, Whitebone Necromancer? Are you talking about the demon from the Hey Goo Gui Goo? The man's attitude surprised him. What, didn't you hear the branch master say so? Tang hesitated and said, Well, he interrupted and asked, Were you daydreaming during the meeting? The man admitted, After all, that's what happened. You have discovered the connection between the First Madam and that man. So Yun Hui realized, the martial master who usually seems indifferent. But when it comes to the demonic sect, your eyes change. The man spoke again. You said you would deal with Whitebone, Pinyin, Bai Gu. But the sorcerers of the Black Bone Ghost Valley, Pinyin, Hegu Gui Gu, always turn their residence into a magical fortress. He understood the man's meaning. Are you talking about the Ghost Array formation? Pinyin Tang was once again astonished. You know about it, inside that formation? Their living corpses become much stronger. To be honest, even if I go all out, I'm not sure I can defeat that fiend inside his ghost technique. Formation. He also knew its consequences clearly. I know, if we attack head-on, the losses will be huge. According to the information that Spirit Number 15 revealed, the current forces at the shrine consist of the White Bronze, a spirit swordsman-level Jiangshi created by Whitebone, and 4 swordmasters. And Whitebone. The necromancer broke through to the next realm right after I died. He must have received help from the society. Tang asked curiously, So what are you planning to do? Do you have a plan? He answered confidently. Of course. The final chess piece is about to fall into my hands. The chess piece he mentioned was Shan Ying, Pinyin, Shan Ying. She knelt down, begging, Save me! Yun Hui, Pinyin Yun Hui, looked at her coldly. You come looking for me in the middle of the night, and beg me to save you. If anyone saw this, they would think I'm about to kill you. It seems the shrine and the Nangong, Pinyin, Nangong family are tormenting you. She replied, Yes. You know what kind of situation I'm in. That fiend has threatened to turn me into a living corpse if I don't bring him a clue about the sorcerer behind you. If this continues, I'll... Yun Hui finished her sentence. Yes, if this continues, you will not die a peaceful death. Shan Ying tried to plead. I'll do anything. Anything you want. He asked casually, Can you give up the position of heir that you've worked so hard to cultivate all this time? Shan Ying agreed. I'll do it. I will convince Jenner, Pinyin, Jen Er, and Chuaner, Pinyin, Chuan Er, to renounce their positions as heirs. If you want, I will go into seclusion and disappear from your sight. She even kowtowed, banging her head on the ground. Just save me. Yun Hui accepted. All right, then you must do as I say. I'll do anything to destroy that fiend. Then there's one thing I want you to do right now. He thought to himself, it's time. The final chess piece to deal with Old Man Whitebone. Oh no, I might have bothered you too much. At Master Tang's residence, he exclaimed in disappointment. This is really bad. We've been too focused on this blueprint and haven't paid close attention. Just processing the black sword he brought here. I haven't been able to do anything for half a month. This demonic weapon is made from cold iron. It's filled with demonic energy. If he wants me to use this as a design material, How can I possibly do this difficult job? This sly brat wants to make things difficult for me. I've really been tricked by that kid. Just following this blueprint alone has already taken up more than half a month of my time. My disciples can't handle a difficult job like this. And by myself I can't. Split myself in two to speed up the work. Therefore, I'll have to report a delay in the job. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Someone like you is complaining about work? Huh? Master Tang turned around in surprise. Huh? Seeing the person behind him clearly, he was extremely surprised. What the hell? You scared me. Why the hell are you here, you bastard? Wenha Pinyin Wenhe spoke up. It's been a while since we've seen each other. Why are you so angry the moment you see me? That really hurts my feelings. Master Tang shouted. You're supposed to be at the Nine Dragons branch, Pinyin Julong Fen Tuo. Why have you crept all the way here? The old man replied casually. I came here alone for work. The master then asked directly. Really, I can't imagine. Just say what reason you came here for. The old man didn't answer right away, but paid attention to the item Yun Hui had given him. Well, this thing looks interesting. I wonder who commissioned this. Master Tang revealed. It was that Hao Shan's, Pinyin Hao Shan's son. Wenhua thought, it must be the third son. The kid known as the Shadow Prodigy? As expected. The master immediately denied it. No, it was the second young master. When he was skeptical. The second young master, Yun Hui? He received his answer. That's right. The old man had also heard rumors about Yun Hui. I heard he's weak and has no talent, right? Master Tang himself thought so as well. Who would have known? Even I'm surprised now. That kid is young, but he's a cunning old fox, don't underestimate him. With the new weapon, he wants to create a weapon that's easy to use with his sword techniques. Along with this weapon, when he uses it, it must confuse his opponent. When the opponent feels fear and retreats, he'll use hidden weapons to attack from a distance. Wenha had to admit, this could be said to be a formidable hidden weapon of the Tang sect, Pinyin Tang Men. Master Tang was still troubled. If that was the only requirement, I could still manage it. But there's a second thing. Look at the material he requested. Me to make the weapon from. When he was quite surprised. A demonic weapon made from black iron? That's right. It seems that besides being proficient in swordplay, he also knows poison curses. So, he plans to apply a poison curse to his hidden weapon and his sword. To use them, so what is the last thing? Master Tang revealed. He is the disciple of that Tang Kun. Wenha wondered, Tang Kun? He takes disciples? The master recounted, that's right. Tang Kun has passed down to that Yun Hui kid. The Gale Dance, Pinyin Kung Feng Vu. The old man's face became grim when he heard this information. The Gale Dance? The master replied with a sigh. So besides the other requirements for this weapon, it also has to be suitable for the Gale Dance technique. Everything must be in harmony and compatible with this new weapon. So you see the difficulty. I face in crafting this weapon, don't you? Wenha said with a cold laugh. I understand now. So you're saying you don't have enough manpower and time to craft this weapon? Master Tang confirmed. That's right. As if understanding something, the old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be you? Wenhe's interest was gradually piqued. That's right, I want to see how he uses this versatile weapon. Meanwhile, with Yun Hui, Shan Ying asked very suspiciously. You said everything is ready, but she glanced around. Is it really just you and me going? Yun Hai exclaimed. Well, there's one more person. He's about to arrive. Sensing that person's arrival, he announced, he's here. Tang Kun, having just arrived, asked irritably, do we really have to go at such an inconvenient time? Yun Hai explained, this is the right time. He reported back, the shadow you were talking about. I've already dealt with him. Yun Hai said sincerely, you've worked hard. Shan Ying was quite surprised by the man's appearance. Shadow, huh? Yun Hai replied, that guy leaked information from the Nine Dragons branch. He was colluding with Nangong and the Divine Temple. Shan Ying said angrily and darkly, so that's how it is. Indeed, the Nangong family's intelligence team still has many shortcomings. She thought fearfully, he knows too much. He can grasp everything I've hidden. This guy now, he's turning everything around, making my head spin. Tang Kun asked, so it's just the three of us going? He raised a mask and said, yes, for now it's just the three of us. Tang Kun took it and asked, so we need to use this mask? He replied, of course. Yun Hai had also put on his mask. Anyway, both of our faces have been recognized by everyone. Let's put on the masks and go. The man had no choice but to put on the mask. Right. What a pain. They stopped at a certain place. The fog seems to have gotten thicker. This is definitely their territory. Tang Kun whispered. Yunhui, you can feel it, can't you? He replied, yes, I can. Yunhai thought to himself, even though they hide their presence in the fog, I can still feel it clearly. There are many Jiangshi. It seems that since the last raid, they've increased their vigilance. Just as rumored, Whitebone has raised his realm, with everything around him. The weak formation they used before has now been reinforced significantly. Huh? But I seem to feel a flow of demonic power. Yunhai summoned. Number 15, appear. The spirit appeared. Present. He asked it, did that old man, Whitebone, take my demonic tome? It revealed, I'm not exactly sure about that. But the 12 red ghosts, when they were cleaning up the battlefield, mentioned they had collected some things belonging to the young sect master. The other spirits were also angry. What greedy bastards. How dare they take the young sect master's belongings? He guessed. I thought after that explosion, everything would have been burned to a crisp. I didn't expect a few things to survive. These are exactly what I'm looking for, with the magic I've already mastered. Now that I have these clues again, it's no different from finding the lock when I already have the key in my hand. Once I find all the information and improve the Demon King scripture, then I'll have many fun tricks to play. The carriage stopped. Someone announced, we have arrived. Tang helped Shan Ying down. Great, madam, she replied. I know. A wave of energy spread from the door. A young living corpse appeared to greet her. Welcome, benefactor from the Nangong family. I wonder what brings you here today. She replied, I've brought the belongings of that kid that the demon lord mentioned. The young girl exclaimed, so that's it. Recently some unexpected things have happened, so we have become more vigilant. I will personally carry this item inside. You all wait here. The two people behind whispered to each other. Should we storm in there right now? Wait a minute. Shan Ying showed distrust towards the girl. These items are very important, so we need to be careful. Who knows what might happen if someone like you touches them? What could possibly happen? Therefore, we need to be cautious. Do you think if something happens, you could bear the responsibility? The living corpse considered these words. The girl decided to lead them in. Since you've said so, carry the items in yourselves. Arriving at a room, the girl reported respectfully, Lord, the Nangong benefactor has brought the items you requested. A voice came from inside. All right, come in. The group entered cautiously. Shan Ying looked at the person in front and greeted. Greetings, Lord, the Lord said coldly. All right, have you brought the items? Shan Ying explained. I don't know which item contains the magic. So, I brought all the items of his that I could find. Here. He also acknowledged. That's right. Bringing everything here is the most certain way. She ordered Yunhui behind her. Bring it forward. The two of them presented the box. Feeling the demonic energy from within the box, it made him excited. I can feel the demonic power without even opening the box. You have done well, benefactor from Nangong. Now I will use these items to track his whereabouts. But as soon as he opened the box, he was stunned. Huh? This is... Inside were piles of grenades. Jade thunder grenades, Pinyin Bilay Dan. He called out darkly, Nangong benefactor. The two of them had pulled Shan Ying back. A burst of power. Force shot towards the Lord. While he still didn't understand what was happening, the fuse on the outside was lit. He only then realized something was wrong. A massive explosion erupted, blowing the entire room apart. Its destructive power was so great it blew up the entire estate. The raging fire was not easily extinguished. The hot flames had spread to the forest outside. The blast was so powerful the three of them had to hold their heads and cover their ears. She realized the ghost technique formation has been completely disabled. Yunhee was still very confident. However, the magic hasn't been completely broken yet. The man was quite curious. Sir, do you think the sorcerer, Whitebone Necromancer, could survive that explosion? He replied, he is a Jiangshi. I witnessed him using magic right before the explosion occurred. Even if his limbs were torn apart, he survived. He then looked towards the group flying in the distance. And them, too. That group had landed on the ground. The young living corpse held a sword. The Jiangshi have appeared. The young girl shouted angrily, How dare you defile this sacred land? Yunhai replied very calmly, Such a hot temper. It's just destroying a house. Don't be shy, reminded the young man. Actually, anyone would be angry seeing something like this. A Jiangshi behind reported to the girl, That man is Tang, a Gale Knight, considered the second strongest in the 9 Dragons branch. Next to him is Tang Yunhui, the second young master of the 9 Dragons branch. Their appearance here proves that. The Ghost Valley's plan has been discovered by the Tang sect. Meanwhile, they were quietly conferring with each other. Tang Kun asked, Can you handle this on your own? Yunhai instructed him. You just need to focus. On your own task, that's enough. The young girl reminded the group behind her. I need to check how much of the plan has been destroyed. So capture them alive. They all shouted in unison, Yes, ma'am! As they spoke, a volley of hidden weapons flew towards them. The young girl was stunned by the scene unfolding. Tang had approached, speaking contemptuously. This kind of low-level demon dares to impersonate a human? The young girl thought in shock. Despite being attacked suddenly, a single swordsman was able to defeat a Jiangshi with just a single blow. He is a master, one who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Yunhui also started to act. It's much more reassuring with someone here. So, see you later. Hearing this, Tang thought, Woe is me. Why is my fate so tragic? A Jiangshi wanted to rush forward and block him. Where do you think you're going? But the girl stopped him. Just let him go. That one is not a threat. The girl understood that now was the time. A deep voice rang out. We must use all our strength to capture him. He looked at them with contemptuous eyes. Capture me? Just try. The Jiangshi over by the rubble. The Lord had also risen, roaring with anger. That bitch dared to betray me? Damn it, recovery is too slow. The explosion affected the pillar of the ghost technique formation. Before the Tang sect people arrive, I need to make a choice. Restore the ghost technique formation, or destroy all traces and retreat. Yunhui appeared at that moment and asked coldly, Did you think I came here? Just to let you escape? Treating a guest like that is too much. He immediately recognized him. That face, it's the third son of the branch leader. So you are the one behind this plan. Yunhui also retorted, It's been a long time, old man. The last time we met was when I was still learning sorcery from you, right? He didn't remember any of this. Long time no see. Learning sorcery? What nonsense are you spouting? He replied, You don't remember? Although we are from different sects. I was your disciple for a whole month. The Lord was suspicious. You were my disciple for a month? Wait a minute. That way of talking. Yunhai stepped forward, full of killing intent. You don't recognize me even after stealing my demonic tome? You really disappoint me. Seeing the demonic beast's shadow behind Yunhui, he was stunned. An evil spirit? You are the young heavenly demon, Yan Yunhui? The Lord raised his hand. He summoned immense power. Yunkai had to admit, your realm has now reached a higher level. If I hadn't broken the ghost technique formation, I might have been in danger. The two of them clashed. The violent collision caused the surroundings to explode. Yunhei was expectant. What's this? He doesn't seem to be casting any spells. What is he plotting? Whatever he's planning, nothing can escape the sight of my lion's eye. Suddenly, he stopped himself. The hole in the ground was empty. What? Where is he? He looked around frantically. Impossible. He's not someone who can turn invisible, and I can't sense any trace of magic. So it's not an illusion either. A spirit reported to him, young sect master. That white bone is over there? Yunhei looked at the figure in the sky and wondered, why did he appear there? Could it be? The spirit guessed, it seems he has escaped. Yunhei laughed in frustration. I don't know whether to criticize him for being a coward or praise him for being decisive. But why did he choose that direction? He's so unlucky. The demonic, skeletal bird carrying the Lord away screeched in disbelief. Is that the young heavenly demon? The real young heavenly demon? Why is that demonic name alive? He replied, No. Now is not the time to worry about that. He dared to reveal his identity here. That means he has a plan to destroy me. That bastard has always been like this. But now is the time to retreat and focus on strengthening our forces first. As he said this, he suddenly sensed approaching danger. Yunhui's spear shot out with immense power, surging towards the Lord. He shouted, What is this? What is this energy? That is Tang. The Lord's leg was quickly hit. He screamed in pain. The skeletal bird's skeleton was also shattered. Yunhui looked at the hole they fell into and said coldly, This is the result of you leaving me behind. Genrin also rushed over. He greeted her cheerfully. Hello, sister. She was surprised to see him. Here? Why are you here? He replied, I'm on a mission to wipe out the demonic cult along with the great madam. This news surprised Genrin even more. With mother? And what demonic cult? Yunhai explained to her. That Jiangshi from earlier, the one you defeated, was a member of the demonic cult. I came here to hunt him down. She also had some information about this. I heard that mother was involved in a deal with a sorcerer on this mountain. So I came here. Demonic cult? Seeing Genrin's expression, he thought, I understand you're confused, but before that old man can escape, I have to stop him quickly. Yunhai spoke up, Sister, let me handle that guy. Can you go over there and help? It looks like there are a lot of enemies over there. Hearing this, Genren was alarmed. What? It's only Mother, you, and Uncle Kun here? Yunhai said calmly. This is a raid. And you came here alone too, didn't you? He understood. No matter what I say, my sister, she can't stop worrying. She instructed him, because the situation is urgent, I'll ask for reasons later. If you feel you're in danger, you must retreat immediately. Yunhai agreed. Understood, sister. She bid farewell to Yunhui. Then see you later. He silently watched her back as she left. After that, Yunhui turned to settle the score with the one behind him. Now then, old man, while I was talking to my sister, I'm sure that was enough time. For you to recover, right? A Jiangshi demon wheel of the Blackbone Ghost Valley surely has the ability to regenerate to that extent. You're not going to play any tricks to make me lower my guard, are you? The Lord struggled to climb out of the pit. He gnashed his teeth in anger. The Lord's whole body was seething with rage. He replied irritably, still the same annoying, provocative voice as before, but you were supposed to be dead. Could it be you've truly been resurrected? He answered, that's right. Hard to believe, isn't it? Immortality and rebirth are what all sorcerers dream of. So is this evidence convincing enough? Looking at his appearance, he uttered in astonishment, the demon's battle armor. You really escaped death? He put on the cloak. A powerful aura emanated from him, the breath of the young heavenly demon, Yan Yunhui. He spoke gravely, Old Man Whitebone. I have many things I need you to explain. Stop running away so pathetically. Let's end this fight here. He was immediately provoked by him. You damn bastard! You always manage to piss me off. All right, if you want to die, then I will grant your wish. His demonic power spread everywhere. Monstrous beasts were summoned. Yunhui's hand gathered power and he raised it. Fierce gale dance. He then scattered those monstrous beasts. A chaotic gale dance, with even greater power than before, was unleashed. In an instant, his shadow appeared in front of the Lord. He was astonished, unable to believe this martial art. Before he could even register it, he was attacked. He was beaten so badly by him that he could only think, so fast. From what I know, that bastard hasn't reached the realm of a top master yet. The Lord was crushed by Yunhui's power, unable to resist. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't imagine that in such a short time he had achieved such strength. That young heavenly demon, before he didn't have such powerful martial arts. This is too absurd. The Lord counterattacked. Yunhui, he still calmly urged him. Foolish old man. If you're still hiding your strength, hurry up and unleash it. Otherwise, you're dead for sure. Humiliated, the Lord became furious. Shut your mouth! Yunhui looked coldly. The same old trick again? His eyes held a firm resolve. No matter how strong you are, if you keep using the same move, I'll be able to block it. It's simple. The Lord's explosive fist technique was unleashed, but surrounded by the explosive fists, Yunhui's back remained proudly straight. He used the corpse explosion technique. Trying to find a way out? His explosive fist detonated. The Lord continuously poured power into it. He had some regrets. It's not worth it, but I have to do it. I have to abandon such a precious body. Anyway, with that corpse explosion technique, I can definitely escape. Yunhui had appeared right beside him. Don't think you can explode a corpse and I won't be able to find you. He was struck by a palm from him. The Lord's entire body was suppressed by Yunhui's power. He was in so much pain he couldn't even speak. My corpse explosion technique is so powerful, yet he wasn't affected at all? Now I can't possibly recover. Anymore. Yunhui coldly approached with the demonic tome. You obtained my book, and your strength is only this simple? Hearing that, he roared. It's all your fault. You destroyed my formation. Therefore, I can't unleash my full power, he said nonchalantly. Of course, that's right. But with that little strength, you used to fight back. You've disappointed me greatly. I thought with so much time, you could show me something truly formidable. Now you just look pathetic. The Lord gathered his last bit of strength and roared. He decided to risk his life against Yunhui. His whole body charged forward. Die, you bastard! Yunhui thought smugly. I've provoked him this much. This must be the last bit of strength he has left. He's at his wit's end. Therefore, I can't afford to underestimate him. His claws lunged forward. Die! Yunhui also fought back seriously. A kick from him sent him flying backward. The Lord was once again knocked into a pit. Yunkai had to admit, say what you will, your Jiangshi technique is quite powerful. The Lord shouted, I surrender.
I'll tell you everything I know.
He stomped on his face. Do you think you have a choice? I have the lion's eye. Even if you die, I can still get the information I need. Now that your life is over, just die. He couldn't accept that he would lose his life here. I can't just die like this. His final outburst surprised him. What trick are you pulling now? Before his eyes appeared a dark sea. A soul-binding technique to blind me? It's true that those who practice dark magic like him always have tricks up their sleeves for self-preservation, only to be used at the very end. The spirits reported, "Young sect master, be careful. This soul-binding technique is not simple. This is a blinding technique that traps another person's soul in a confined space. It's hard to escape," Yunhui replied. "Indeed, a technique this powerful, that old, man couldn't possibly cast it. It seems he has connections with people from the society." A voice echoed in his ear. "Young heavenly demon Yan Yunhui! Currently, you are imprisoned in my soul's domain," he praised nonchalantly. "Impressive," he spoke again. "This is a technique that uses my life force to cast. Therefore, you won't be able to break it. I never thought the day would come when I'd have to use my own life force to cast it." Yunhai was not worried at all. "No matter what you do, you've already reached the end of your rope. I guess that You can't possibly cast this high-level technique." He went mad with rage. "You bastard, shut up!" Yunhai reminded him. "It seems you've gotten too angry." The spirit warned him again. "Young sect master, be careful." He's partly right. "This technique is not simple," he said grimly. "If you can't escape from here, then slowly your soul will be assimilated by mine. Everything of yours will become mine. All I need to do is burn my life force to hold him down." The spirit reminded him. "The ground I'm standing on is gone." It seems he has enhanced the magic, making the technique stronger. Yunhui also realized, below is now an endless sea. Here space and time shift constantly. Indistinguishable. Real and fake, it leads people into a stupor. I need to focus my mind to be able to find the gate of life. But everything must also be done quickly. If I don't want to drown in this sea, his magic has enveloped all four directions. I need to carefully follow the flow of demonic power to find the weakness of the technique. This endless ocean current of demonic power is the gate of scenery. If I can move along with this gate of scenery, then I can reach the final point, the gate of rest. From there I can observe the entire landscape of this space. From there I can see the gate of life and the gate of death. Most accurately, Whitebone has burned too much of his life force and essence. But with his cowardly nature, loving life and fearing death, he wouldn't be able to burn his life force too intensely. He doesn't want to die either. He wants to use this technique to possess my primal spirit. If that's the case, then it can be guessed that the gate of death is always the path of life. The gate of life will always be wide open, because he himself couldn't push himself to the brink of desperation. Yunhui's hand gathered power. He struck back at his own body. The spirit looked at his action in disbelief. "Young master, why are you killing yourself like that?" Yunhai explained. "I have realized that life is death. Therefore, death is also life. This is my answer, isn't it, old man?" Hearing this, the Lord was speechless with anger. "You bastard, how could you?" Yunhui's hand had already struck. He held the man's eyeball tightly in his palm. The battle on Tang Kun's side was no less fierce. He fought against the Jiangshi alone. Tang Kun's spear scattered them. The living corpse rushed to her comrade's side. She asked, "White Bronze?" White Bronze said worriedly, "We can't hold out much longer." The girl also felt the difficulty. "I know, but we need to find an opening so we can lead him to his death." "How can he be so strong?" Tang Kun had attacked. He even praised them. "You guys are good too. But this is just dragging out the time." The young girl tried to resist his attack. An angry voice rang out. "I'm not like them." Tang Kun looked at the living corpse with interest. "All right, then show me what you've got." He unleashed his ultimate martial arts techniques. Illusory thrust breaks the path, thousand flowers reversal. An explosion erupted in front of her, forcing the girl to turn her face to avoid it. The girl understood. Even I, having unleashed almost all my strength, could only barely stop him. Those other guys are just low-level evil sorcerers. They're of no use. If this continues, we'll be annihilated by him. The girl turned back and said to the Jiangshi behind her, "You all need to sacrifice yourselves so that I can have a chance to escape. Unleash your life force so that I can absorb your demonic energy." White Bronze did as the girl said. Tang Kun didn't know what they were plotting. Those sorcerers look strange. I wonder what they're planning. The entire group of Jiangshi unleashed their power. White Bronze led the charge of the Jiangshi. Tang Kun still looked at them with contempt. "Do you simply think that by all charging at me you can stop me?" The Jiangshi were knocked back by a single palm strike from him, but they continued to advance without stopping. Tang Kun was surrounded by the Jiangshi. "These bastards, I've already severed their limbs, but they're still so strong." His whole body froze. Not good. His eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing the living corpse charge forward, Tang Kun thought to himself, when did this guy get so close to me? He used those suicidal sorcerers charging forward to distract me, damn it. Now how can I possibly dodge this? At this rate, I might have to sacrifice an arm to get out of this. In a moment of crisis, a sword slash cut through, rescuing Tang Kun from the perilous situation. The heavy sword embedded itself firmly in the ground. Tang Kun stared at it, stunned. That sword is... The girl was also wary. The demon-slaying divine weapon? It's the Chengdao Taoist. Is that Tang Guijin? Zhenren quickly asked him, Uncle Tang Kun, are you all right? Tang Kun breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to you, young lady, I was able to escape danger. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. The girl looked up blankly. Tang Kun quickly flew over. His opponent only had time to exclaim, Lord! Then the girl was struck down. Zhenren asked in surprise, Have you dealt with all the sorcerers? He replied, Yes, the ones here are all dead. But why did you come here, young lady? Zhenren was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Well, but now is not the time to talk about this. We need to go help Huir. Tang Kun agreed, all right. She was quite worried about Yun Hui. He said I was in charge out here. While inside the divine temple, that old man White Bone, he would deal with him. Tang Kun was calmer than her. He seems quite confident in his own strength, so I guess he'll be fine. In the illusion, the Lord shouted angrily, You crazy bastard! You dare to rip out your own heart? Do you think doing that can break this illusion? He replied, That is the gate of life. If I drown in this illusion, then you will obtain my primal spirit and this body. The Lord couldn't believe it. You could guess that and kill yourself. What? Being squeezed tightly in his hand, he cursed, Bastard. The illusion gradually started to change. Yunkai noticed, It seems the space has changed. Looking at the forest in front of him, he guessed, This time, is it the gloomy forest? The Lord said smugly, Everything here is extremely poisonous creatures. You will die in agony. Yunhai said indifferently, First water, then poison. Do you think these tricks can stop me? His hand punched hard into the base of a nearby tree. A gecko was caught by Yunhui. It was the Lord who had transformed. How could you? He reminded him scornfully, Stop these simple tricks. He was once again crushed to death by him. Damn it! Pulling force lifted Yunhui high up. He was very surprised. This time it's in the sky? If I guess the old man's position will be... Yunhui attacked a direction directly in front. This one! His eye glinted with disbelief. What, you figured out where I was that quickly? Another illusion of a desert opened up. What about this time? He was caught by him again and cursed, Bastard! The illusion shifted again to a region covered in ice and snow. Then it was a volcano, but he still failed. If that's the case, Yunhai realized, finally we're back to the original space. You don't have any more tricks, do you? The Lord was seething with rage. You bastard, how could you? How could you find the gate of life so easily? What trick did you use? He answered nonchalantly, Well, I am the young demon lord. A powerful soul like mine, no matter where it's imprisoned, will always escape. Yunhai performed the soul-stealing demonic gaze. The Lord couldn't believe it. You've already managed to learn this technique? He said coldly, You were too confident in your own technique, old man. Therefore, you revealed many weaknesses. That allowed me to deduce them. Once a technique is cast, the caster must always have an incredibly strong spirit. It's completely different from martial arts. Here it relies mainly on magic and mental strength. You sorcerers always try to hide the name of the technique, and always try to conceal the source of your power. A technique. The fewer people who know about it, the more dangerous it is. The name of the technique sometimes, its name itself contains a hint about the caster's magic. Once it's seen through, it can no longer imprison others. The Lord still refused to believe it. That's impossible. This technique, I had to sacrifice my soul to even learn it. Each of his pupils seemed to crack. How could you break it? Returning to reality, Yunhui gripped his head tightly. Finally back where we started. Thanks to that interesting technique, I've learned a great deal. Thank you, old man. He still couldn't accept this truth. How could I die so simply? Killing intent radiated from Yunhui. Meeting again here is such a joy, isn't it, old man? The Lord wondered, young heavenly demon, how could you be reincarnated? If you tell me that secret technique, I will tell you all the information I know. Yunhai squeezed his head hard. Are you delusional? Trying to be friendly with me? After a beating like this? Do you understand? Now I will ask, and you just need to answer clearly, got it? He trembled and replied, I understand. Yunhui's first question was, after I died at Shattered Heaven Peak 6 years ago, What happened at Mount Tian? Tell me everything. Don't leave anything out, he recounted. 6 years ago, at the bloody battle of Shattered Heaven Peak, after you and most of the elders and subordinates perished together, the divine cult erupted into a civil war between factions, including the Fist Demon's Wild Beast sect, the True Demon's Nine Yin sect, the Blade Demon's North Sea sect, the Killing Demon's Ghost sect, and the Wind Demon's Great Desert sect. 5 of the 9 great demon sects joined forces and rebelled. They ravaged the Sun-Moon sect of the Plow Demon. The loyal subordinates still protected the sect master's hall. Then after winning that rebellion, they even invaded the main hall of the central Demon Divine Fire sect to capture the master. After eliminating me, if they captured the master, they would control the demonic divine cult. At that time, only the central Demon Divine Fire sect would object. The other sects would be forced to submit. That way, they could continue to rule the demonic divine cult. But a civil war broke out. He knew it immediately, just as the rumors said. They failed to capture the master. Yunhai had returned to his appearance as Tang Yunhui. He asked the second question. So how is my master now? Seeing his blazing purple eyes, he was stunned. Those eyes, what are they? Are those the eyes of a human? They can't be. This guy's absurdly contradictory abilities right now. I don't understand what he's been through. Although he's a living person, his power is so strong. It surpasses even those considered dead like me. He can truly be called a demon king in this era. After becoming a spirit, I can feel it clearly. The irresistible fear when facing him. If I can't resist his power, then I must avoid being destroyed by submitting to him. The Lord stammered, Sect Master. A strange power was enveloping him. Yunhui also sensed it warily. Danger is lurking. Something is coming. The Lord was surrounded by that stream of energy, bewildered. He exclaimed in terror, that could it be? The spirit also warned him. Young Sect Master, something's not right. Yunhui flew up to avoid that energy. The Lord kept begging him. Young Sect Master, please save me. I'll tell you everything I know. Please save. Please save. Before he could finish, he stopped. Something with a strange shape, giant and blood red, rushed up. It gradually swelled. Then the Lord was devoured by it. Yunhai was also very surprised. The spirit of Whitebone Necromancer was eaten? That place is very dangerous. What on earth was that? Young Sect Master, you should stay away. That place is very dangerous. He looked at the thing before him and also became aware. That place is very dangerous. Is that the monster the society sent to silence that old man? It's moving. I have to deal with it. But its figure gradually retreated. The hole below had shrunk, until only a tiny hole was left on the ground. Yunhai watched in silence, a series of events unfolding right before his eyes. He still couldn't believe it. It's gone? It only appeared to eat Whitebone's soul? The spirit then recounted, Young Sect Master. I overheard Whitebone say that it might be greed. He asked suspiciously, Greed? The spirit continued, Greed is not a demon or a magical beast, but a strange phenomenon, an inexplicable anomaly. It grants the sorcerer who made a pact with it great power, but if the one granted that power does not use that power correctly, it will appear and devour the sorcerer's soul whole. Yunhai was surprised. Devour whole? So, the pact with greed takes precedence over my demon king's power? The spirit replied hesitantly, Perhaps so. Yunhai said irritably, It dared to steal. A spirit that had submitted to me, how outrageous. I still have a lot of information. I wanted to extract from that old Whitebone, and to lose such a precious source of information like that. No, it's not over yet. There are still remnants of Whitebone's thoughts here. Even if it's just a fragment, I must dig out your information. The memory that Whitebone recalled when being eaten by greed, the remnant thoughts would record it most clearly. This is a memory related to the society when he made the pact with greed. The image in the remnant thoughts appeared, making Yunhui curious. Is this the divine cult's main hall? Bak Kot, Pinyin, Bai Gu, and the elders of the Blackbone Ghost Valley. It seems I've come to the right place. His whole body stiffened. Even within this lingering memory, I can still feel such pressure. That man is the master of the society, a soul shedder. As the man's face faintly appeared, Van Hui, Pinyin, Yun Hui decided to try something. Can I see his face? Let's give it a shot. But this is just the lingering memory of the old man, Bak Kot. I can't see what Bak Kot couldn't perceive. But there is one thing that was etched into Bak Kot's memory. It was the eyes that contained the inverted Taiji. This is all I can learn from Bak Kot's lingering memory. Regardless, clues to identify the enemy's characteristics are very important. especially when the opponent possesses a special power that surpasses even the bonds of the Demon King. Returning to the present, he spoke up. There's nothing left to see. I should head back. Van Hee's eyes flashed with disbelief. He looked at his hand, which was turning red. This is a thick red liquid. It's gradually spreading up my arm. Van Hui tensed, realizing the stain of greed had appeared. Dangerous, because this is the lingering memory of the old man Bok-Kot, who was devoured by greed. I've been discovered by the master of greed. If this continues, he will realize my existence. No, I might have to endure something even more terrible. An attack. I have to get out of here fast. Van Hui tried to escape from greed. He was pushed far away from that place. The spirits all looked at Van Hui with great concern. They asked worriedly, "Young sect master, are you all right? You're soaked in sweat after just a moment." He reminded them, "I'm fine, don't make a fuss." Although I was caught off guard, I managed to obtain important information. Hearing this, they cheered up. As expected of the young sect master, you're amazing. You were able to get information from just the remaining fragments of Bok-Kot's memory. Van Hui thought with determination. No matter how thoroughly you hide your information, I will expose it all. Just you wait, the society will come for you. Huang Haoson, Pinyin Haoshan, looked at the letter, his face deep in thought. Duong Qian, Pinyin Tangjian, spoke up and asked, "You seem to be worried about young Master Van Hui, aren't you? It seems you've read my mind." This man is indeed the general manager of the Nine Dragons Chambers branch, Duong Qian. He only needs a single glance to understand the situation. There's a lot of work, but you haven't been focusing on it at all. Ever since you heard that young Master Van He left with Duong Khan, Pinyin Tangkun, and that lady. Seeing his attitude, Haosun just sighed. You say that with quite an enthusiastic tone. Duong Qin didn't even bother to hide his excitement. Of course, if young Master Van Hui can bring back Bok-Kot's head, then that's truly a joyous occasion. But in contrast to him, the old man showed concern. Do you think that's even possible? He replied cryptically, I believe the young master can do it. The old man asked for his reasoning. On what basis can you say that? He based his conclusion on the young man's recent situation. It can be said that recently the young master has been acting quite differently than before from what I have observed. Indeed, recently, Van He has undergone a huge change. In just 2 months, the young master went from being an underperformer to defeating young master Hu Shuang. Then he was on par with young Miss Kui Chan in the great battle, along with young Miss Kui Chan, defeating those who wanted to break into the manor. He continued, the young master even made the first madam submit and obey him. It was young Master Van Hui who caused all our plans to be changed. He smiled. Thanks to the impact of his actions, the first madam distracted Bok-Kot. From that, also, it helped us to be able to monitor the actions of the demonic cult and the Nam Kung, Pinyin Nanggong family secretly. It's better now, with my calculations. If the young master can defeat the Bok-Kot demon, then we need to reconsider him. This made even Hao Sun acknowledge it. You're right. Hearing you say it makes me pay more attention. Van He has changed too much. So why didn't you step in to stop him from taking those actions? He said innocently, how could I possibly do such a thing? But it's fine. He has made our work smoother. I couldn't be happier. Duong Qin brought up another issue. Furthermore, I've also just heard some rather interesting news. Do you know where the family head is right now? Hao Sun wondered, why are you bringing up the family head? He replied, he seems to be at the Luban night workshop, Pinyin Luban Ye Fang. The old man was quite surprised. What? He continued, there's important news. The family head is with the Luban night workshop, forging a rather important item. He seems to be creating a weapon, commissioned by someone. Hao-san seemed to have a guess. Could it be? Duong Qin couldn't be entirely sure either. Although I don't know exactly what that object is, the item young Master Van Hui needs to forge is quite special. It has attracted the attention of both Lu Ban and the family head. He appeared extremely pleased. That's why I said that on this trip young Master Van He might just bring back the Bok-Kot demon's head. The old man couldn't argue. Indeed, your analysis shows that it could become a reality. He asked again, so what's the next thing we need to consider and plan for? Should we reveal our plans to young Master Van He so he can help out a bit? If we assign a task to the young master, which part of the work should we give him? Or should we just let the young master be free to act as he is now? Would that be better? Hao San guessed the intention behind the question. You seem to be leaning towards letting him act freely, don't you? Duong Qin admitted, well, it's true. The young master always does things that exceed our calculations. Hao San replied, you're right. For now, let's leave things as they are. If everything goes smoothly according to our calculations, then I shouldn't interfere with him. Hao-san would also have to calculate this carefully. If I deliberately try to control Van He, it could lead to many undesirable situations. Duong-kin gestured excitedly. What you've said is exactly what I was thinking. We need to observe the situation a little longer. So if this time Van Hui succeeds in eliminating the Bach-Kut demon, he bowed, then we will also need to adjust our plans a little to follow that momentum. The old man entrusted him. If you have any calculations, just go ahead and do them. Returning to where the three of them were standing, Van Hui had now returned. Duong-kan said, I really couldn't find you anywhere. I thought something had happened to you, young master. Van Hui teased his master back. Master, don't you have a little faith in your disciple? Chanyan ran over and asked, Brother Han, are you injured anywhere? Why would I let myself get hurt? I'm fine. Seeing the small bundle he was carrying, the old man asked curiously, What is that, young master? He cheerfully held it up. It's the head of the Bak-Kot demon. Seeing the tuft of hair sticking out, the old man was terrified. Throw that thing away, he said angrily. Why did you bring that back here, young master? Are you planning to use it to intimidate the other demons? But he retorted, This is a hard-won trophy. Of course I need to take it with me. Duong-kan continued to scold, That's not acceptable, young master. Our Duong sect, after all, is one of the sects that follows the righteous path. Since when did you start acting like this? Chanyan also couldn't help but feel suspicious. He really did defeat a demonic cult elder. Just like Duong-kin, she also carefully observed the changes in him. It's clear that a few days ago when he fought me, he was hiding his true strength. It's only been a few days and he's already much stronger. This surprises me endlessly. His progress in martial arts is one thing, but what's even stranger is that, she observed, he managed to persuade Mother to join the mission to eliminate Bak-Kot. This time, the two of them facing off is like oil and water. It's hard for them to even talk to each other, let alone cooperate against Bak-Kot, the demon. Ghostface beside her interrupted her train of thought. You could say that man is quite similar to me. Chanyan was curious. Are you saying he also has a spiritual root? It denied it. His aptitude isn't at that level. No spiritual root? Then what do you mean you're the same type? With his talent, you still don't acknowledge him? She didn't understand Ghostface's meaning. It spoke honestly. What's similar is what scares me. You could say he is a great demon king. Whoever messes with him, he will eat them alive. It continued. But the confusing part is, he is a living, breathing human being. So why do I feel he's so much like me? What a strange thing. She covered her ears as it started to ramble on. You're too noisy. It reminded her, therefore, if you know what's good for you, don't provoke him for the time being. I'd rather be the predator. I don't want to be the prey for that demon king. She was quite surprised by its attitude. Even Ghostface is a little afraid of him? It seems the demonic cult's influence is gradually rising again. And Van Hai, he has eliminated a small branch in Sichuan, Pinyin Sichuan. At this rate, it won't be long before he becomes famous in Sichuan. This is a rather difficult achievement, one that I cannot yet accomplish. I need to try much harder. With this, the advantage in the right of succession to the position of family head will surely lean in Van Hui's favor. When that happens, how will Mother act? She guessed the situation. At that point, things will get pretty chaotic. Duong-kan saw Van Hui rummaging through the rubble and asked, I've already blown everything up. What are you still looking for over there? He replied. I'm looking for some clues in what Bak-Kot said before he died. He turned and asked number 15, this exact location. Number 15, the room that Bak-Kot, where is the place he could enter from around here? It quickly went deeper inside, leading the way. This place. This is a place only Bak-Kot could enter and exit. I think what the young master is looking for might be somewhere around here. There's definitely a mechanism here. There must be a secret basement. With a light push, sure enough, the spot collapsed, revealing a room. This is it. This is where he hid everything. Duong-kan and Van Hui jumped into the secret chamber. Duong-kan was amazed. The letters and treasures are all perfectly preserved. He flipped through the letters, still amazed. This could almost be the demonic cult's secret code. These letters can't be decoded right away. He looked over at the young man. Young Master Van Hui, what do you think? Van Hui read intently. Currently in the capital, 3 individuals suspected to be remnants of the demonic sect have been discovered at the secret platform. Capture them quickly and quietly. Before the sect master reaches the capital, he thought to himself, found it. After searching the secret space in the underground chamber, we found the letters that Bak-Kot exchanged with the demonic cult members, and the journal he kept, recording his work in Sichuan. Of course, it also came with many assets that he had accumulated under the name of the Divine Temple. Also a chest of documents related to the Nam Kung family. He said to the three people, before the demonic cult or the Nam Kung family discover the chaotic situation here, we need to move everything here back to the branch as quickly as possible. Then he assigned tasks to each person. With such a large amount of stuff right now, it's a bit difficult for just a few of us to move it. Therefore, as a precaution, you should stay here and keep watch, Master. As for you, sister, go back to the branch with Madame to find some support. Chanyan asked, and what about you? I will follow the clues that Bok Kot left behind. Clues? He recounted. Yes, when I defeated Bok Kot, I obtained some clues and information that I was looking for. Before they erase all those clues, I need to find what I've been searching for. She worried he would be in danger alone. You going to look for those things? It could be a trap. Van Hui replied, even if it's a trap, I still have to risk it. The accuracy of the information I'm looking for could have a huge impact on the future of the Duong sect. Duong Khan, standing by, also wanted to go with him. It's true that no one can stop what the young master does, but there might be some demons who are more powerful that appear to obstruct you. So, for safety, I will go with you to find that information. Is that all right? He considered it. It's true that there's a possibility that other demon lords from the 12 black ghosts, more powerful ones, might appear. That's possible, but if I have a companion, then my search for the demonic sect disciples will face many complications. Therefore, ignoring his master's offer to accompany him, he still told him to stay. Please stay here for now, and look after these secret documents we found. If these things are recovered by the demonic cult, we will suffer a huge loss. The old man had no choice but to stay. All right, I understand. He also said to Chan Yan, as for running back to the Little Dragon branch to call for help, of course no one has the credibility, like your words at the branch. Therefore, you should also return there quickly. She said nothing more and had to agree. Because that doesn't need to be said. The reason is simple and easy to understand. If Uncle Kong or Van Hui returns with Mother, the current situation and the secret letters from the Nam Kung family will affect Mother's reputation. Therefore, only I can accurately convey what is happening here to Father, without affecting Mother at all. Then he continued, I will look for more information here. So if anything comes up, I'll contact you all later. Chanyan sighed. All right. She urged, let's quickly arrange everything. Then let's get back to our own tasks, everyone. I will definitely protect the letters and belongings here well before the people from the branch arrive. Van Hui is truly wise to have chosen these two to accompany him. It's true, with Master here, I feel much more at ease. With that said, he turned to leave. I'll go on ahead. They watched him for a moment. Van Hui sped off quickly. The souls of the great elders of the heavenly demon divine cult surrounded him. He began to discuss with them. It's true that here, it seems those two people treat you sincerely. I can also see they are quite loyal to you. If we're on the same side, we can coordinate our actions with them later. Van Hui agreed. Right, they are good people that are hard to come by. If it weren't for their presence at this Nine Dragons branch, then with the identity of Duong Van Hui, I wouldn't have been able to bond with the Duong family. I have been able to find people who trust me and will journey with me for a long time. But rescuing my disciples this time is not Duong Van Hui's job at all. It is my duty as the young sect master. With the responsibility of a young heavenly demon sect master, I need to get this done faster, so I can save even more people. At Sichuan capital city, Van Hui had arrived the next day. Even a capital district can be this bustling? The elders beside him suggested, perhaps due to the appearance of the Yin sovereign, the establishments in Nine Dragons district were packed with people, causing people to move to the adjacent district, which is this capital district. Hearing this, he felt a bit more urgency. It will probably take more time to find them. Van Hui commanded the souls to spread out and search for everything. Spread out and bring back anything that could be a clue, including any survivors of the Divine Transformation sect or pursuers from the Blackbone Ghost Valley, or any trace they left behind. You must find everything, he thought to himself. If it's this crowded, the only way is to observe from above. Only one place remains. That place should be very suitable. It was a tall, sturdy building. It could provide a wide view of the area below. As soon as he entered, the owner greeted him warmly. Welcome, distinguished guest. Please come in. He asked directly, are there any seats left on the top floor? The owner hesitated. There's only one spot left. But prepare that spot for me. He cut the owner off, directly offering a large bag of money. As expected, he agreed immediately. Oh my! I will serve you with utmost care. As it happens, there is one seat left, very convenient for viewing the outside. The owner even cheerfully led him to a spot with a beautiful view. If demons were to walk around here, they would have likely concealed their auras. Fortunately, everywhere, there is still a faint, lingering scent of demonic energy. They probably haven't left the capital district yet. The mysterious supervisor has been found. There is an assassin using an invisibility technique. Soul quickly found a suspicious point. He immediately gave an order. Quickly determine the direction they are heading. There must be followers of the Divine Transformation sect there. Another soul reported, I've eavesdropped on a conversation between some of the pursuers from the Blackbone Valley. He leaned in closer. What is it? It guessed that perhaps the followers of the Divine Transformation also knew the pursuers were following them. They keep changing direction within a 100-mile radius to shake them off, so it's very difficult to catch them. ManHwa probed. How many cult members are being followed? According to the report, there are 3 people. And the number of pursuers? The investigation has revealed a total of 9. 1 person, 1 soul. They exchanged information like this. Although it can't be determined with certainty, one of them seems to be a demon from one of the 9 great sects. Hearing this news, he was slightly surprised. A sect from the 9 great demonic sects could be working with the Blackbone Ghost Valley, but he quickly figured it out. It must be the Blade Demon North Sea sect, Pinyin Dao Mo Bei Hai Zong. The Blade Demon North Sea sect is located on the edge of the far north, a place entirely of ice mountains and ice seas, a frozen and barren land. This sect was once famous under the name North Sea Ice Palace, Pinyin Bei Hai Bing Gong, but after being destroyed, they submitted to the divine cult. The cold wind and frosty aura they create are so powerful they can turn everything into ice and snow. Thanks to that power, not long after setting foot in the heavenly mountains, Pinyin Tianshan, they were quickly admitted into the ranks of the 9 great sects, especially the ice crystal Pinyin Bungjing. The sacred object of the North Sea sect contains a massive amount of yin energy. It is considered an essential material for the Black Ghost Valley to create the strongest reanimated corpses. That's why the Black Bone Ghost Valley is very loyal and has served the Blade Demon North Sea sect for a long time, like loyal guard dogs. In short, the assassination plot was very secretive. The plan to take out the Yin Sovereign was arranged by the one behind the Black Bone Ghost Valley, the Blade Demon North Sea sect. Returning to reality, ManHwa asked the soul how it felt. So what's the strength of that North Sea sect member? But it was also helpless, unable to detect anything. He conceals his internal energy very well, so it's impossible to know his true level. Seeing that ability, he also anticipated the situation, retorting to Ghost Chan. A master from the Blade Demon North Sea sect could have reached the pinnacle of cultivation. He's tougher than I thought. He immediately assigned a task to that soul. Pinpoint the location of the followers more specifically. He sighed softly. Has the sky already turned to dusk? Finding those followers is taking longer than I thought. Are there no seats left? Suddenly, someone shouted from outside. The owner was apologizing to a customer. Please forgive me, sir. As you can see, it's very crowded outside. But it seems this man is quite hot-tempered. How can you two say that? ManHwa observed and guessed their identity. All 3 of them are around my age. They are dressed very luxuriously. They are most likely descendants of a prestigious family. As for the man, it's unclear, but the 2 women beside him exude an extraordinary inner strength. They are capable enough to make a name for themselves in the martial world, perhaps on par with renowned masters like my sister. My sister. The man spoke arrogantly. I am Hakvu Ki, Pinyin Heiyuchi of the Golden Sword sect, Pinyin Jin Jian Man. Do you know who I am? I will ask an acquaintance among the distinguished guests to respectfully give up their seat. So let me in. Hearing the very grand introduction, one would think he was the son of heaven, the chosen one. It was a bit ridiculous. The Golden Sword sect? If I'm not mistaken, I heard this name in the Sichuan news when I was in the Heavenly Mountains, a new sect that emerged about 35 years ago. Thanks to trade with the western regions, they possess both financial resources, martial strength, and power. So he's a descendant of that sect. He was grabbing the owner by the collar in broad daylight and bullying him. The 2 women behind him, concerned by his actions, wanted to stop him. Young Master Hack, we're really fine. It's just a shame we can't enjoy the tea of Dao Than. But if it's full, there's nothing we can do, right? My dear sister. Hearing the 2 beautiful ladies speak, he became flustered. This made him even more amused, trying to make a good impression on the ladies. But he's already lost points. If the 2 young ladies have said so, who is this? Isn't this Duong ManHwa from the 9 Dragons branch? Long time no see. He had spotted him sitting in a corner. You can't run from fate. Even though he had turned away, he still recognized him. ManHwa was extremely annoyed. Damn it! Running into an acquaintance. Duong ManHwa is in for it now. ManHwa, this tea house is full. Mind if I join you? Hope it's not a bother. He asks if it's a bother, but his hand is already pulling up a chair to sit down. Van He regained his composure and calmly drank his tea. This tone is both coercive and disdainful. He said to him simply, "Be my guest. Right now, I don't have the energy to deal with this kind of person. I just need to wait for the souls to bring news of the follower's location for me. Then I'll leave immediately." With just that, he waved the other two over to sit. Haha, that's right. That's more like it. Miss Ta, Miss Lu, we have seats. Haha, thank you for letting us join you. Young master, my apologies. Waiter, bring the menu here. The two of you please try the tea here. The flavor is excellent. This annoying guy brought two more people with him. It made the atmosphere much noisier. Just then, a soul arrived to report. Young sect master. The disciples of the Divine Transformation sect have been found. According to the report, there are indeed only 3 people. Van He understood. Finally. Sir, you really can't do that. The owner was flustered, not knowing what to do. Move, he said, shoving the owner away forcefully. I have business to attend to. None of you move. An aggressive tone. Following him was a group of subordinates carrying large blades. The young master and his men, all with fierce expressions, entered. He was terrified. What is this? The soul spoke up, reminding him. This sense of power? Plus the identical armor from head to toe. They could be bladesmen from the Lion sect, Pinyin Shizi men. Lion sect. As the name suggests, this sect is famous in the Guizhou region for its decisive and warlike nature, just like a lion. The large man from before suddenly softened his tone. Van Hui appeared as polite as possible. The White Sword Mulan, Pinyin Baijian Mulan of Qinghua Mountain Villa, Pinyin Qinghua Shanzhuang. Is that the young lady? Qinghua Mountain Villa? Van Hui wondered. The soul beside him told him a story. There was once a rumor that the Azure Sky Sword Emperor, Pinyin, King Tianjiandi, had a beloved daughter in his old age. Perhaps that woman is that prestigious young lady, he said, directing his gaze towards the petite young lady, accompanying the young master. Only now did he realize she was the daughter of someone he knew. Who is the Azure Sky Sword Emperor? He is the one who, along with my master and the Yin Sovereign, holds a position among the 10 great masters of the world. So this is his beloved daughter. The soul continued its story. The master of the Lion sect is the Lion Blade King, Pinyin Shizi Dawang. He once challenged the Azure Sky Sword Emperor a year ago, and he lost miserably. It's said that the defeat was utterly humiliating. So now they want to find the Sword Emperor's daughter. To get revenge? While the two were talking over here, the young lady was calm. She was not at all frightened by the aura of the group. If that's the case, so what? One might think they would rush forward to attack her, but the big guy was extremely respectful. It is an honor to meet you. I am Bak Do Duong, Pinyin Baitu Yang of the Lion sect. Just as one thought he was showing respect, his voice turned sharp. On behalf of the Lion sect, I formally request a duel with young Miss Ta of the Ta family. Indeed, the other guests in the tea house were terrified upon seeing him, not daring to move. The Lion Blade is a ruthless man, so much so that his blade is soaked in human blood. Isn't he? I didn't expect the second disciple of the Lion sect's master to be here too. The woman accompanying her spoke up in her defense. Aren't you being too disrespectful? Appearing out of nowhere and bluntly challenging her to a duel. The person accompanying young Miss Ta must be the youngest disciple of the MA sects. Pinyin MA leader, right? The pure moon mystic maiden, young Miss Lu Tui Dan, Pinyin Liu Shui Yin, correct? He also recognized her. Van Hui, on his side, also guessed. The other one must be the rare talent of the Ime sect. This is a matter between the Lion sect and the Qinghua Mountain Villa. I think the MA sect should not interfere. He again used a polite tone to remind her. The next sentence contradicted the first. But if young Miss Ta feels she cannot win on her own, then Miss Lu can also join forces. I don't mind facing both of you. The other young lady didn't hesitate. She immediately accepted. All right, that so-called challenge, I accept. Miss Lu worried. Little sister. But she seemed not in the least afraid. Don't worry. If I keep avoiding duels like this, I wouldn't be worthy of being the Azure Sky Sword Emperor's daughter. Ha ha! Truly the bloodline of the Sword Emperor. Indeed very generous and forthright. He laughed with delight. Then let's move to another place. The backyard of this tea house is quite spacious, very suitable for a duel of blades. Seeing this, the soul said to Van Hui, Young sect master, the situation here seems to be under control. He also stood up. It's not making me waste time on trivial matters. The cultists have left the main road and split into smaller groups. He stepped outside. First, lead me to the most urgent situation. Suddenly, One of the man's subordinates blocked him. My sincere apologies, but please remain seated, sir, until the duel between our young master and Miss Ta is over. He was surprised. What? The other man was extremely arrogant. He turned back and spoke as if inviting people to a performance. Distinguished guests, please stay where you are and witness the duel between me, Bok, and Miss Ta. At the same time, he pointed at ManHwa. I especially appreciate Miss Ta's companions serving as special witnesses for this duel. He wasn't angry, he just pushed the subordinate aside. He continued to walk out. Move. Stay put. A sword was pressed against ManHwa's neck. When the young master gives the word, then you can speak. As soon as he finished, he was grabbed tightly. ManHwa's mouth! He gently used one hand to throw him down. All eyes turned to him in surprise. ManHwa scratched his head. I told you to move, why didn't you listen? Seeing ManHwa's energy, the soul beside him scolded the group. You absolute fools! Daring to touch the young heavenly demon when he's in a bad mood. The fierce-looking subordinates immediately rushed towards him in anger. This guy dares to mess with the lion sect, does he? They all swung their swords down at ManHwa. He said angrily, What did you just say? Then he unleashed his power, extremely excited. Unarmed, he easily punched down anyone who dared to point a sword at him. Seeing their comrades beaten half to death, some still charged forward. Anyone who opposes the lion sect must die! As soon as he finished speaking, his sword shattered. He still hadn't understood the situation when ManHwa kicked him in the neck. The others were like bulls, seeing a red flag and charging headfirst. You bastard! One of them swung his sword down. He was immediately pierced by his fist, causing the sword to shatter. The punch went straight for his face. He only had time to cry out, What's happening? After that, there was no after that. The large man witnessed a series of his subordinates being tossed around by one person. Among them were all notorious individuals. The elite Blade Master squad, who had once easily dominated the Guizhou martial world. And yet they were so easily defeated? To save face for himself, when he had a group of subordinates who couldn't even handle one person. He directly drew his blade to fight him. I really didn't want to fight because I still have a duel, but I have no choice. Now I'll show you what the Red Lion, Blade Master, is. He rushed forward angrily, wanting to finish ManHwa off. He intended, if it were any other day, I'd just beat you up. But today I'm angry. If you dare to mess with me, you must die. He talks a good game, but when the blade came down, he easily dodged it. You're good at dodging, but if just one of my attacks hits you, you're dead. Just once. He kept saying once, but in contrast to his furious, bloodthirsty rage, ManHwa moved lightly, dodging everything. You bastard, do you only know how to run like a rat? He was furious because he kept missing. Fight me! No matter how furious he got, ManHwa just calmly said, I'm getting bored of you. As if he didn't hear him, the opponent continued to charge in wildly. The next scene left everyone speechless. You've already struck me once with your blade, but you still couldn't take me down. Now what are you going to do? ManHwa grabbed his blade with his bare hands. The man didn't react at all, probably due to being too shocked. That's impossible. Before he could react, ManHwa poured force into his fist, unleashing a devastating blow that knocked him down in a single hit. He went flying, blood splattering everywhere. The young lady from the Ime sect was utterly astonished. The top martial artist of Guizhou defeated just like that? How can that be? Young master! The remaining subordinates had a similar reaction as they witnessed their master being punched so hard that his head got stuck in the ceiling. Then they angrily cursed, You bastard! You dare touch our young master! You're looking to die! A bunch of fools who don't know their own limits. ManHwa was incredibly calm. You guys like to cause trouble, don't you? He channeled his energy. Just one strike was enough to knock them all out instantly. Only one last man remained trembling. Before him, now it's just you left. His face was pale with fear and he stammered, Monster. Being called a monster? ManHwa became angry. You were the ones looking for death and now you blame me? The man knelt down in fear, begging for mercy. Please spare this humble one's life. ManHwa approached him. All right, but remember to tell those lying over there. Today I spare your lives. But next time you see me, you'd better run. Understood? Otherwise, you will know what hell is. The man foamed at the mouth, perhaps due to extreme fear, but he didn't forget to reply. This humble one will definitely pass on the message. As soon as he finished, he fainted on the spot. The two young ladies standing by witnessed everything. The older sister was surprised. That young master just caused a commotion and left like that? It seems we won't be able to have tea here today either. Little sister. Looking at the mess ManHwa left behind, the younger sister guessed he must be an extraordinary person. This is truly a master I've never known before. During the fight, did that young master introduce himself as ManHwa? Elsewhere, cult follower was being pursued by a heretical force. The pursuer threw a dagger, hitting him in the back. The boy immediately fell to his knees. The man was triumphant, having completed his mission. Finally caught you. After dealing with you, the rest of the rats will be easier. As soon as he took off his mask, his face was deformed and looked terrifying. The boy turned around and cursed at him. You damn traitor! He didn't argue, but rather acknowledged it. Go ahead and curse. Later, you'll be begging me to spare your life. I am Little Vermilion Bird, Pinyin Xiaojuke. The target of the search is now under my control. Come here now, huh? Why aren't you saying anything? There was no response from the other end. He insisted, I said this is Little Vermilion Bird. Someone say something! Damn it, why isn't anyone answering me? The space was silent, with no reply. He became anxious. This is strange. No matter how busy, someone should have responded. Could it be? He immediately raised his sword, ready to defend himself. You seem startled that no one is answering you. A mocking voice spoke. The deformed man looked around, but strangely he saw no one. Who are you? How did you manage to infiltrate the Black Command channel? The mysterious person continued to speak. It's true, this outdated communication technique. You guys are still using it? Impressive. And you dare to call it the Black Command channel? The man understood the meaning in his words. He knows about the Black Command channel communication method. And his tone, why does it sound so familiar? It turned out the person speaking was sitting on the roof. Your reaction to danger is too slow. I saw your friends earlier. They seemed a lot quicker than you. He was a little scared. Since when were you there? It was a man wearing a cat mask. When the other man saw his figure clearly, he was a little frightened. The demon with purple demonic eyes. That form you are... Just now I saw you were enjoying, chasing down the followers of the purified sect. The other person had just landed opposite him. He said nothing more. He moved extremely fast, grabbing him by the neck, but now it's the other way around. The ones who should be the prey are not my cultists, but you traitors, understood? Someone from afar was secretly observing. He was Bok Sun, Pinyin Baishan, Q-Man's guard. Seeing him arrive, he respectfully said, You've arrived. Young Master Kuman Tai, Pinyin Gumin Tai. He asked, Still not done, Bok Sun? Bok Sun reported, This subordinate is incompetent. There are too many enemies, so cornering them is a bit difficult. He sighed. You useless black bone zombies. He always took the blame himself. This Bok Sun has made the young master wait. It's truly shameful. This second young master is no slouch either. It's all right, the longer I wait. The screams of those hunting dogs of his. Yen Van Hui, Pinyin Yan Yun Hui, will last longer. Young Master Kuman spoke with a hint of remorse. I know this is pathetic, but a moment later his face turned to extreme anger. I still remember it clearly. The face of that bastard Yen Van Hui. Koman Tai was once one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path, competing for the position of young sect master. It turns out that in the past, this man was beaten to a pulp by Van Hui. He looked at him lying on the ground and said, What? Who is this unknown brat? Q-Man struggled to his feet, without using martial arts, but only with dark arts he managed to do this. Who are you, really? Van Hui cut him off. Hey! All right, don't say anything. You might infect me with your weakness. Hearing that you, said nothing more. He walked away. You need to be on the same level to fight. You're too annoying. Get lost. I was once the second young master of the North Sea sect, and one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path, a candidate for the young sect master of the heavenly demon divine cult. But because of one failure, I lost everything. I had to struggle to reach the transcendent realm. And that bastard dared to abandon me and leave. To die a humiliating death. But he still hasn't lost everything. It turns out he knew he couldn't kill him, so he wanted to slaughter all his followers to get revenge for that. If I slaughter all the foolish followers who worship him, wouldn't he also feel some of my injustice? Bok Sun didn't stop him either. This Bok Sun swears for the rest of his life he will definitely help the young master alleviate some of his grievances. This made him feel even more that what he was doing was right. I appreciate you saying that. Suddenly the two of them noticed something. Bok Sun, yes, this is the evil energy of the Divine Fire Dark Demon sect. It seems there's a sorcerer mixed in among them. Q-Man felt the same. Although this evil energy is far inferior to his, the 4 sword masters of the Black Bone will not be able to deal with it. Bok Sun asked for permission to investigate the situation. If you permit it, this subordinate will go and take a look. Permission granted. Only Kuman remained. He gritted his teeth, just like that. And hateful Yen Van Hui. Returning to the situation, the man in the mask asked, How dare you touch my followers right in front of me? Chu Tuok stammered, explaining, Young sect master, This humble one was only following orders from above. What can a small fry like you do anyway? He pleaded, begging for his life. Spare me, young sect master, please forgive this humble one. I am very grateful, but there's no such spring. With one hand, he directly stabbed him in the stomach. Chutuak couldn't react in time. Why? He said coldly. You have to be punished, don't you? Don't worry, your friends will follow you soon. I'll kill them all. He had a little breath left, stammering. Evil. He finished him off in an instant. The demon of war with purple demonic eyes. The boy from before, who Chutuak was chasing, now peeked out from his hiding place. No, are you really the young sect master? The boy's eyes welled up with tears. It turned out to be ManHwa. Besides me, who else could do this? The boy ran happily towards him. Young sect master! He happily hugged him. Are you okay? This is really great. He comforted him. You've worked hard. The boy cried and stammered. This humble one. ManHwa stroked the boy's head. You don't need to say anything. I understand your feelings. Don't push yourself. Sobs young sect master. Suddenly, at that moment, he sensed danger. He immediately said to the boy, I really want to chat with you, but there's a disturbance. You should step back. It was Bok's son who had tracked them down. Seeing the incomplete corpse, he was a little surprised. I didn't expect someone this strong to be mixed in. Caught a bigger fish than expected. ManHwa also knew it was Bok's son. Long time no see, Bok's son. That half-dead guy from the North Sea sect is still alive? Is Komantai nearby? Is that weakling still alive and well? Hearing him ask about his master's condition, he was stunned. He vaguely remembered, I've seen this outfit before. It looks familiar. I think there was someone who wore something similar before. He provoked. The one you speak of, isn't it me? Little heavenly demon. He roared, and the souls beside ManHwa tensed up. The frosty aura is terrifying. Young sect master, be careful. Bok's son, the guard of the second young master of the North Sea sect. It is said he is the second strongest among the little devil disciples. But I didn't expect him to be this strong. ManHwa asked him. Ice demons have a lifespan of 10 years, but you're still alive. You must be 15 now, right? Bang-san was no slouch either. Little heavenly demon, I thought you died 6 years ago, but you're still alive. How strange. All this time, I, Bok's son, have sent countless disciples of the divine harmony. Dark demon sect to the Yellow Springs to serve you. It's a pity we missed each other. Hearing this, ManHwa was shocked. The young sect disciple hiding behind trembled as he spoke. During the young master's absence, the two young masters of the North Sea sect have been working hard to eliminate the dark demon sect. He was furious. Of Montai, this Bok's son, perhaps he thought he was weaker in his new life. So he was being arrogant. It seems you can only live a miserable life as a cripple. You're not even half as strong as the young master. Even I am no match for him. He was as excited as if victory was within his grasp. How could I miss an opportunity like this? Seeing his expression, he tried to suppress his anger. You're misunderstanding something. Whether it was before or now, my life has always been a series of struggles. Overcoming adversity and suffering, that is my life. With what I've been through, I will not allow myself to fail. Come here, I'll give you 3 seconds. He challenged. Bok's son really doesn't know his own limits. I want to see how long you can keep up your bravado. Die! He rushed forward with a powerful wave of icy energy. ManHwa said to him, Know your place? You were so miserably defeated by me before, and yet you haven't changed at all. Bok's son was stunned. When was this formation prepared? Bok's son was terrified. You thought I would attack, so you prepared this formation? ManHwa was deep in thought. Bok's son, it seems you're close to death, so you've been overthinking things. That's it? Why would I rush headlong into a martial artist, like you without a plan? Bok's son gritted his teeth and endured. He waved his hands, and the mist. This is the formless ghost. No. Could this be the formless formation of the Black Bone Ghost Valley? You think it's that simple? Do you think this formation can trap me? ManHwa provoked. Try it and see. Bok's son gathered his internal energy to break the barrier. This is Bok's son's body. He was immediately pushed back by the pressure of the formation. He knelt down on one knee. This is not just a simple formation, but it's also a mixed formation that creates an obstructive effect? ManHwa replied, Yes, this is a formation. I've combined using many different formations to deal with you. The Soul Reaping and Oblivion Grand Formation, a high-level formation. That is a combination of many different formations. The formation has many effects that hinder the enemy. But to be able to cast this formation, it also requires a huge amount of internal energy. With my current strength, it's difficult to maintain this formation for long. The more ManHwa spoke, the paler Bok Sun became. However, to make it easier to cast, I've modified the soul reaping, Oblivion Grand Formation a little. With my purple demonic eyes, I can cast any technique in the simplest way, and I can activate the effects of the formation quickly, causing the opponent to lose their sense of direction and judgment when trying to find a way to escape this formation. Thanks to these characteristics, adapted to my current strength, combined with the purple demonic eyes, now, the casting of the technique is much more perfect, and with less internal energy consumption, but the space of this formation has been expanded much more. This can be considered a modification of the soul reaping, Oblivion Grand Formation, to create a formation according to my will. With this new formation, I can temporarily call it the Purple Oblivion Grand Formation. Bok Sun scoffed disdainfully. It's true that you've mixed many different types of formations together here, but do you think a huge formation like this can be maintained? I just need to simply and quietly wait for you to run out of internal energy. Then the formation will be dispelled. I know what you're thinking, but do you think the formation is just for trapping? That sentence made Bok Sun's skin crawl. Then his mouth filled with blood. Bok Sun wiped his chin and gritted his teeth. Poison? ManHwa replied cheerfully to the soul. The poison spirit has been added to the formation. As long as you remain in the formation, the poison spirit will slowly seep into your body. Bok Sun covered his mouth with his hand, gasping for breath. If you use internal energy to expel the poison spirit, you'll just die faster. Then the poison spirit will spread much more strongly. You think that by just using internal energy you can expel the poison spirit. You're completely mistaken. The poison spirit has an explosive property. The speed of its spread in the grand formation is too fast and powerful. If you just meditate, you won't be able to resist the spread of the poison spirit inside your body. Furthermore, your body possesses an extremely strong yin energy. This is the perfect condition for the poison spirit to develop and unleash its maximum effect. Bok Sun challenged irritably. You bastard! Don't hide in the grand formation anymore. Come out and face me. ManHwa flickered behind the thick mist. Why should I go out there and face you? I will wait until you are completely poisoned and have lost your internal energy, then I will appear. His figure flickered through the layers of mist. This made Bok Sun somewhat frightened. Bok Sun gritted his teeth in anger. Anyway, my lifespan is almost over. He decisively unleashed all his power. Therefore, I will use all the life force I have to fight you to the death. Bok Sun glared. He gathered his internal energy into his sword. He made a decisive slash at the ground. Ice Sealing Blade Technique. Ice Slashing Spirit. A torrent of internal energy erupted, obscuring the surrounding space. It seems you're at your wit's end. He smirked teasingly. Even if you use up all your life force and internal energy, it's all the same. The poison has already seeped into your body. In this state, you're like a fish on a cutting board. Bok Sun's face turned pale as he struggled. You bastard! Seeing ManHwa appear, he immediately rushed in to attack. The technique hasn't been dispelled, and you can still appear. You must be tired of living. Do you think it's that simple? He calmly blocked the sword strike with his hand. There are still many surprises waiting for you. Bok Sun, however, continued to attack wildly, even though blood was pouring from his mouth. A powerful duel with me, you? Do you think after casting such a high-level technique, you still have any internal energy left? ManHwa replied while blocking the attack. So you don't think I can use multiple methods to replenish my lost internal energy? The grand art of mighty internal energy reinforcement. A stream of purple internal energy enveloped ManHwa's other hand. Now I'm much different than before. Bok Sun stared blankly, unable to believe his eyes. What? ManHwa struck Bok Sun twice in quick succession, forcing him to retreat. The Wind and Rain. Chaotic Ghost Tremor Art. Bok Sun's eyes widened in amazement. Martial arts? But your Dantian was crippled. How can you use martial arts? Bok Sun suddenly realized something. He looked and thought to himself, this martial art is not just any ordinary martial art. It has reached a divine level. How can that bastard be so strong? The explosions from the battle between the two continued. ManHwa and Bok Sun clashed like a storm. ManHwa thought to himself, with my internal energy enhanced by the inner ghost heart technique, and since I'm inside the grand formation I cast, and Bok Sun has now been poisoned by the poison spirit. His internal energy is depleted, and as he fights wildly, the poison spirit will attack even more fiercely. This is the perfect time for me to act. Bok Sun swung his hand wildly, attacking. He didn't hesitate. He flicked his hand, causing the air to explode with smoke and dust. He struggled to support himself, kneeling on one knee. Seeing this, the souls became worried. Young sect master, are you all right? He has depleted his life force and internal energy, yet he is still so strong. It seems he wants to fight you to the death. Be careful. Ignoring the worried words of the souls, Van Hui continued to charge forward excitedly. The stronger this guy is, the more interesting I find it. He rushed forward, secretly pleased. This way, I've been able to test my current strength to this extent. From that, I can see my weaknesses and overcome them in the future. The two of them engaged in close combat in midair. This is a lesson I've been waiting for. With life and death battles like this, a martial artist can truly unleash their full potential. He laughed maniacally during the battle. Bok Sun, you will be my prey. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. With Bok Ho, I've already figured out some of your 12 poison techniques. The two of them took turns, one attacking while the other defended. I will bit by bit analyze the weaknesses in your techniques to be able to unleash my full potential of myself. They landed with a distinct thud. Van Hui was excited. Gathering internal energy, martial arts becomes more powerful, with more real combat experience. With this demonic strengthening fist in just a moment, Van Hui's lips curved into a wide smile. You will die without understanding why. Bok Sun. With what he had learned, he raised his lip and unleashed a blow. I can't just keep going on a trip and blindly executing other people's martial arts. I need to combine the strengths and weaknesses of those techniques and make them my own. Although I've learned a few things, I still need creativity and innovation to transform. Van Hui looked at Bok Sun, lost in thought. The turbulent wind and chaotic rain, as well as the formless formation, are fundamentally stronger and more powerful. In some way, it helps me to perform according to my own nature, without any constraints. Before my eyes now you, Bok Sun, are the perfect prey for me to demonstrate my learning and transformation of my techniques. I have your Ice Demon Blade technique, with its ice-cold attribute and ghostly power. However, he has refined it, transforming it from its original form and casting it in a different way. Bok Sun's current nature is the ghostly snow wind, fast, sharp, powerful, and ferocious. Anyone who cannot stop the snow wind he unleashes, their entire body and soul will turn to stone. Bok Sun swung his icy blade. Van Hui also swung his blade in return. He died of cold without even knowing it. With the ice attribute, blade technique, and demonic power, each strike carried a chilling aura and deadly sharpness. He blocked Bok Sun's strike with his bare elbow. But thanks to my demonic eyes, I can see through this technique and replicate it. Bok Sun looked at him in amazement. How can you cast my ice blade technique? You did it just by looking? Van Hui's mouth unconsciously curved into a smirk. He always dodged Bok Sun's strikes. Bok Sun was at a disadvantage, so he had to retreat. Since casting the ice blade technique, I've learned many things. Van Hui tensed, radiating a powerful aura. When combined with the violent tiger's 12 soul-shattering palm force, this yin energy will make the palm force incredibly powerful. He pounced like a hungry tiger towards Bok Sun, the 12 blades of the snow tiger. His body was sent flying by the pounces, spitting blood. Bok Sun was in a panic, afraid. How can you combine my blade technique with your palm technique like that? This is impossible. You're a monster. He choked on blood, sweating profusely. You bastard. Even so, Van Hui relentlessly pounced on Bok Sun, attacking. Monster is a word I've heard many times. He executed a swift scratch. It ripped Bok Sun's body apart. But hearing you say it, I find it a little interesting. Bok Sun's blade was severed from his body. He lost his balance. He fell. Bok Sun was filled with resentment and bitterness. I can't just die like this. He roared madly, gathering his strength into his remaining hand. How can I face the young master again like this? Bok Sun struck Van Hui with a palm, the Ice Soul Divine Palm. Space. The area around them was quickly enveloped in an icy mist. Van Hui jumped back, retreating, after taking a palm strike from Bok Sun. He doubled over. Heh, little heavenly demon, you let your guard down. Bok Sun roared madly. What do you think? With the poison of our Blade Demon North Sea sect? He looked down. He fumbled at the area on his chest where he was hit. The souls were also extremely worried. Young sect master Dao Trong Hao, you dare to betray me? If this continues, your blood vessels will freeze, Van Hui mumbled, feeling his blood vessels freezing. Ice. This poison is different from the ice poison the North Sea sect used to use. Seeing this, Bok Sun also growled and laughed. Heh heh! You realize it? This is the true heart ice poison. It will gradually gnaw at your heart and eventually take your life. He was manically excited. There's no way to cure the poison, because it was created to kill. Finally, Van Hui understood why. This is the weapon you received from the society? He thought to himself, I was wondering why the North Sea sect would dare to target the Duong sect. So it's because they have this thing. Van Hui's question surprised Bok Sun. You already know about the society? As expected of the little heavenly demon. Luckily, we got rid of you early, Van Hui scoffed. Get rid of me? Who gave you permission to do that? He looked at the soul orbs in his hand. I killed 5 of the 4 sword masters of the Black Bone. On my way here, he took a deep breath. He popped them all into his mouth, to the shock of the souls. You've absorbed so many soul orbs? It's too dangerous, young sect master. His eyes immediately widened under the pressure. Van Hui's internal energy erupted violently. It distorted the space. Bok Sun grinned and chuckled. You're struggling in vain. Don't you see? True heart ice poison is an incurable poison. Van Hui secretly agreed in his heart. Just as Bok Sun said, this type of ice poison cannot be cured. But I don't intend to cure it. I will use the poison gas of the poison spirits, which I have absorbed too much of, to circulate blood in my frozen blood vessels and absorb the poison. The true heart. Ice poison is indeed a formidable secret technique of the society. Van Hui's body surged. A current of internal energy circulated through his blood vessels. But the powerful yin energy and poison are just a high-grade spiritual medicine. To me. Bok Sun stammered as he looked at Van Hui, who was radiating a chilling aura. What is this? He converted the frosty aura of the true heart ice poison into internal energy? Van Hui's lips curved into an amused smile. You dare to use ice poison? Something based on yin energy to attack me, the Demon King? Van Hui looked at Bok Sun mockingly. It seems you've all lost your minds, Bok Sun. He trembled and fell to his knees. From the ice silver blade technique to the ice poison. Bok Sun's eyes widened as he roared in agony. You've been deceiving me from the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, the light in Bok Sun's eyes faded. He fell with a thud in front of Van Hui. Van Hui laughed heartily. Oh, what a pathetic death for one of the 4 great devils. What do you think, Bok Sun? He carefully examined. Now that I have the spoils of war, Van Hui dusted his hands. I will use the true fire technique to cremate your corpse, to avoid being traced. The silver-haired boy had been watching Van Hui fight all this time. He said excitedly, all right. To witness the power of the young sect master with my own eyes is a great honor. He suddenly looked up at the sky. A bird was spreading its wings, flying in the night. This dark aura. He stammered and pointed, Young sect master! It's the aura of the Black Bone Ghost Valley, a new enemy. Van Hui reassured him. Don't worry. The eagle swooped down near him. Van Hui is an ally, Olma. He announced loudly, Young sect master, Olma has completed the mission to destroy the breeding grounds and has returned. The great elder souls also praised him. Elder O Huan, long time no see. How many monsters have you eaten? Your body and aura are completely different from before. Van Hui waved his hand, silencing the soul. Have you destroyed all the breeding grounds? On Ma immediately replied, yes. He took a deep breath and pushed the foreign object up his throat. But there is one thing I must report. On Ma spat out a sparkling red stone. I found this while destroying the breeding grounds. Van Hui frowned, taking the stone. This is... He clicked his tongue. We have to get out of here quickly. In the air, Kuman questioned. Are you sure you're tracking the right target? Sichkot asserted confidently. Please rest assured. The water zombies of the Ghost Valley carry the black demonic crystal within them, so they cannot escape the crimson crystal of my grave-seeking song. Q-Man growled in displeasure. Humph, if they can't escape, then why? Haven't you caught that monster yet? Sichkot sweated, trying to justify himself. There was someone obstructing us. It wasn't our fault. Q-Man snorted. I don't need excuses. Lead the way. Sichkot cursed under his breath. Damn coward! In that alley. The two of them landed lightly. According to my tracking technique, that monster has not moved from this alley. Sichkot's skin crawled. What? What's happening? Sichkot looked around. This frosty aura, is it from the Blade Demon North Sea sect? Q-Man didn't hide it either. I have assigned a mission to Bok Sun to find the demonic fire sect's demon. Sick Code started to worry. If he can fight multiple rounds with the 4-blade, Demon Bok Sun, then he must be a master. His feet. Q-Man stopped in front of the crystallized ice on the ground. Traces of ice poison. And it's True Heart ice poison. To use the True Heart ice poison, one must have profound internal energy. He suspected, lost in thought. If used incorrectly, it can shorten one's lifespan. And yet Bok Sun, who is about to die, used it. Q-Man remembered the moment he spoke with him. Bok Sun, Sichkot pouted. But it's so strange. Clearly, according to my Crimson Star grave-seeking song, that monster should be here. Before he could finish, he was grabbed by the neck by Kuman. Sichkot was lifted into the air by his neck. What's going on? Q-Man muttered. Hey, Sichkot. Q-Man asked angrily. The sect master ordered me to come here to capture the monster that destroyed the breeding grounds. Following you here, not only is there no monster here, but there are also traces of Bok Sun's battle. As he spoke, he grabbed the hilt of his sword. I have assigned a mission to a sorcerer of the Divine Fire sect to track him down, and now there are traces of the True Heart ice poison, but there are no signs of movement. KuMan drew his sword, the master of the monster and the remnants of the demonic fire sect. I need to investigate the connection between the two sides. You have to tell me everything you know about that monster's master. He growled threateningly. If you don't want to test the sharpness of this life-reaping blade. Chichkot's face turned purple as he struggled to breathe, quickly replying, It's the Nine Dragons branch, the monster we're hunting is a goo worm that we sent to assassinate the second son of the Nine Dragons branch. KuMan was surprised. The Duong sect's Nine Dragons branch? A place where the plan to assassinate the Yin Sovereign will take place? Tell me more. Chiklong began to recount. To be able to infiltrate the Nine Dragons branch, we gained the favor of the branch's matriarch, and at her request, we sent someone to assassinate the bastard child, the second son of the branch master. But that four-sword master has gone missing, and for some reason, the goo worm turned into a goo and attacked our breeding grounds. KuMan released Chichkot in frustration. You don't know the reason? You useless bunch. Chichkot struggled to breathe, grabbing his throat as he replied, Yes, Bakkot Vansu is investigating. But as you know, we still haven't been able to fully infiltrate the Nine Dragons branch. KuMan nodded. Everyone knows the Duong family is very difficult to infiltrate. Chichkot's face turned purple. Because of that, the investigation is taking a very long time. The problem is that bastard child. He doesn't have any backing at all. Just a few months ago, he was still being ostracized by the Nine Dragons branch. But suddenly, he changed and began to sabotage the plans of the Black Bone Ghost Valley. KuMan narrowed his eyes, asking, That bastard child is very suspicious. What's his name? Chichkot nodded. Duong ManHwa. KuMan clenched his jaw. The sorcerer who killed Bok Sun. He exuded a strong killing intent. The sorcerer who could steal and evolve the goo worms of the Black Bone Ghost Valley? The name of the one with the sorcerer behind him is ManHwa. The members of the Kunlun Three Paths knelt down in unison. They spoke in unison. The Kunlun Three Paths. Pay our respects to the young sect master. ManHwa was pleased. Thank you all for your perseverance and endurance during this time. He asked gently, So is the sect master still safe? ManHwa's question immediately cast a gloomy shadow over the atmosphere. He frowned. Could it be that something has happened to the sect master? The white-haired boy quickly waved his hands. No, we've always thought that. If the young sect master is still alive, he would surely be by the saint's side. ManHwa was worried. Master isn't with them? He quickly questioned them. Quickly, tell me everything that's happened. It was right after the bloody incident at the young sect master's hall, when the rebels from the 5 great sects advanced to the sect master's hall. Master and even the demon protection guard who was assigned to protect him had completely vanished. Due to the absence of the sect master and the young sect master, the demonic Divine Fire sect, with its new sect master, was expelled from the heavenly mountains and disbanded, scattering throughout the seas and the central plains in search of the missing master. The demonic Divine Fire sect had to evade the society's pursuit, while also scouring the world for news of his murder. 6 years passed. When I left a sign at the Nine Dragons District Inn, the Kunlun Three Paths were dispatched to confirm the truth. ManHwa calmly looked at his trembling hands. Even if disaster strikes, the sect master must comfort the followers. That is my duty. I was incompetent. I'm so sorry. The followers of Kunlun Sanlu immediately burst into sobs. Young sect master, please don't be like this. Just by your return, we are eternally grateful. He looked up at the dark sky. As you have already realized, I am not with master. The members of Kunlun Sanlu also understood that, so his face darkened. ManHwa turned his back. I haven't even recovered in my state from 6 years ago. He thought sadly, although they say the demon protection guard disappeared at the same time, the opponents are the society and the 5 great demonic sects allied with them. More importantly, if master is still safe, then there's no reason why he wouldn't meet them again over the past 6 years. He remembered his master's figure and asked himself silently, Master, what should I do from now on? ManHwa's train of thought was interrupted by a question from the Kunlun Sanlu group. Young sect master? So what should we do? ManHwa suddenly came to his senses. He looked at them and thought, although for me it's only been 2 months. They have waited for 6 whole years. Remember this, ManHwa. The sect master of the heavenly demon divine cult must make all demons submit. The members of Kunlun Sanlu stared blankly at Van Hui. He raised both hands to the sky, so fast that one can only admire the demon. A stream of Van Hui's internal energy poured out from his palms. The divine fire from Sichuan will reach all the way to the heavenly mountains. Van Hui gathered the stream of internal energy back into his two hands. Burn all the enemies of the divine fire admiring demon sect. Van Hui's performance left everyone stunned. From the members of Kunlun Sanlu to the souls in Onma, Van Hui generously spread his arms. I will accept you in Master's place. He smirked. Through that, I'll clear the way for Master's return. If I can do that, will you be willing to trust and follow me once more? The members of Kunlun Sanlu immediately bowed their heads to the ground. Please lead us. Van Hui was satisfied. Thank you all, he asked while thinking. First, we must gather the scattered members of the demonic, divine fire sect. Who is currently leading your organization? The white-haired boy immediately replied, one of the 5 great sword generals, the blood-sucking ghost demon. Van Hui nodded. The blood-sucking sect master and the protector are still safe. It's all thanks to the grace of the first heavenly demon. The white-haired boy was determined. They will return immediately. To report this good news to the blood-sucking ghost demon, the red and blue-haired boys disagreed. Big brother, please stay and assist the young sect master. Just the 2 of us will go. Then the 2 of you go and report to him. He stood proudly under the moon and declared, the new sect. Master of the divine fire. Admiring demon sect is waiting at the Duong sect pagoda. The carriage wheels creaked in the quiet night. Van Hui was exhausted, his eyes dark-ringed. Is your condition not good? The souls were all very worried about him. The internal injuries are very serious. You haven't had time to consolidate your perception after attaining enlightenment, and you've already unleashed your internal energy. It wouldn't be surprising if you went into a state of chi deviation right now. The great elder soul and Ma also admired Van Hui's strong mentality. The ability to merge soul and body is very unstable. You were too reckless to absorb the ice poison. Honestly, the fact that you can maintain your composure is a miracle in itself. Van Hui spoke frankly to the followers. I am not just becoming a ruler, the 2 in power, but must become a god. The souls were also confused. Huh? These are words my master once said. To revere means to look up to, a being that has reached the supreme position. If that being lowers themselves even a little, the follower's gaze will also lower. He clenched his fist with determination. Now that master is absent, I must become a bright lamp in a high place, a pillar for the followers to trust and rely on, even if that path is lonely and full of thorns. The souls were also moved. Young sect master. Van Hui gasped for breath, exhausted, and thought, when I heard these words, I couldn't fully understand master's feelings. Now perhaps I can understand that loneliness to some extent. Van Hui touched his chest. Anyway, the most important thing now is to resolve the state of my body. Ma replied with a choked voice. At least you need to rest for a month. Van Hui looked at Ma with a serious expression. There's no time to rest. It's only a few days until the Yin Sovereign's visit. Sovereign. A bead of sweat trickled down on Ma's face as he struggled to offer a solution. Then perhaps refining the yin energy and completely integrating it into enlightenment is the most important thing. Hearing this, Van Hui quickly sat up straight. As expected, that's the only way. There's no other way. The souls were all anxious for him. Young sect master, are you planning to meditate in a swaying carriage? He helplessly closed his eyes. I have to deal with it before the internal injuries caused by the yin energy become more serious. The cause of this internal injury is the instability of my mental state. Because I attained enlightenment while forcibly filling my inner self, the streams of ki could not maintain balance, so they mixed and condensed. I will proceed to dissolve it and purify the unnecessary streams of ki. Then I will refine it completely, removing the excess elements, refining it into a new yin essence that suits my body. Then adjust it so that it settles in the middle dantian. The cold yin energy flowed out of Van Hui's body and into the space. Ma cried out in surprise. How can this be successful? Dissolving each stream of chi and then continuing to refine it. Just thinking about it is terrifying, incredibly focused. This is truly a method that only the young sect master can perform. The residual energy is gradually dissipating into the air. The yin energy is being absorbed. Have you completed the process? Van Hui calmly opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Seeing this, the souls and Ma all started to stir. Congratulations, young sect master, you have succeeded. In this situation, you have even created a middle dantian heart technique. Truly the young sect master. Van Hui was suddenly annoyed. What are you talking about? Creating a middle Dantian heart technique? Han Ma flapped its wings awkwardly. Didn't you just control the key flow at will in the middle? Dantian? Van Hui was bewildered. If not, then what? That is the goal of understanding and cultivating the middle Dantian heart technique. Van Hui was startled upon hearing Han Ma's explanation. He touched his chest. The true chi in the middle Dantian is a mixture of the techniques of the upper Dantian, the internal energy of the lower Dantian, and the frosty aura of the true heart ice poison. But you controlled them with your will. This means the young sect master has created a heart technique for the middle Dantian that is suited to himself. Let the yin essence flow naturally, reorganizing the accumulated ideas. If so, then... Van Hui clenched his fist in satisfaction. It will become my own middle Dantian heart technique. In the upper Dantian, I have the Demon King's self-preservation scripture, which I cultivated in my previous life. In the lower Dantian, later I will learn the heavenly demon fox heart technique, a secret art of the heavenly demon divine cult. If I master both, I can enter the ranks of the 50 great masters of the world, but that's only when my opponent is still within the scope of this world. And the enemies I will have to face later are a group presumed to consist of those who have at least reached the realm of entering heaven and becoming a demon. Just using the Demon King's self-preservation, scripture, and the heavenly demon fox heart technique is not enough to overcome them. However, he smirked. If the middle Dantian heart technique is created to suit me, it can combine techniques and internal energy into one. Han Ma nodded. This path is fraught with difficulties and obstacles. But with what the young sect master has shown, we subordinates believe that you can absolutely achieve it. The next direction of development has been determined to have the water attribute of a moving black dragon, pure and bright like true ki. Black dragon water true ki. The middle Dantian heart technique that I created myself. Black dragon Qigong. The Duong sect branch is currently bustling with people. Sect master, all preparations are complete. Chanyan was bowing respectfully. Thank you, Sect Master, for coming all this way to help. He replied with a smile. This is what I should be doing. If I had been fully briefed, things would have been much smoother. The people of the Duong sect were suddenly surprised. Oh! They looked at the carriage slowly approaching. Many couldn't help but wonder. It's still early. Who could be coming? A member of the Duong sect stopped the carriage. Hold on a moment. What business do you have at this Duong sect branch? The feet of... The young man quickly stepped down from the carriage. What's wrong? Van Hui nonchalantly walked out. I've completed my mission and am just returning. The Duong sect guard's jaw dropped. Young Master Van Hui? Chanyan was also stunned for a long time when she saw Van Hui. She rushed over and placed her hands on his shoulders. Hui Ni! Van Hui was also surprised. Sister, did you come all this way to greet me? Chanyan looked him over from head to toe. Are you injured anywhere? Van Hui was speechless. No. She sighed worriedly, thinking to herself, that's right. If he returned this early, it must mean the work didn't progress. Anyway, it's good that he's back safely, although it's a bit of a shame. Chanyan comforted him. You've worked hard. Van Hui proudly showed off his achievements. It's nothing. I've eliminated the Taoist ghost of the North Sea sect. Now the district town is no longer a problem. Chanyan stared blankly at Van Hui's sly smile. An echoing shout shook the entire forest. Ha, so you came back after you finished your work? In the Duong sect's imperial palace, Baksan's pained groans echoed, little heavenly demon. Van Hui's face was cold. He used his internal energy to chain Baksan's neck. You should be grateful. I let you die at this level, slowly torturing your soul until it dissipates, then using spiritual power to restore it from the beginning, repeating this process over and over. Baksan screamed, just kill me! The souls broke out in a cold sweat. It seems becoming a soul, like us, is still a much lighter fate. Van Hui was deep in thought. All right. The information about the North Sea sect that Baksan possessed, we have it all now. The sun is also high. They themselves, they must be arriving soon. Suddenly, Duong Khan burst in. Young Master Van Hui! Van Hui was pleased. He's here just as I said. Duong Khan asked Han, I heard you caused a big scene. Hai Van still stood there proudly. What big scene? I just eliminated the demonic cult. That also helps to raise the reputation of the Duong sect. Duong Mon looked at Van Hui timidly. I'm not talking about you eliminating the demonic cult, but about you giving those Taoist priests from the Lion sect a beating. Van Hui nodded. Oh, so that's it. He thought, that group really didn't make an impression. So I forgot about it. Van Hui laughed heartily. So what? What's the big deal about a little scuffle? Could it be that the Lion Blade King came here to hold me accountable for that? Duong Mon was afraid. Yes, sir. He came here himself. Van Hui pouted. A clash between a bunch of young kids like that? Why would he even come here? How can someone who is a hegemon of a region be concerned with such trivial matters? Duongman closed his eyes seriously. You didn't mishear. Van Hui rubbed his head tiredly. I really thought I'd hear praise, but instead I'm getting nagged at. Duongman held out his hand towards the door. Anyway, let's go. Let's head to the Lone Hall. The golden sun cast its light on the wall. Van He was standing in the Lone Hall, respectfully, clasping his hands. Your son Duong. Van Hui has completed his mission and returned. Hao San nodded slightly at Van Hai. Besides the head of the Black Bone Elder, which you brought back from the Ghost Valley, you also brought the head of the Taoist Ghost Bok Sun from the North Sea sect. Hao San emphasized again. And you brought the head of the Taoist Ghost Bok Sun from the North Sea sect as well. Van Hui calmly explained. That was unavoidable, sir. During the mission, little aggression and confrontation is normal. Right now, I also have something to offer. Hao San was startled. What else do you want to offer? Van Hui slowly took out a piece of paper from his clothes. The entire plan of the North Sea sect to harm us. He held the piece of paper in front of Hao San. This is their entire scheme. Van He excitedly waved the piece of paper in his hand. Thus, all their doings have been brought to light. And now we can completely calculate how to deal with them. I must have done a good job, right? The three of them walked down the endless stairs together. I would have let Duong Hao Sun become a spirit. Van He thoughtfully said, it's also quite difficult. Just following someone like Nam Kung San was tiring enough for him. If I do something too extreme, it might expose my weakness. Hao San gently pushed the door open, revealing a blinding light inside. Van Hui calmly looked inside.
I'm really surprised.
There are countless people in the room. I didn't think there was such a large space underground. The souls were equally surprised. Look there, young sect master. This is the entire map of the Central Plains and even the outer regions. It's also accurate. The center is Sichuan. Outside is the North Ice Palace, and to the right is the Central Plains. To the left, Tibet and the vast Xinjiang. The western regions, wait a minute. To the left and even India. All the major and minor sects and forces are marked here. Even the relationship between the Duong sect and the other factions. All directions of development are calculated. Van He looked at the map in awe and thought, even the Heavenly Mountains, where the Heavenly Demon Divine cult is located, and the location of the half-immortals' new heaven and earth, are all recorded. He felt a sense of apprehension and restlessness. Now I understand what those people from the Duong sect are plotting. Duong Keen suddenly appeared with a bright face. I didn't think the master would let young Master Van Hui in there. Van He was also startled and thought, the general manager of the 9 Dragons branch Duong Kien, so he's here. He spoke slyly, covering his face with a fan. What do you think of the Weathering Peak? Van Hui replied calmly. Weathering Pavilion? You mean, you're saying this place is plotting to stir up a storm in the martial world? He stood there with his arms crossed, looking serious. If you look at the purpose of creating this map, I completely understand where this place is headed. To conquer the world, even the regions outside the Central Plains. The world strategy. Van Hui nodded. That's right. Duong Qian was immediately delighted. He rushed in front of Duong Khan. Family head, I beg you. Duong Qian pleaded. Please entrust young Master Van He to me. Just look at young Master Van He. He is not only good at martial arts, but also more resourceful than others. He pointed towards Van Hui. The young master's wisdom and vision are truly rare. Duong Qian praised. Everything is perfect. It's just that he is currently a rough gem. If you hand him over to me, we'll make him a leader of the world in a few years. The Duong sect will then become the leading force in the martial world of the Central Plains. Duong Khan shouted, What are you talking about? He would never accept that. Anyone can see, the path the young master is on has always been the right and dominant one. Young master is not the calculating bookworm type, like you. Duong Qian was not one to back down either. He cunningly advised, for the Duong sect, martial arts are of course important, but that's not enough. What is needed is a sharp mind and a heart of steel, to be able to aim for greater things. These are the necessary qualities of a person who will hold the world in their hands. Duong Khan roared, So, you plan to lock the young master up here and turn him into a bookworm like you? While the young master's martial arts are so outstanding, the two of them started arguing. What bookworm? There are plenty of martial artists in the family, but leadership qualities, command, strategic vision, and calculation must be trained. Only then can one grasp the world. What did you say? Hao San growled and ordered, Stop! Which path to take is for Hui Ni to choose. We'll figure this out later. Hao San looked at Van Hui calmly. Hui Ni, you've seen it now. This is the place the Duong sect established, to conquer the martial world. In the martial world, people often say that the Duong sect is the place that stops foreign forces from invading the Central Plains martial world, like the heavenly demon divine cult, so that they can never enter the martial world of the Central Plains, the path of suffering. But I and the Duong sect's family head will not stop there. We have a much grander scheme. That is to rule the martial world. Our Duong sect will become the hegemon of the world. Hao San bared his teeth like a demon. And it will also be an impregnable fortress, as well as placing this entire world at our feet. But for that scheme to be completed, the Duong sect must first become a force that is impregnable, a place that even the heavenly demon divine cult can do nothing against us. Hao San slammed his hand on the table. 6 months ago, we received news that the crazed followers of the demonic cult had the audacity to plot the assassination of the family head. To be precise, the Nam Kung family used the demonic cult to do it. He recounted with regret. At first, we intended to stop it immediately, but the false master said, if we stop them now, we'll only catch a small fraction of them. We must slowly catch them all, Hatan said confidently. I will personally act as bait, and the plan was made. The plan to destroy the demonic cult by using the Yin sovereign's own assassination plot. Van Hui also understood. The Yin sovereign planned to use this assassination plot to create a legitimate pretext for himself, for the demonic cult to invade the Central Plains. Therefore, the Duong sect will be able to rally many forces to fight against them. He thought to himself, using his own life as bait for the Yin sovereign, Duong Vanhak is truly crazy and cunning, but decisive. Decisive action and a vast information network. The Duong sect has accomplished many things that other sects could not. Van Hui was stunned, but this plan will fail. The information in this plan is still lacking, and that is the variable that will lead to failure, Van Hui asserted firmly. It can't succeed, Hao San retorted without hesitation. Can't? On what basis do you make that assertion? You'd better think carefully before you say that. Duong Qin interjected awkwardly and tried to smooth things over. Perhaps the young master doesn't know, but we have prepared thoroughly to deal with this attack. From the mechanisms of the formations to the deployment of troops in the manor, even the movements of the 6 existing squads protecting the family head. Everything has been carefully calculated, Van Hui replied nonchalantly. The documents, from the tactical formations to the orders, are all spread out on this round table. They are clear evidence that the Weathering Pavilion has built a detailed plan based on an excellent intelligence system. Duong Qin was confused. You are aware of that. And yet you still speak such baseless words? Van Hui immediately produced a piece of paper. This is the information I extracted from the demon. Duong Qin cheerfully received the paper. Here is information on the current location of the North Sea sect and the Black Bone Ghost Valley. Both are infiltrating Nine Dragons District, along with a preliminary plan of action. Hao San glanced over. What's the match rate? Another way. As fast as a machine, he cross-referenced everything on the drawing. Compared to what the Weathering Pavilion has collected, this information is 90% accurate. There is only one small discrepancy. Their strategy almost completely matches one of the contingency plans that I had anticipated. The other's bright eyes twinkled behind his mask. With this accuracy, it's highly likely this source is from within. Hao San also understood and immediately waved his hand to stop the other. Hui Ni, you mean to add the entire plan that the North Sea sect has laid out? Van Hui nodded. Yes, that's right. Hao San swept his hand across the map. The information you brought has been confirmed to be accurate. And you yourself have admitted that the Weathering Pavilion's strategy is reasonable, he asked gloomily again. So in everything you know, what makes you believe this plan will fail? Van Hui thoughtfully held the piece of paper. The reason is very simple. The strength of the demonic cult has been underestimated. Currently, the strength of the demonic cult has far surpassed what the branch master and the Weathering Pavilion predicted. Hao San's face remained cold and unchanging. Misjudging their strength? Do you think that I and the former members of the same squad have never faced the North Sea sect before? The possibility of them growing stronger after the Civil War was taken into account long ago. Van Hui raised his hand to explain, but it's still not enough. He looked at the marked spot on the drawing and thought to himself, it's amazing. Even though they had cautiously raised the assessment of the enemy to a very high level, they were still able to arrange a strategy to win. However, that's only true when the opponents are ordinary enemies. Bak Kot and Bak Sun have been empowered by the society. Their current realm is much higher than it was 6 years ago, when I once captured them. Once caught in the soul reaping and oblivion, without profound magical power, there is almost no chance of escape. The power of the ice poison, despite consuming significant internal energy, but once they are almost impossible to defend against. What's more, they also receive support from the society. The current situation is completely disadvantageous for me. Hao San's face darkened as he interrogated. So in the end, you mean the Sichuan Duong sect is still not capable of confronting the demonic cult head-on? Van He also agreed. Exactly, that's my assessment. Hao San's pupils dilated as he threatened. If you dare to assert that, then prove it. Prove that all our calculations are wrong. He exuded a deadly aura as he looked at Van Hui. And only you are right. Bet your own life on it. Hao San condensed his internal energy into his palm. Now I have adjusted my strength to the level of a grand general, as predicted by the weathering pavilion for the little slaughter, devil disciple. If what you say is true, that the demonic cult is stronger than we calculated, then someone who once defeated the North Wind Ghost Bok Sun like you should be able to defeat me. Hao San squeezed that stream of internal energy tightly. But if everything is still within our predictions, before he could finish, Van Hui calmly interjected, then you will have to die, under the secret ultimate technique of the Duong sect, the heavenly poison hand. Duongqin and Duongkan also started to get agitated. Master, this condition is too harsh. Young Master Van Hui, if you admit you're wrong now, the master can still... Van He was as firm as a nail. It seems the branch master has made a miscalculation. After speaking, he immediately released a source of icy internal energy. Don't... Khan looked at Van He and couldn't believe his eyes. What? You only opened your middle dantian less than a week ago. But, Hao Sun was equally amazed. Where does the problem lie? The power and aura you are emitting right now are truly astonishing. But compared to the little demon disciple I once assessed, you are still one level below. Van Hui also confirmed, that's right. The North Wind Ghost Bok Sun, who fell at my hands, possessed a power one level higher than the aura the branch master is currently emitting. Hao San frowned. So how did you manage to defeat him? Van Hui smiled slightly and took a stance. How about I show you in person? Hao San also prepared to fight, not easily revealing his trump card? Good. I appreciate that caution. As soon as he finished, Van He leaped up and rushed towards Hao San. The two of them seemed to disappear into space, leaving only traces of their internal energy. Clash! Duong Qian let out a gasp. He looked at his torn and tattered documents, tattered in the fight. Duong Kun could only grab Duong Qian's hair to stop him. My documents! Let go! I said let go! Van Hai lightly dodged the blow. He thought, he's still not using his full strength. Van Hui quickly moved past Hao Sun. His eyes had already tracked my movement to the end, to the last point. He ducked to avoid Hao Sun's swing, but the blow was a beat too slow. Van Hui carefully looked at the strand of hair on his cheek that had been cut. He still maintained his strength, at the level of the Grand Elder of the demonic disciples, which he himself had established. He jumped back. Then he landed and braced himself to keep his balance. The reason is, he wants to confirm that the information provided by the Weathering Pavilion and himself are completely accurate. How annoying. Van He growled and cast a frosty cold spell. He went into a frenzy. Hao San also realized this was the blade technique of the demonic disciples. As he blocked Van Hai's attack, he thought, it's not just a simple imitation, but it's also skillfully blended into his martial arts. Hao San turned and flicked his hand. His strength has been tested, but he rushed forward. It's still not enough to convince me. Hao San's fingers whizzed past Van Hai. The explosion of the internal energy clash was blinding, creating intense shockwaves. A drop of blood from the battle fell to the ground. Duong Kan was extremely worried. His face turned purple with fear. Young Master Van Hui! Hao San still stood there, his face calm. What an eyesore. Hao San's hand had already flicked past Van Hui's shoulder. The poison of the heavenly poison hand, when it takes effect, will block a blood vessel. It didn't stop there. Even after being hit by a portion of the Duong sect's poison, you still recklessly charge forward. If it were the demonic disciples of the North Sea sect, they would have fallen long ago. Van He lifted his hand down, refreshed. I understand that in the branch master's eyes, I'm only at that level, so you acted that way. Hao San frowned. That's why I find it annoying. And Duong Qin is now crying his eyes out. Stop it, both of you! If you're going to destroy the Weathering Pavilion, then just kill me first. Duong Kan understood. He placed a hand on Duong Qian's back to comfort him. Even so, Hao Sun remained emotionless. Hui Nhi, you said the Weathering Pavilion's plan was sure to fail. Even though I'm holding back my internal energy, have you found a way to deal with it yet? Van He nodded seriously. Of course I have a way. Hao San looked up at the young man, who was still standing firm before him. What is it? A voice echoed from outside. Then I shall take my leave first. Hao San looked at his palm. Even though I deliberately held back my internal energy, you still dared to poison me? He clenched his hands into fists. Just you see how I'll punish you. Duong Khan stammered, Master, Duong Qian was dejected. All the documents I worked so hard to gather last night, now I have to reorganize them? Hao San crossed his arms sternly. Say no more. I understand what you mean. Duong Khan's mouth went soft. Master, you are so unfair. Ever since Van Hui showed his talents and was chosen as the successor along with the Wind Squad, you've been biased towards him in your heart, haven't you? Hao San's words were too true, leaving Duong Khan speechless. That's... Hao San just sighed. Even if you compare me to Hui Ni, I won't blame you, because I know the reason you're staying here is because of the Wind Squad. Duong Khan was embarrassed. Master, Hao San recalled a past memory with Duong Khan. I promise, one day I will help you return to that place. Until then, trust and journey with me. He was slightly saddened, because I cannot become the new master of the same Wind Squad. Duong Qian bowed slightly. Master, before we discuss my plan, I want to ask something. Do you intend to choose young Master Van Hui as your successor? Hao San was confused. Why are we discussing succession at this time? Duong Qian's blue eyes flashed through the mask. If you still don't truly trust young Master Van He, then don't give him any important responsibilities. If you have doubts, don't use him. And if you use him, don't have doubts. The most dangerous thing is to not trust and still give authority. Hao San asked back, doubt the person, don't use them. Use the person, don't doubt them. Danger lies in appointing the doubtful. Duong Qian waved his hand. If you still don't believe what young Master Van Hui brought back, then just let him act on his own as he has always done. We just need to rely on our own preparations to stop the demonic cult's attack. He closed his fan. But if you've decided to trust Van Hui, young Master Duong Qian was happy. Then trust him completely. He raised his finger and suggested, furthermore, young Miss Kui Chan is not interested in succession. As for young Master Hu Shuang, he is not qualified to take that position. Hao San understood. You're trying to test my reaction for your own amusement? He also began to ponder. Trust? Hao San recalled the conversation between himself and Van Hui. So have you come up with a countermeasure yet? Of course I have. What is it? Van He's lips lifted slightly. This is simple. He puffed out his chest confidently. Entrust it to me. The entire plan this time, I will take full charge. Hao San nodded in approval. Then it's decided. The next morning at the grand courtyard of the Nine Dragons branch, a large banner was hung. Second young Master Duong Van Hui officially assumes the position of new branch master. Van Hui stood in astonishment before the lavish feast. Oh! The white-haired boy bowed his head in a salute. This subordinate is sorry, my lord, because today is the inauguration day of the young branch master, but the ingredients in the kitchen are running low. Therefore, this subordinate could only prepare this much. Van Hui crossed his arms, understanding. Is that so? The white-haired boy clenched his fist in determination. Just now I scolded that incompetent Xing San. He will quickly replenish the ingredients. Therefore, it won't be long before there is enough food to cook for the master again. After saying that, the brat ran off and disappeared. The souls snorted. He is truly a dedicated subordinate. Van Hui also said with a chuckle, he is indeed different from the traitors of the past. The souls immediately broke out in a sweat. We subordinates are also much different than before. That's enough. Van He forced a smile, not understanding that Duong Hao Sun fellow. He has entrusted all management authority to me this time, and yet he pushes all the work of the young branch master onto me right before the grand ceremony. What's the meaning of this? He felt a headache coming on as he thought about it. The North Sea sect's plot, then the new guests arriving here, discussing all matters with the Duong sect, preparing the feast for the Yin sovereign, adjusting the schedule of the 6 great sovereigns, arranging the preparatory ceremony. Just thinking about these things gives me a headache. Suddenly a voice rang out. Oh, I didn't think there'd be a whole banquet like this. Chanyan sat on the windowsill, her face flushed from wine. Hui Ni, congratulations on your appointment as branch master. Van Hui also bowed his head. Thank you, sister. Chanyan looked at him with a gloomy expression. What's with that look? You don't like me coming here, do you? Van Hui forced a smile. Ah, that's not it. Chanyan raised the wine flask in her hand. Today is a happy day, and it's the day you've been recognized by our family. Van Hui also replied politely. It's also the day you escaped the position of heir in the family, position you never wanted. She smiled ecstatically. Oh my. You found me out. Van Hui also advised, it seems you're a better fit for Ching Chung than for the Duong sect. In Ching Cheng, things are more relaxed, less pressure than here. She turned to look at the blue sky. You could say the years spent in Ching Chung, training hard. Chanyan smiled with a satisfaction and happiness. But that was also the happiest time of my life. Van Hui looked at her and thought, I see that Duong Kui Chan is not an irresponsible person either. She must have also trained hard in Ching Chung, aiming to have enough strength to inherit the position of family, head of the Duong sect. But her efforts have now gone to waste. But she wasn't angry about it. She came to congratulate me. He gently pulled out a chair. The servants, they're going to prepare the food. How about you sit here and eat with me? Chanyan was overjoyed. All right. I was just waiting for you to say that. He slammed the wine bottle on the table. I also just brought a bottle of good wine here. Van Hui's face turned pale when he saw it. This is, Chanyan teased, pointing at the wine bottle. It's New Nihong Daughter's Red. You must have heard of this type of wine. According to Sichuan tradition, when a baby girl is born, they will brew wine and bury it in the ground. When the girl gets married or accomplishes a great deed, they will then open the aged wine to celebrate. This must be the wine for Duong Kui Chan, to celebrate becoming the young branch master. Van Hui was still a little hesitant. Is it all right for the two of us to drink at this hour, sister? Her face reflected on the wine bottle. I came here today to celebrate, becoming the young branch master. Van Hui was no longer formal. All right, since you've said so, let's drink together. Suddenly, Duong Khan burst into the room through the window. Congratulations, young Master Van Hui. Van Hui was speechless, looking at him. Oh, the door's over there, martial arts master. Duong Khan cheerfully hugged a pile of wine in his arms. Today is a happy day, so there's no need to be picky about that. I also brought a lot of wine here. Let's all drink together. Chanyan peeked out and greeted, Hello, Uncle Khan. Duong Khan also cheerfully greeted, Young Miss Quitran? But then his limbs seemed to freeze. Duong Khan turned his head and stuttered, If the young lady is here, then I'll come back another time, young Master Van Hui. Van Hui hurriedly stopped him. You don't have to go. She came here to drink and congratulate me. Duong Khan scratched his head shyly. I thought I had interrupted the two of you. That's why I was so scared. He looked at the wine bottle that Chanyan had brought. Oh, the wine is already opened? Van Hui explained nonchalantly. It's the new Nihong that she brought. Hearing this, Duong Khan was also startled. Chanyan quickly picked up the wine and offered it to Duong Khan. Don't worry, Uncle Khan. I've escaped the burden of the air position, so I'm also very relaxed. Come on, Uncle, have a drink. Drops of red wine filled Duong Ko's cup. All right, since the young lady has invited me, I won't be polite. She quickly poured it into Van Hui's cup. Next, it's your turn. Van Hui nodded. Let me pour you a drink. She chuckled happily. It smells so good. Chanyan smiled, raising her cup to the sky. For the future of Hui Ni and the Duong family. All three of them raised their wine glasses to the sky in unison. Cheers! The sound of chopsticks picking at food echoed in the space. They happily enjoyed the food. Chanyan praised, Brother Hui, your subordinate is a really good cook. Van Hui asked Han, Speaking of which, sister, Chanyan, with her mouth still full of food, replied, Ah? He laughed slyly. If you've already opened the new Nihong like this, then what will happen to your relationship with the eldest disciple of Ching Chung? What will happen now? That question made Chanyan spit out her wine. She cried and slammed her hand on the table. Why did you have to bring up the senior brother? Duong Khan also understood. The eldest disciple of Ching Chung is that Lai Triet son? Chanyan was startled. It's nothing, uncle. Duong Khan froze. Ah! He stood up with a cold face. Then I need to go and inform the branch master, so they can go there and arrange a marriage. Chanyan slammed the table, upset. Hey, Uncle Khan, don't do that! Chanyan's soft voice rang out. I will not marry. She lowered her head. After the grand ceremony is over, I will go to Ching Chung to become a nun. Duong Khan was shocked and worried. Huh? Young miss, why? Is it because of what happened to the first madam? Chanyan calmly shook her head. It's not that. This is a problem I've been struggling with for many years. There are many issues to consider in the Duong sect as well. It's the same with the Ching Chung sect. I can say that I'm more suited to practicing swordsmanship in Ching Chung, Duong Khan pouted. Honestly, I can't understand it. Young miss, I've spent my entire life in the Duong sect. It's my reason for living. He sighed. But the young lady doesn't need to be like that. Chanyan was also sad. Master's uncle. Van Hui came forward to apologize. Sister, I'm sorry for disturbing the party that you threw to celebrate me. Chanyan was confused. His face was gloomy. You know, before I go to the Yin sovereign's residence, I have one more battle. Can you help me? Chanyan asked back seriously. Is it to destroy the demonic cult? I'm willing. Suddenly Van Huy's hand flashed in front of her. But this sword is not just for destroying the demonic cult. He carefully asked. There are other targets as well. Can you bring yourself to do it? She grabbed Van Huy's wrist tightly. If I can't do it, then you should find someone else. Van Huy also accepted. All right, if you feel that you're not strong enough later, then you can choose to become a nun. It's not too late. Chanyan looked straight into Van Huy's eyes. I think you're being too cruel right now. I've always been on your side, even if it meant going against Mother. Van Huy remained resolute. That's why I'm reminding you. I'm afraid that later you'll have to get even more involved, and you won't be able to back out. Chanyan calmly removed Van Huy's hand. I made this decision a long time ago. Whether in the Duong sect or Chingcheng, the only thing I've learned is... She placed her fist over her chest. She spoke solemnly. Righteousness. Her footsteps echoed loudly. Chanyan leaned in close to Van Huy. The standard for something that I decide to do or not do is based on the word righteousness. If what you want to do aligns with my intentions, then I will follow. Otherwise, Van Huy replied, You'll refuse, right? Chanyan didn't hesitate. That's right, because Mother went against righteousness. That's why I followed you. If at any time you act against righteousness, then I can no longer follow you. Van Huy was lost in thought. Righteousness? This is something I've thought about before. Because of the heroes and righteous men I met before also had this word. However, there are also those who, for self-interest, abandon righteousness. But Duong Kui-chan is a little different. Her words moved me a little. Van Huy touched his chest and bowed his head. I've misspoken to you. Duong Kui-chan is willing to confront her own mother for the sake of this righteousness, so I must respect her. Chanyan raised an eyebrow. You've become the young branch master, so you need to act decisively. If you can act according to righteousness, then I will be your sword. She held up her wine glass. During this time, I will follow and help you. Van Huy also responded with a toast. I will definitely value you. Duong Khan rested his hands and watched the scene before him. It's true, the actions of these two have earned my respect. But what about the two of you? How can a person like me be missing? So the three of them happily toasted and celebrated. The peaceful morning passed by at the Duong sect branch. But in the evening at the Golden Sword sect, a shrill scream echoed from outside. Duong Van Huy. He furiously smashed things. That good-for-nothing became a branch master, and he even humiliated me in front of Miss Toman and Miss Tianyi. Now I even have to bring a gift to the Yin Sovereign's residence to personally apologize? He screamed in frustration. It was his fault, not mine. That man trembled all over. If I had been born into a prestigious and powerful righteous sect like the Duong sect, I would definitely be many times stronger. That Duong Van Huy guy, someone's figure emerged from behind him. Duong Van Huy. So I found the right person. The mushroom-headed man was surprised and quickly asked, Who are you? The assassin coldly channeled his internal energy. You don't need to know. He unleashed his internal energy, freezing the surrounding space. It frightened the mushroom-headed man. The assassin slowly approached the mushroom-headed man. It terrified him. I just need to borrow you for a bit. To meet Duong Van Huy. Q-Man smiled slyly. You don't have to be so scared. Late at night, Van Huy and Chan Yan were sitting on the roof drinking. Van Huy spoke up and asked, Ching Chung, can you drink like that? Hearing this, Chan Yan turned and shouted angrily, Who is Ching Chung? You should call me a Taoist. Van Huy forced a smile, indulging her. Yes, Ching Chung's Taoist in sackcloth. Then he asked seriously, Sister, I've been wondering for a long time.
Why are you so nice to me?
Hearing this, she was a little surprised. She stopped drinking and turned to look at him with wide eyes. She placed the wine bottle aside and replied, I was planning to tell you one day. It seems that day is today. She spoke gently. Because I once promised. He wondered, promised? She continued, yes, to Huini's mother. Chan Yan silently recounted to her little mother. She immediately recounted, Little mother was a very warm person. She immediately recalled her memories with his mother. Little mother, I'm back. In response to her call was little mother's warm voice. Oh, Miss Chan Yan, when I was tired from the hard training in the Duong family, you told me about the vast world outside the manor, about the vast martial world, about the majestic Ching Chung Mountain, about the solemnity of Mount Emei, about the sweet taste of candied fruit, the images. Her incredibly cute childhood was shown. But then one day, I found out when she saw something strange in her stepmother's medicine bowl. She asked in shock, What kind of medicine is this? Then she learned my mother had poisoned my stepmother's medicine. The smell from the medicine bowl intensified. Then she recognized the scent. Chan Yun then turned to ask her stepmother, but she raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. She was shocked. You knew and you still drank it? She walked over and said, Miss Chan-nan, that thing in this medicine no longer has any effect on me. She was stunned. She explained, I've had an incurable disease for a long time. At that moment, she stood frozen, utterly stunned. She explained further, thanks to the branch master, I was able to hold on. But after giving birth to ManHwa, the disease returned. This medicine will only make me leave a little sooner. Chan-yan refused to accept it, clinging to her stepmother's leg and begging, It can't be. At least live a little longer. The young mother smiled gently and replied, I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble for this little bit of time. Her eyes welled up with tears, and her cheeks gradually turned red. She immediately grabbed her hand tightly, requesting one thing. Miss Chan-yan, what I'm about to say might be a bit difficult for someone in the Duong family. But can you promise me one thing? Always treat ManHwa well. Tears streamed down Chan-nan's face. I can't. I won't promise. So don't die. Outside, it was raining heavily. ManHwa's mother hugged her, like her own child, comforting her, Miss Chan-nan, when you grow up, you will become a wonderful person. So always keep this warm heart. Returning to the present, Chan-yan sat looking up at the sky and said, and so little mother passed away just like that. She was dejected as she spoke of her mother. But even so, my mother didn't stop after that. At that time, the rumors accusing ManHwa's mother, spread by Nam Kung Son An, were widely circulated, as if it were the natural order of things in the Nine Dragons branch. A child born from a servant's trickery, while the branch master was drunk. Just thinking about it is ridiculous. A person like Duong Haosun, who had already reached the transcendent realm, couldn't control his drunkenness? Even if the rumor damaged Duong Haosun's reputation, but Nam Kung Son An still used it to bring down ManHwa's mother and child, because they were the ones who could threaten her position and her children. When she told him everything, it came with an apology. I'm sorry, does hearing me say that make you uncomfortable? ManHwa turned and replied, Sister, the order of events is wrong. She looked at him in surprise, her eyes full of questions. He continued, Before you knew about my mother's request, or the first madam's mistake, you were already nice to me, weren't you? Because that's just the kind of person you are. Hearing those sincere words, she smiled happily. Thank you. He thought to himself, I really don't understand how a person like you could be born between that blockhead and that shrew. ManHwa spoke up. I'm the one who should be thanking you, sister. After speaking, he thought, in the remaining memories of Duong ManHwa, there is an emotion I cannot understand. Nam Kung Sonang, I really don't care what happens to her. The tables have turned. Even if I do nothing, after the Yin Sovereign's visit, she will also be dealt with as a traitor. However, my body reacts to an emotion that does not belong to me. The biggest difference between the soul of Yen ManHwa and the body of Duong ManHwa is Duong ManHwa's resentment. In my previous life, I was an orphan, so it's very difficult to understand that feeling of loss and resentment. But recently, I've begun to understand. Thinking of this, ManHwa stood up, his hands clenched. He smiled. Excuse me, sister. Sister, I have to go first. Chan-yan, still holding the wine bottle, said happily, All right, go on. ManHwa jumped off but didn't forget to remind her, If you're still drinking when I get back, I'll tell the senior brother. Hearing this, she blushed and shouted, Why are you bringing the senior brother into this? After he was gone, Chan-yan sat down again and sighed. She held her sword tightly in her arms. Then she sat alone on the rooftop, dejected. Scene change to the next day at the first madam's residence. Sonan sat in the room, trembling with anger. She bit her nails as she tried to think of a plan. That third-rate brat just came back. Not only has he been recognized as a candidate for the succession, but he has also been declared the young branch master. This is no different from declaring that my children and I have been completely eliminated. She kept saying, What should I do? I have to think of something. Suddenly there was a noise outside. Those people from the main wind pavilion are acting on their own again. Then she cursed. Didn't I say there's nothing left to discuss? The person who entered was Hu Shuang. He entered and called out, Mother? He looked over in surprise. Shuangyi? The main gate is guarded by the people of the main wind pavilion. How did you get in? He said, I pleaded with father, so he gave me permission. She replied, So that's how it is. You've come at the right time. She quickly placed her hand on Hua's shoulder. Zhong continued, Shuangyi, listen carefully. Now that third son has become the young branch master, he definitely won't leave you and me alone. Go to your maternal grandparents' house to plan for the future. He said sullenly, Mother, the people who followed you from the Nam Kung family are all being monitored by the main wind pavilion. Sunan reached into her clothes and took something out. Yes, the people who followed me from the Nam Kung family are definitely being watched. But there is still another link between the Nam Kung family and the main wind chamber that I haven't revealed. She took out a piece of paper. Then she placed it in Hu Shuang's palm. She carefully instructed, "At the corner of the south courtyard, northwest of the main wind pavilion, leave this letter summoning the Crimson Hall, along with this symbol. When night falls, that person will come looking for you." He quickly crumpled the paper in his hand, angry. "You still planted another spy from the Nam Kung family, without telling me?" Seeing this, she was a little surprised and called out, "Shuangyi!" He said coldly, "Even if Mother doesn't believe my rebellious sister, but I thought you at least trusted me." Sun An replied, "I'm sorry, Shuangyi, but now is not the time to talk about such things." He slammed the table. "Why?" He was heartbroken. Tears welled up in his eyes as he spoke with a choked voice. "Why did you join forces with the demonic cult?" She was stunned that her child knew about this. "How do you know about this?" He roared, "I wanted to prove myself!" Whether it's martial arts or family politics. Hu Xiong shouted in anger. "Receiving help from the Nam Kung family's maternal side was only to promote my growth." Then he covered his tears with his hand and said, "Mother, I want to win, as a member of the Duong sect." Seeing this, Sun An stood frozen and called out, "Shuangyi!" Suddenly a voice echoed from outside, startling the three of them. "It seems the story is over." Van Hui entered and said, "The main wind pavilion still has spies from the Nam Kung family. What do you think of this, General Manager?" Duong Qian replied, "I thought I had captured all of Nam Kung's spies. How shameful." Sun An was stunned and exclaimed, "Why are you here?" And the General Manager and Chan Ni too. She stammered, "Could it be?" and looked at Hu Shuang. She immediately shouted, "Did you incite Shuangyi?" He slowly walked over. "First, Madam, you promised me before. If I wanted, you would retreat into seclusion and force your children to give up their right to succession." But she hurriedly turned and spoke directly. "Shuangyi, don't be swayed by his words." Chan Yan, standing to the side, couldn't help but say angrily, "Mother, stop it! Shuangyi has seen the evidence with his own eyes." Sun An was flustered and stammered, calling out, "Chan Yan," seeing her sit down helplessly. Duong Qin spoke up, "First, Madam, everything will be cleared up at the main wind pavilion. By now, you must have realized that you have no way out." But she said desperately, "No way out? You two, child, what can she do about the sins she has committed? So it's over?" She couldn't accept it. "No, if it goes on like this." Suddenly, she radiated a terrifying power. Her hair turned fiery red and her eyes bulged frighteningly. Veins bulged all over her face as she immediately screamed, "I won't let things end like this." She radiated an increasingly powerful killing intent. It shocked everyone in the room. Van Hui also thought in surprise, "This aura! Demonic energy!" Hu Shuang called out in shock, "Mother!" The souls following him appeared and said in shock, "Young sect master, could that be the forbidden secret technique that even the divine cult had to seal? The violent blood-burst demonic art." He remembered. Yes, the inverted blood violent demonic art. It can temporarily amplify internal energy many times over. But the price to pay is the loss of reason, seeing everyone around as an enemy. And when the time is up, even one's life is consumed. She seemed to be completely controlled. He confirmed again, that is a demon not just for those who want to struggle in their final moments. Sun An looked at him angrily. "Duong Van Hui, if it weren't for you," he retorted without fear. "The person who introduced Bok Kot Van Su to the madam was from the Nam Kung family. Why are you taking your anger out on me for that?" Then she shouted, "Shut up!" With that, she threw the table at him. And he just had to gently raise his hand, and he sent the table flying in another direction. The table shattered. Hu Shuang, standing nearby, was also terrified. He muttered in despair, "Mother, why are you using demonic arts?" Chanyan gently stepped forward and said, "Shuangyi, step back." She stepped forward and stood directly in front of her, pleading, "Mother, stop! Don't create any more karma." He reminded her, "Sister, it's too late. Don't try to convince her anymore." The madam's mind is now destroyed. Sun An's eyes were now bloodshot. Blood flowed from her eyes, making her look even more ferocious. The demonic energy gradually flared up. She looked at her and said, "Even if you are my daughter, if you don't obey me." She immediately rushed towards her and said, "I will still kill you." Chanyan calmly drew her sword, the sword in her hand. She immediately made a decisive slash towards Sun An. She immediately screamed in pain. The souls beside Van He exclaimed in admiration, "Truly the Ching Chung sect! Righteous chi versus demonic chi. It truly is the nemesis of the demonic path. She's so skilled." Hearing this, Van Hui thought, "This situation is really hard to say. even knowing that the inverted blood demonic art is harmful, but Nam Kung Xuanan still deliberately used it. She's at the end of her rope. She must want to kill me here. And right now, she is no different from a monster craving its prey. However, the situation is different now. He thought smugly, but she has miscalculated. Sun An swung his hand, unleashing demonic energy. It flew towards them. Chanyan was not afraid. She stood in front of everyone, without any intention of resisting. However, at this moment, a strange feeling arose in her heart. She thought to herself, "Mother, even in the end, you still act so selfishly." Suddenly, tears streamed down her cheeks. She clearly knew what I had chosen. Therefore, in this situation, I still have to walk the path I have chosen to the end. That tear fell. Chanyan drew her sword and muttered, "The first way of the heavenly master of the Ching Chung sect, heaven and earth as one, Duong Chanyan." Although her eyes were brimming with tears, but she was still steadfast in her path. "I will act on behalf of heaven and eliminate the evil demons." But on the opposite side, Sun An kept saying, "Kill!" Then she screamed madly, "All of you!" She rushed towards Chanyan like a monster. She also got into a ready stance, and when she rushed over, she made a decisive slash at her. Chanyan's eyes, at this moment, were indescribably cold. Indeed, making a decision like that is definitely not simple. Immediately after, she closed her eyes, as if saying goodbye to her mother. It was raining heavily outside. The space also became quiet, mixed with a sense of tragedy. Everyone in the room remained silent. The souls whispered, "Did you see the expression on the Nam Kung family woman's face before she was cut down?" "I saw it. What a bitter situation." Hu Shung quietly approached his mother's body, his eyes filled with pity. Before Sun An rushed to attack her, the soul recounted, "In everything I've witnessed, the moment the blade was at her throat, her image returned to how she was before, accepting her punishment. That was the last time I saw her before she died. She looked most like a mother." Van Hui stood in thought. It was because of that deep motherly love that was twisted by greed and jealousy that she wanted to kill Duong Van Hui. And in the end, that action hurt her own child. A stream of light emanated from his body. He immediately placed his hand on his chest and felt it. The souls were surprised. "Sect Master, your spiritual power is merging." He thought to himself, "The remaining distance between my soul and body has finally completely disappeared." When the light disappeared, he was relieved. "You are finally free." Duong Van Hui. As he was thinking, Hu Shuang, carrying a wooden box with both hands, passed by. As he passed, Duong Qian said, "We will announce that the first madam has gone to recuperate with Hu Shuang, young master at the Nam Kung family." Hearing this, he blushed with emotion and replied, "Thank you for preserving my mother's last shred of dignity." When the two of them went out, in the room, only two people remained, Van Hui and Chan Yan. He stood by silently watching her, and she remained rooted to the spot. Inside her, an emotion existed that no one could understand. Time passed quickly. After Nam Kung Sonan was dealt with, the main wind pavilion has simultaneously wiped out the spies of the Nam Kung family. Duong Chanyan also gradually calmed down and supported the young branch master. Just like that, the day the Yin sovereign was to visit arrived. The Yin sovereign has arrived, and he and Chanyan stood outside the gate to welcome the guests. Van He turned and called out, "Sister, I have something to discuss with you." She immediately replied, "What is it?" He began to ramble, making excuses. "I think this position should not be held by a child as inexperienced as me. It should be for you, the one beloved by the family, to be the master." But the only reply was a joking one. "What are you talking about?" The souls behind him giggled. Seeing the young sect master say that, it's really a loss. This is the first time I've seen him so sincere. I hope his relationship with her goes well. As they were talking, suddenly, he came over and grabbed them tightly. He said in a low voice, "Perhaps I need to teach you a lesson." The captured soul hurriedly exclaimed, "I'm sorry, sir." Not far away, two young ladies approached and called out, "Sister Chanyan." She called them over. "Man Mai and Thien Mai? You two come here." Thuiden greeted cheerfully. "Long time no see, sister." As she approached, she felt a sense of familiarity when she saw someone, and exclaimed, "That person is—" Ma Tien also exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master Van Hui." Chanyan, seeing they knew each other, asked, "You three know each other?" And he turned to look at them with wide eyes. Thuiden recounted, "We met at the tea house in the district town." He was a little embarrassed and turned away. "How shameful to let the two young ladies see me like this." Chanyan said cheerfully, "But let me formally introduce you." She pointed and introduced each person. "This is a friend I made at Thuxon, the pure moon mystic maiden. Amaze Lu, Thuiden." She greeted back, "It is an honor to meet you, young master." She continued her introduction. Mulan of the 100 Swords of Qingshan Manor, Tu Matien. She came over and patted his shoulder. This is the new young branch master, my little brother Duong Van Hui. He immediately bowed his head and said, I hope to receive your guidance. Thuy Dan asked, Is he your younger brother? Is he the young branch master and not you? She confirmed, That's right. She said cheerfully, Before it was really you. She said she didn't want this position, and it turns out it was true. Chanyan put her hand to her mouth and signaled for silence. She chuckled and said, I'll keep it in mind. And over there, Ma Tien turned to look at him. Van Hai asked her, Is something wrong? She avoided his gaze and looked elsewhere before replying, Ah, no. Suddenly, Thuy Dan placed her hand on her shoulder. She immediately pulled her away, not forgetting to say goodbye to them. I'm busy now, see you later. She also waved goodbye. All right. When they left, he sat down, panting with exhaustion. Those were the last two. She replied, It's almost dark now. Looking up, she saw something in the distance. Suddenly, several carriages were approaching. She wondered, What are those carriages? The carriages drew closer. Then it was revealed that they were sent by the Golden Sword sect. Sent. A middle-aged man in a yellow robe stepped forward. He cupped his hands and introduced himself. On behalf of the sect master and madam, I greet you both. The general manager of the Golden Sword sect, La Chanbai. Van Hui also came forward and cupped his hands in greeting. I, the young family head of the 9 Dragons branch of the Duong sect, Duong Van Hui. You have traveled a long way. But what are these chests? La Chanbai placed his hand on the chest beside him and replied, Previously, the young branch master visited the district town, but you left before the sect master could greet you. So he still regrets it. This is the sect master's apology. Young family head, I offer this gift to express our sincerity. Inside the chest was the pile of neatly stacked gold bars. Neatly. I hope this gift will help the two sides to have a closer relationship. He glanced sideways and gestured. Also, the one who caused trouble last time ran up, then hurriedly clasped his hands and said, I made a mistake last time. Please forgive me. Seeing this, So this is the person from the Golden Sword sect. I'll accept the gift. And I should also warn this person a bit before sending them away. Van Hui turned to La Chanbai and said, Such sincerity, I will accept it. The two of them immediately bowed in gratitude. Suddenly, he smelled something very familiar. He turned and instructed his subordinate, Take the members of the Golden Sword sect to the south guest room. Your subordinate obeys. He turned his back on the group of people who had just stepped out of the carriage. He thought to himself, In just a moment I sensed it. The remnant of demonic energy on him. The master of the demonic aura, Cao Dan Tai, walked past him. He quickly turned and looked. Cao Dan Tai and his group, all dressed in black, walked away. Only 2 young ladies remained, playing happily in front of the house. Thuy Dan joked, My Ma Tien is staring at young Master Van He. The woman named Ma Tien was caught off guard and immediately tried to avoid it. What's wrong? But she was still teased by her. Nothing? You say nothing? Why is it nothing? Ma Tien let her play, but still spoke up to clarify, He has the scent of a sword. Thuy Dan wondered, The scent of a sword? She quickly explained from the side, From the person. Young Master Van Hui now has the scent of a sword. I didn't notice it when I met him at the tea house last time. From her words, she deduced, You mean he has studied swordsmanship before? Ma Tien wasn't sure, but said, That's not right. Because that sword scent is like that of someone who has cultivated, at least not for a few years, but like he has cultivated for over 15. Suddenly, a strange scent assaulted Ma Tien's nose, causing her to freeze. She urgently pulled on Thuy Dan's hand. A thought appeared in her mind. This sword scent. Thuy Dan was dragged away by her for no reason. She could only ask, bewildered, What's wrong with you, Ma Tien? She didn't answer, because her mind was only focused on getting to Sister Chan Nhan and young Master Van Hui. This sword scent is the sword scent of the one who fought with Father. Van Hui on the dirt road suddenly saw a suspicious person. He turned around and realized, So it's you, Cao Dan Tai. You conceal your demonic aura to a considerable degree, but it's still not enough to fool me, Cao Dan Tai. The old man felt the bullet-like gaze on his back and couldn't help but frown. The souls saw the fire in his eyes and immediately asked, Young sect master, who are you staring at so intently? He answered honestly, That man is Cao Dan Tai. Hearing this, it was shocked. You mean the 7-step life-reaping Cao Dan Tai? The second son of the North Sea sect's master? When did he sneak into the group of new guests? I already knew. The people of the North Sea sect would infiltrate the group of new guests, but I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. What should we do, young sect master? Van Hui had already thought of a plan. What to do? Dealing with him now is a bad idea. I really want to tear him to shreds right now. the bastard who has made my followers suffer. But if the North Sea sect abandons its plan to assassinate the Yin sovereign, the loss will be very heavy. So I'll let you live a little longer. Oh, Dantai, Chanyan, we're talking. Maybe. The Golden Sword sect is the last group to arrive. Van Hui continued, Yes, it's almost dark now. If they were polite, they would have arrived tomorrow morning. Suddenly, hazy smoke drifted towards the two of them. Van Hui was startled. This feeling. He froze, surrounded by a strange smoke. A loud noise suddenly erupted. From somewhere, arrows flew wildly, clashing against each other with a clang. Chanyan screamed in fear, Hui Ni! Thanks to his innate reflexes, he was unharmed. Van Hui quickly assigned tasks. The injured soul immediately obeyed. The sky was a brilliant orange. Suddenly, two crossed daggers appeared. Together, they created a strange glow. It startled both brother and sister. Van Hui quickly released a dark energy. To compete. Chanyan was anxious when she saw his expression. What's wrong? Could it be an enemy? She was afraid as the indistinct energy drew closer to her. Luckily, Van Hui was able to shield her in time. Then he left, leaving Kuei Chan alone in the mansion. The people held their heads in fear when they heard the crisp laughter and the violent changes in the sky. A sharp voice rang out clearly. You felt my killing intent and warned you to stay away, and yet you still charged forward. I like you, kid. The old man held in his hand a large scepter and tapped it hard. A brilliant golden light enveloped the entire space. Van Hui gritted his teeth. He grabbed his weapon. A thick black smoke enveloped his precious sword. Van Hui gathered all his strength and unleashed a counterattack. That blinding power? A dark green pierced through the golden light. Fierce, so red. In a battle, the innocent people are the ones who suffer the most. Just from the aftershocks of the clash in the air, the dust is already this thick. They asked each other in confusion, What on earth is going on? Is the demonic cult attacking? Among the panicked crowd before this rare incident, there was a strangely calm face. He smirked, looking unfathomably profound. The cunning old man challenged Van Hui. Finally, the dust settled. Although I was angry with you, I only threw it casually. And you still managed to block it? Van Hui was panting, because he had just cleaned up the old man's messy spoils of war. But he was still polite to the elder. I am Duong Van Hui, the young branch head of the 9 Dragons branch of the Duong sect. Greetings to the supreme ruler of the Guizhou martial world, the master of the Lion sect, the Lion, Blade King, Hui Chi Ho Min, great hero. The old man also spoke to him. I heard that the great hero Kong Fong has several children, who are very promising. It's true indeed. Their strength is also sufficient to make my incompetent disciple bow his head. It seems it's worth a try. Van Hui was silent. Damn it! I only blocked one sword strike, but the internal injuries that were gradually healing have become more serious again. This is the power of the Super Grandmaster, who has reached the peak of the transcendent realm. Peak? Van Hui suddenly felt a chill down his spine. But he quickly smiled smugly because he had someone to back him up. It seems he has no intention of stopping, but I probably don't need to deal with it anymore. On the rooftop, a powerful figure spoke up, interrupting. If I had known the senior would grace us with his presence, I would have personally come out to greet you. Why did you grace us with your presence so suddenly without a word of warning? The souls were in an uproar at Hao Sun's appearance. How is it possible? This aura is no less than that of the Lion Blade King. I knew he was hiding his strength, but I didn't expect him to have already reached the peak. How? Men laughed heartily upon seeing an old friend. I heard the world calls you the 9 Dragons Hidden, hero to belittle you, although you have secluded yourself. But your Kong Fong is still the same as before. Not to mention it's even stronger than before. The chaotic hero of the same style. He replied to the old man, It's fine to be a chaotic hero, and it's fine to be a hidden hero. The important thing is to see you again, senior, safe and sound. Like this? You must have something to see my son about. Instead of just standing here, why don't we go inside and continue talking? Although Hao Sun had made the offer, but Hao Min still wanted to pick a fight. So what? You think I'm going to harm your son? He quickly explained, I said that because I saw many people watching. I'm afraid you're not comfortable. The old man started to challenge. So? But I like it here. Hao Min was willing, so Hao Sun didn't mind. If so, then I also have to treat my seniors accordingly. So if Uchiha, the senior, can't maintain any face for himself and wants to question Hui Ni about the grudge in the capital district, then unless you can break Duong Hao Sun's neck, it will be difficult for you to achieve what you want. The old master challenged him. You think saying those righteous words will make this Blade King afraid to do anything? The two seniors were reminiscing, forgetting that Van Hui was in the middle, confused. Hey, hold on. Why did they turn everything into a full-blown war? The situation on both sides was very tense. Neither side was willing to give in. A soul suddenly spoke up. The people on the same side as the Wind Squad even brought out a forbidden weapon like the whirling slaughter arrow to use against us. It seems they really want to start a great war. Van He asked quietly, "The whirling slaughter explosion?" It immediately explained, "That's the kind of weapon that the same squad used in the battle between Tang, Ko and Daishik. They replaced the arrows with explosives and fired continuously without stopping." Hearing this, he crossed his arms and assessed. How infuriating, these crazy Duong sect people. At this moment, Hao Min laughed and said, "Using the whirling slaughter arrow, the Kong Fong squad has broken the commitment in the treaty." Hao San replied in a low voice. "Right now, they are in the main wind pavilion. Furthermore, this resentful weapon has not left Nine Dragons District since the treaty was signed, so it's not considered a violation." The old man, hearing this, he asked coldly, "Your words are indeed eloquent, but do you think others will believe what you've said?" He said with a disappointed tone, "That the senior has such an impression of me truly makes me regretful." The soul then spoke up. "Ever since the dissolution of the Kong Fong squad, the righteous sects have had a common pact." Van Hui thought worriedly. "That is, the other sects have set limits for the Kong Fong squad. But that old story is not the crux of the problem. But right now, those people are secretly creating a pretext to start a war." Hao Min smirked. "Let's just say I temporarily acknowledge your words." The old man pointed his sword at Hao Sun and said in a low voice, "My true target is to punish the one who assaulted my foolish disciples. I want to know if your son has the guts to make someone like me bow down." Hao San's eyes burned with angry fire. "If you want that, you'll have to defeat me first." Hearing these words, Hao Min also didn't hold back. The old man shouted, "If you've made your choice, I have no way out." Immediately after, both of them unleashed their attacks and charged at each other. Van He could only sigh in frustration. It seems there's no choice but to accept this battle. With that said, he immediately rushed forward. At the same time, he swung his spear. From that spear, a beam of light shot towards the sky. That beam of light stunned everyone. Chan Yan thought to herself, although the two of them are holding back, the aura of two top-tier masters is still locked in a fierce struggle. A disciple of the Lion sect witnessed it there. He suddenly wondered. Back in the capital district, he was never this strong. The person on the Duong sect's side also asked in confusion, when did the branch master reach this level of strength? From when? The people there were all speechless with astonishment at the power of both of them. At this moment, a member of the Golden Sword sect suddenly sensed something. What is this cold air? Van Hui suddenly spoke up. "Branch master, Grand Hero Wei is an important guest of ours." Hao San thought for a moment and then replied, "But when he has shown killing intent, he is no longer a guest of the Nine Dragons branch." He continued in a cold voice. "Grand Hero Wei has also clearly stated the purpose of his visit here. The person he's looking for is me. So whether to treat him as a guest or not, only I can decide." His words startled Hao Min a little. The old man chuckled lightly. Then he burst out laughing and said loudly, "You want to entertain me as your own personal guest? You've got some guts, kid. Guangfeng Chaotic Hero." Hao San glared angrily. He looked at Hao Min without saying a word. Then he immediately landed at Van Hui's spot. Hao San said softly, "You've seen it clearly. This person does not know how to behave. Can you withstand his strength?" He replied, "I will do my best to deal with it." He immediately closed his eyes in relief. "All right then." He immediately ordered his men to retreat. After finishing, Hao Min prepared to draw his sword and challenge him. "Entertain me as a guest. Does that mean you accept the challenge?" "That's right," Van Hui affirmed. He expressed, "It's just that during a special mission in the capital, I suffered an internal injury that is not yet healed. So now I can't fight at full strength against Grand Hero Wei." Hao Min was deep in thought, then replied, "Your internal injuries sound serious." Immediately the old man glared at his disciple and roared, "So what? And you let him attack so easily? Defeated like that? What a fool." Those people immediately trembled in fear and begged for forgiveness. Then Hao Min asked in a low voice, "Do you need more time?" Van Hui replied, "Yes, that's right. So how long will it take to recover?" "Speak up," the old man said. He immediately said, "If possible, I need about 10 days. Hao Min said impatiently, "Using the Duong sect's medical skills, and it takes 10 days to recover? Unreasonable. 3 days at most." Hearing this, Van Hui immediately retorted, "At least 5 days. The old man refused. Finally, he settled on 4 days. "I can't wait any longer." He also didn't object anymore and immediately agreed. "There's no other way. So I will face you in 4 days." Hao Sun added, "Grand Hero Wei, If anything happens in those 4 days at the Nine Dragons branch, then you understand what I'm saying. Hao Min immediately waved his hand and replied, all right, I know. After negotiating, Van Hui approached Hao Min and said politely, now I will handle a few things, and then bring Grand Hero Wei inside to rest. Immediately after, he turned and approached Duong Chon. He instructed, Master, I have a favor to ask. He asked in confusion, it's almost dark. Is there still something to do? He whispered, please check if the item I ordered before is finished. I know. Duong Khan finished his business. Van Hui held out his hand and invited Hao Min, please, Grand Hero Wei, come in. Then the old man followed everyone inside. Hao Min suddenly noticed Ma Tian bowing. Just then Van Hui spoke up. You must all be hungry. I will have someone prepare food. The old man laughed heartily and replied, you really know how to treat your guests. I'm starving. Ma Tian watched Hao Min in confusion. Night fell. Chan Yan called Tui Dan and Ma Tian over to ask about Tui Dan. Ma Tian, you two must be very worried. Tui Dan gently said, oh, this is a rare opportunity to see the strength of the seniors. Ma Tian spoke up. Grand Hero Wei didn't pay attention to me, so I guess I'm lucky. Chan Yan suddenly realized, oh, now that I think about it, that's true. She pondered thoughtfully. After all, the 3 horses, the disciple of the Lion sect, the daughter of the Heavenly Sword Emperor, was defeated by Hui Ni, causing the Lion Blade King to personally appear. So the cause of this incident is me, and yet he didn't even pay attention to me. Could it be that between the Lion Blade King and the Heavenly Sword Emperor, there is no enmity? Suddenly, Ma Tian called out, bringing her out of her thoughts. Sister Chan Yan. Chan Yan was startled and replied softly. Then Ma Tian asked, do you know what kind of swordsmanship young Master Van Hui uses? She asked in confusion, swordsmanship? Hui Ni has never learned swordsmanship before. The answer was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Ma Tian wide-eyed with astonishment. How can that be? Chan Yan rested her chin on her hand, thinking. It's strange. A few days ago, Uncle Khan asked me the same question. Ma Tian replied, you mean the Kong Fong Knight, Grand Hero Duong Khan? Chan Yan confirmed, yes. He is Hui Ni's martial arts master. She recalled her conversation with the man, Duong Khan, who wondered, Miss Chan Yan, honestly, did you ever teach young Master Van Hui swordsmanship? Or give him a sword manual? She said honestly, I've never given him any books. When he was young, Hui Ni was not interested in martial arts. And yet he now proficiently uses the Violent Tiger's 12 souls, even though he was never taught. Didn't someone secretly teach him? Why are you suddenly asking about that? Duong Khan was surprised and rubbed his head. Before, I also led young Master Van Hui to Luban's pharmacy in the main wind pavilion. He requested the creation of a sword. Chan Yan wondered, a sword? He continued, I remember teaching him how to use a spear and only as needed. But strangely, even though he had never learned the sword, he took the initiative to order one. It makes me wonder if he had secretly chosen to learn swordsmanship beforehand. Hearing this, Ma Tian was extremely shocked. You mean even though he's never touched a sword, he still took the initiative to want one? Chan Yan confirmed. That's exactly what he said. Ma Tian trembled all over and said, Sister Chan Yan, I can't take it anymore. As quick as a flash, she flew over and grabbed Chan Nan's hand. She pleaded earnestly, please let me meet young Master Van Hui. Faced with this excited attitude, she could only force a smile and say, all right. Ma Tian, I will help you ask Hui Ni. Ma Tian's eyes lit up as she looked at Chan Yan seriously. Thank you so much, sister. Sister Chan Yan. Tui Dan whispered to Chan Yan, Sister Chan Yan, you know, I've been watching young Master Van Hui for a long time. Chan Yan asked, Ma Tian? With eyes full of joy, Manhwa recounted, really? The person who was only interested in flowers and swords before didn't pay attention to anything else. And yet she stares at young Master Van Hui without blinking. Her eyes seem to be filled with affection. Tui Dan added a reminder, let's just talk privately. But if this marriage actually happens, it would be quite fitting. It makes perfect sense. Chan Yan immediately exclaimed, the eldest daughter of the Heavenly Sword Emperor. Who wouldn't want to befriend her? But suddenly Chan Yan stared at Tui Dan for a while. Immediately after, Tui Dan seemed to suddenly realize something and let out a cry. Then they both turned to look at Ma Tian with sparkling eyes, thinking to themselves, Ma Tian? And Ma Tian could only look at them both, with eyes full of question marks. Suddenly a voice came from the gate. I greet you, elder. Chan Yan wondered, what? Who else is coming at this hour? Immediately she was startled and thought, wait a minute. Isn't that Grandmaster Duong? The gatekeeper asked the old man, Sir, where would you like to go? The Grandmaster asked, where are the two young masters? The servant replied respectfully, Yes, please come to the White Hall. Chunyan wondered, the White Hall? Could it be that he personally forged the sword that Hui Ni ordered? Who could that be? Ma Tin wondered. Chunyan immediately said, it's Grandmaster Duong. You forged the sword for me. Hui Den realized and pointed at him, saying, isn't he that famous Lu Ban? Chunyan had an idea and immediately discussed it with Ma Tin. Hui Den this time, we might get to see Hui Ni's swordsmanship. Let's go and see. Meanwhile, Van He was respectfully bowing to the Grand Master. I didn't expect you to come in person, old Master Duong. He didn't hold back and immediately shouted, isn't it you? Who sent that arrogant, reckless kid to rush me? He explained, it's almost the completion date, so I just wanted to know the progress. The Grand Master grumbled, too many words. Your mouth is really glib. Van He smirked and replied, but for you to come here in person? The old man immediately said, it's also because everything is finished. Then he slowly opened the box, containing the sword before his eyes. Inside the box was a fan with a shape that was exquisitely designed. The Grand Master introduced, this is what you requested, a sword. At this moment, Van Hock was sipping his tea, while looking at the design and admiring it. It's been a long time since I've created something as interesting as this. Not yet old, but already steeped in the martial arts of the Duong sect, and he has poured it all into a single vessel. The center is truly a sword. I don't know if Hao Sun's son can handle this thing. It really makes one want to know more. Meanwhile, Van He was holding the crafted fan, almost like a blade in his hand. He couldn't help but feel excited. Are you satisfied? Van Hui gripped the fan tightly in his hand and smiled. It's far beyond my imagination, old master. He proudly tilted his head to the sky and replied, of course. Van Hui looked at the fan in his hand, his heart filled with joy. At a glance, it looks like a fan, but it can be used like a sword. Furthermore, it also contains yin energy, is the perfect sword, just as I envisioned. What I admire most is the center of gravity, extremely precise and delicate. Usually with iron fans, to swing it quickly, you have to place the center of gravity at the end of the handle. As he thought, he acted. Van Hui immediately swung the fan sword in a circle to feel it, then immediately commented, but this fan sword is adjusted, with the center of gravity near the middle, to function as a sword. Then he smugly raised the fan sword high. Then he used the force of his fingers to open the fan, revealing sharp sword points. Van Hui stood majestically, waving the fan sword in the wind. He smiled and thought to himself, this excellent center of gravity is also calculated, so that when opened, it still retains the function of a fan. Not only that, he immediately touched the tip of the sword and asked, this is ivory. The Grand Master looked at him and praised him. You know how to choose your materials, kid. The left side of the frame, the central part, is all made of black spirit ivory. Van Hui wondered, black spirit ivory? At the same time, he thought to himself, you mean using the tusk of a black elephant? This material is extremely precious. It helps to reduce the consumption of magical power when using this demonic tool in combat. The Grand Master continued. Its handle is also not ordinary. It is made of purple sandalwood with a steel core. At this moment, a soul suddenly appeared and called out, young sect master! This is a type of purple sandalwood that is over 500 years old. It's very rare. I've never seen it before. He continued to show off loudly. And the tassel hanging from the bottom of the fan, that's animal fur. Van He's eyes widened and he couldn't stop admiring it. All are first-class materials, and yet he speaks of them as if they are ordinary. What on earth has that old man created? The Grand Master cleared his throat and explained, let's just say the materials are not debatable. The main thing is still its function. The tassel at the end of the fan handle. Just pull it hard and the mode will change. Try pulling it. Hearing this, Van Hui pulled the tassel hard. Immediately, under the meticulously crafted sword tips, hidden circular holes appeared. The Grand Master pointed to the ground behind him and told him, aim for the ground there, then gently pull the tassel. Van Hui immediately did so. Darts shot out from those circular holes. Then they stuck firmly into the ground, demonstrating their very strong destructive power. He asked, when I pull hard, it will switch modes, and when I pull gently, it will fire, right? The Grand Master affirmed, the standard mode is the continuous flower-shifting needle. Now try the second mode. Van Hui, wide-eyed, tried pulling the next cord. The Grand Master instructed him, this time aim for the wall behind you. He immediately followed the direction. The old man pointed and swung the fan, and it did not disappoint. This time there were even more needles than before. Looking at the wall riddled with needles, the Grand Master proudly introduced, the second mode is the continuous scattering of needles, the violent rain of lotus needles. Van Hui was extremely satisfied and didn't spare any praise. Truly Ba Dao, domineering, powerful. At this moment, the Grand Master suddenly jumped far away from him. And now for the most exquisite part. He asked, "Is there still another mode?" The old man replied with a proud voice. The third mode is not a projectile type, but a special feature. Van Hui pulled the next string and wondered, "This sound is completely different. What is this mode?" The Grand Master clenched his fists, his expression cunning. He said it would explode. "What?" Van Hui asked back worriedly. Suddenly he spoke with terrifyingly red eyes. "The needles that you just shot out before, they will go boom when you activate this mode. Try it and you'll see how amazing it is." Hearing this, he felt a little scared. He thought to himself, the needles that are already embedded in the target. Can they explode after they've been shot? This function is beyond imagination. It's unthinkable. Because inside those small needles, explosives have been installed, and also a detonation mechanism. After firing, truly a deadly yin energy. Sneak attack and surprise the enemy twice. Both efficiency and destructive power have reached their peak. This is the true essence of the demonic path. Thinking of this, Van Hui couldn't help but say excitedly, "As expected of a masterpiece, Grand Master Duong." Hearing his praise, the old man laughed heartily. "I knew you'd love it." With eyes full of anticipation, he said while pulling the string, "Then I'll give it a pull." The Grand Master also smirked slyly. Although Van He had pulled the string, but the needles showed no signs of movement. He asked in confusion, "What's this?" Then Van Hui continued to pull the string, while swinging the fan sword. Let's see. The needles continued to fly out, but there was no movement. He didn't give up and repeated the action. He was extremely confused. It appeared again? Van He tried to channel his energy into the fan sword. Then he swung his arm forcefully, spinning the fan sword in a circle. A series of needles continued to shoot out. The Grand Master stood to the side, smirking. As expected. At that level, he could easily dodge it. Suddenly, at this moment, he spoke up. "Grand Master Duong, what on earth are these things?" Van Hui stood frozen before the scene in front of him. He thought to himself, the needles that were just shot out are still hanging in the air. He spoke up to explain, "That sword was not created by me alone. My partner wants to test your strength." He exclaimed, "That person is truly a sinister individual." The Grand Master chuckled and replied, "Sinister?" "Indeed, very sinister." Suddenly, at this moment, black lightning appeared from those needles. He crossed his arms and continued. That's still not enough to satisfy him. The souls that appeared said worriedly, That's dark thunder. It's the dark thunder of the Dark Sovereign." Van Hui cursed under his breath. "Damn it! The person collaborating with Grandmaster Duong is the Yin Sovereign? Could it be that he has attached the dark thunder containing his will to those yin energy needles beforehand? Unexpectedly, the Yin Sovereign has reached the realm of a heavenly saint ghost. The Grand Master spoke up to remind him, "Just pull the string again, and the lightning will strike where you are standing. If you are hit by that lightning, you will only have to suffer pain until death. Just one hit is enough to make you unable to use your inner energy for 10 days. Van He seriously observed those needles. The dark thunder also carries poison, and it's the Yin Sovereign's poison. Even if I use the poisonous dragon heart technique, I can't completely neutralize this poison of the Yin Sovereign. This means that if I get hit just once, I can only watch as the North Sea sect wins this time against the Duong sect." The Grand Master said smugly. "If you can't take it, just retreat from that position," Van Hui asked. "But once I retreat, what will happen to this sword?" The old man was a little surprised and replied, "That's a quick reaction." The Grand Master said coldly, "If you don't pull the string within a certain time, or if you pull it and don't use your sword to counterattack and deflect the lightning bolts, then the sword will explode." His answer made Van Hui a little scared. He thought to himself, so that's how it is. Grand Master Duong and the Yin Sovereign of the Duong sect said, "We have created a perfect sword. If you can't destroy those dark arrows, then you are not worthy of this sword." Seeing him stunned, the Grand Master asked smugly, "So what are you going to do now?" Van Hui smiled and replied, "Of course I will face it. With the opportunity to possess a sword like this, why would I pass up such an exciting drama?" Seeing that he wouldn't give up, the old man said cheerfully, "It seems my judgment of people is still sharp." Immediately after, he focused his mind and channeled his energy. Van Hui regulated his breathing evenly. His eyes shone with determination as he swung the fan sword. At the same time, he announced, "Here I come!" The Ma Tian group, Chan Yan and Ti Dan, were hiding on the roof observing. At this point, Tui Dan spoke up and said, "What a strange weapon. I didn't expect a hidden weapon to come out of a fan." Chan Yan heard this and replied, "Could it be a folding fan with a hidden weapon?" Before he could guess, Mateen said it was a sword. The two of them were stunned. Mateen confirmed once again, "It's a sword." Thuidan didn't believe it and retorted, How can it be a sword? It's clearly a fan. Hearing her words, Ma Tian thought to herself, I also only saw it as a fan. But ever since young Master Van Hui held that fan, the scent of sword ki has been spreading everywhere. It's true sword ki. At least he has outstanding talent in the way of the sword. Suddenly, something made Ma Tian and Tuidan gasp in surprise. Tuidan stammered, something's happening. A vast evil energy filled the space. Ma Tian realized something. Black sword thunder, dark thunder. Chan Yan asked in confusion, why did the family head's dark thunder appear here? Down below, Van He began to draw his blade. His eyes were like he wanted to devour everything. He said softly, come on. Countless purple-black orbs shot towards Van Hai. He quickly made decisive slashes one after another, slicing the orbs in half. His hands gradually tired and trembled. Van Hui gritted his teeth and thought, every single move is unbelievably heavy. As expected of the Yin Sovereign's dark thunder, Grandmaster Duong crossed his arms and looked at him speaking. He has a good grasp of the basic 8 methods of Qi guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, the number of purple-black orbs increased. Van He stood his ground and he said to himself, the number just now increased. Countless orbs rushed towards Van Hai. He smirked confidently. The angle of each strike is incredibly sinister, but still optimal. Just by blocking the moves, I can feel that the angle and sequence of the attacks have been carefully calculated. He gritted his teeth as he dodged. He said while gritting his teeth, it's like a master teaching his disciple swordsmanship, using those sword techniques to etch the optimal sword path into my body, teaching me how to neutralize the opponent's attacks. He rushed towards this black orb and launched a relentless attack. Sweat poured down his face. The orbs seemed to have all been destroyed. Suddenly something startled Van Hui. Dark lightning bolts appeared in front of him. The orbs began to reassemble, forming a huge network. Van Hui gave an ugly smile. The problem is, that level of teaching has surpassed the normal boundaries, reaching a state of madness. To withstand an attack like this, with the cards I currently have, I can't completely neutralize it. But if it's my master's swordsmanship, he recalled the memories from after his reincarnation. His Dantian was reborn in the heavenly demon scripture. Of the memories, I have read it no less than 100 times. A book appeared. It is the swordsmanship of Master Heavenly Demon Nine Sang. In it, the technique has an absolutely overwhelming number of slashes. But my current internal energy, when I haven't yet mastered the Heavenly Demon Guarding Heart technique, cannot possibly bear it. The terrifying power consumption of the demon, heavenly sword form. Returning to reality, Van Hui entered an attack stance, his eyes sharp as daggers. So I will modify this Mara heavenly sword form to suit my current self. Looking at the network of black orbs in front of him, Van Hui shattered it with a single move. His dagger was enveloped in lightning bolts. Use the wind bow to compensate for the number of slashes. Use the cold chi of the black dragon chi to expand the range. He thought, then he immediately unleashed his move. A determined look in his eyes, he made several cuts to form a net. A little thicker, a little faster, like my master's Mara. Because the black orbs slammed down hard, the net he created immediately exploded and turned into dust. He breathed a sigh of relief for having passed the test. He opened his fan sword and gave a smug smile. This sword is mine now. Grandmaster Duong took out a box. Inside the box were ready-made explosive hidden arrows, and the piece of paper is the formula for the explosive, to activate. Van Hai took it and said happily, not only did I get a wonderful weapon, but I also received guidance. Thank you, old man, Master Duong said coldly. The one who taught you was not me. The person who created this object with me is the one you should thank. He bowed his head in reply. It's all thanks to Lu Ban for creating this fan sword. That's why I had such a great opportunity. Hearing Van Hai say that, he asked back, if you really think so, then I would like to offer a word of advice, if I may. He replied, this junior will wash his hands and listen. The old man spoke. Originally, Kong Fong was something that only those with deep-seated resentment could skillfully control. But in your Kong Fong there is a scent of regret that surpasses ordinary people. A kid who doesn't even know the world, what carries such deep injustice? He laughed and thought, regret? Then he replied, Grandmaster Duong, perhaps my heart is burdened with too many things. Grandmaster Duong crossed his arms and sighed. It seems you're not going to tell me. That's fine. Everyone has their own pain. Anyway, I want to name that fan sword. Is that all right with you? Van Hui immediately agreed. Of course, sir. The footwork you just performed, it was like a raging wind sweeping everything away. So let's name it the Calamity Wind Fan. What do you think? He said, looking at the sword with a confused expression. The Calamity Wind Fan? A good name? Thank you, old master, he said, then asked himself, not a fierce wind, but a calamity wind? Van Hui looked up at the sky. Perhaps that is my path. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Second young master, please note. He said respectfully, welcome distinguished guests. Excuse me, everyone. This place is currently full. He raised his hand and gestured, don't worry. I have reserved a table under the name of the Luban Society. The second young master bowed and invited him. Oh, so it's Master Luban. Please come in, you and your entourage, to the private room over here. He frowned at the noisy crowd, looking a bit thoughtful. It's already dark, yet there are still so many people. Are all these people from out of town? Coming for that, silly big brother? He walked over and opened the door. Inside, the giant had said, protecting the Central Plains from the dark plots of foreigners. The Yin sovereign, ManHwa, was sitting there. He felt a little helpless with the person in the room, muttering to himself, the things people say about me really make me feel uncomfortable. To me, he's just a silly older brother who still refuses to grow up. The old man picked up his wine cup and took a small sip. Why are you so late? I've been waiting for a long time, so I had a drink first. His tone was a bit irritated. I just finished working all night. Do you still expect me to be quick? He asked in a low voice. So, what's the situation now? The question was repeated by the old man. So what's the situation now? The old man raised his wine cup towards the man. I've observed, yes, I've observed, but I want to hear your opinion. His eyes were deep as he spoke. That child will overcome the storm and become a terrifying storm for this martial world. Maybe even, it could even sweep away the martial arts world. The old man continued, his eyes questioning. So that raging storm, once it unleashes its full power, what will it become? He reassured him, unleash his full power? Don't worry, that kind of strength of his cannot be so easily unleashed. The old man looked up, a little confused. He leisurely raised his wine cup. You'll see for yourself when you meet him later. He thought to himself, a little contemplative. His rage, although it appears fierce and ruthless on the outside, but the resentment contained within is screaming mournfully and fiercely. He called out, second young master, bring another bottle of Baizi. The person outside replied, yes, I understand. He turned to ManHwa, his voice firm. Anyway, the person who can become the new Kong Fong Grand Master. It can only be him. The old man stroked his long beard, analyzing his talent, uniqueness, manpower, strength, personality, even his identity as Hausen's son. In every aspect, he is a worthy heir. ManHwa looked up and straight into his eyes. You say that, but your eyes don't seem to be completely in agreement. Is something wrong? The old man explained. You have to harmonize everything, to become a Kong Fong, or to reveal all your abilities. His voice was low. He said that his raging fury could be the first to break through all obstacles. No one would be able to compare. Of course, that storm, it can also open the way for other winds to follow. He added, so, from the beginning, letting him sit in the Grand Master's position,
Isn't that better?
making him the eye of the storm and drawing the attention of the entire martial world. The old man explained, if he were the only talented person capable of sitting in that position, then I would have done so. Grandmaster Duong exclaimed in surprise. So? Is there already someone you've chosen to be the Grand Master? ManHwa slowly said a name. Grandmaster Duong nearly shouted, unable to believe his ears. Are you crazy? Ignoring the descendants of Mu Thok and Vian Yi, you're putting the eldest disciple of the Ching Chung sect in that position? The old man lowered his voice. You also know, he is considered the #1 swordsman in the world. The next generation. ManHwa slowly sipped his tea, admiring a talented person. It would be too wasteful to leave someone like that out. The idea of using this talented person immediately came to his mind. Make him the Kong Fong Grand Master, both forging a deep relationship with the Duong sect, and stimulating competition so that the Duong sect does not become complacent with its lineage and grows stronger. He assessed the old man's nature. He really is a venomous snake. A faint smile appeared on the old man's lips. Then ManHwa burst out, laughing smugly. As expected of my little brother, you understand quickly, Buckles. After a moment of silence, he wondered again, so, isn't there any other way for Van He to shine? What a waste. Just then, ManHwa spoke up as if to answer his concerns. There is still one position left. He asked in surprise, what position is that? The old man's voice replied curtly but powerfully. It's simple. It's my position. He was startled when ManHwa said that. The old man continued. If he becomes the eye of the storm, drawing in all the winds, then what's the need to harmonize with anyone else? At that point, the world will naturally bow and submit to him. ManHwa laughed with confidence. he secretly admired, as expected of the master of the Duong sect, although he is usually arrogant. But his thinking is so different. The old man clenched the wine cup in his hand. His face turned purple and he stammered, groaning, what is this? A soft clinking sound was heard. A small bottle containing some liquid was placed on the table. The scene also became hazy. He explained, "It's a paralyzing poison. Just one drop can fell an ox," he said with admiration. "As expected, you are still worthy of the title of Duong sect's master." The old man shouted with an angry face, "You bastard! Even knowing I can neutralize the poison immediately, you still put it in the wine?" Grandmaster Duong just chuckled and replied, "That's my brother for you. I thought at least your tongue would be numb for a while. But compared to usual, you seem flustered. You didn't notice I poisoned you right away." But the old man exclaimed in surprise, "What?" His voice rang out again, full of meaning. "Who do you think gave me this poison?" A shocked, "Could it be?" rang out. His laughter echoed mysteriously. "Do you know who I just met?" The old man slammed the table in shock. "Damn it! You dare to sell me out?" The main door burst open, and a group of people suddenly appeared. The surprised "what" was mixed with the sound of shattering. Shards flew everywhere. A panicked scream rang out. "An attack?" Wooden fragments flew around the room. A group of people surrounded the old man. The old man struggled to his feet, determined not to surrender. "I can't be captured like this." A powerful voice echoed from outside. "We've already set up an encirclement. It's best if you surrender." A young girl appeared. She spoke with a calm expression. "Because we had to find you after you fled. Our schedule has been greatly delayed." She looked straight at the man and gently said, "Come out." Outside, a group of people were hiding on the roof. She exclaimed with a surprised expression, "The Duong sect's Kong Fong Vu is truly formidable. This is the first time I've seen such a sublime swordsmanship." She also nodded in agreement. "This is also the first time I've seen it." A questioning "huh" was heard. She wondered, her eyes full of thought. Kong Fong Vu is not a martial art of the Duong family. Where on earth did he learn that strange sword technique? From where? Ma Tin turned her head in surprise and asked, "Isn't it the Duong family's swordsmanship?" She just remained silent, not answering. In the middle of the sky, bright purple vortexes appeared. He stood there majestically. The purple light tore through the night. She turned and asked Chan Yan, "Oh, Sister Kui-chan? Is that okay?" She was stunned by the sight before her. That is a difficult technique to deal with. Even a master who has reached the pinnacle of cultivation would have to struggle to deal with it. At this rate, second young Master ManHwa will be seriously injured. His voice was filled with worry. She was shocked by his violent power. He was like a fierce storm, about to sweep away all the skillful sword strikes. He sliced the black vortexes in half. He landed firmly on the ground. 10,000 sword sent. Young Master ManHwa's sword chi has erupted, fully unleashed. Ma Tian thought in surprise. But after performing that sword technique, that sword ki is too unstable. And Sister Kui-chan? Is that young Master ManHwa's thing really okay? Her voice was filled with worry. Chanyan's voice was filled with fear. "I've never seen such a strong killing intent. It carries a sense of despair. I told you he is the Demon King." She replied with a hint of helplessness. That same old song about the Demon King again? Its cry was filled with extreme panic. "You still don't believe me after seeing that killing intent? A weakling like that? A type like me is just a piece of meat, waiting to be eaten by him." Its scream was filled with fear as it stammered, "I'm so scared. I'm so scared." Her authoritative voice rang out. She released her chi towards it. "Be quiet for a bit," she thought in shock. But even if we ignore the fact that he's emitting such a terrifying, killing intent, his ki flow is too unstable. The souls cried out, "The young sect master is still here, pay attention." He replied, "This is trouble. I thought when Lu Ban retreated, they would also quietly retreat." But a soul said disdainfully, "It seems they were mesmerized by the strongest sword technique of the divine cult and forgot they were watching you." ManHwa calculated, "Although my martial arts foundation is demonic arts, but because I mixed the Kong Fong Vu with the poisonous dragon, heart technique to cast it. So I'm not worried about being discovered. The problem is the backlash from using Mara without the heavenly demon guarding heart technique. There will be many consequences," he thought with a sense of helplessness. "Although I succeeded in integrating Mala into Kong Fong Vu, but controlling the internal energy in my body. And that's the heavenly sword form. Master's 9 heavenly demon swords was originally created on the foundation of utilizing the heavenly demon guarding heart technique. Therefore, Mala's killing intent was supposed to be controlled. After the battle, if I don't immediately consume the dark thunder or suppress this internal energy flow, I might very well go into a state of chi deviation." He was extremely anxious. He suddenly realized something. A smirk spread across ManHwa's lips. Then he shot off. He landed where the group was hiding. He asked with a helpless tone, "Sister, Miss Tianyi, Miss Toman, how long are you all going to stay here?" She looked at him with a forced smile. "Young Master Van Hui." "Hello?" She stammered.
Hui Ni, this.
He said to himself, the Qing sect of the Taoist Ime and the daughter of the strongest swordsman of the righteous sects are all gathered here, aren't they? They are indeed wonderful opponents to help me suppress this erupting killing intent. Chanyan asked back, "A sparring match with us?" Van Hui replied politely, "Yes. Please, the three of you, engage in a continuous sword fight. The three of them are part of the cost for you all observing me perform the technique earlier." She scratched her cheek, a little remorseful. Secretly watching was indeed my fault. Chanyan asked worriedly, "But little brother, are you okay? Your current breathing seems not very good." Van Hui spoke up to explain, "That's exactly why I'm making such a request. Because my knowledge of the way of the sword is not deep enough. I haven't been able to integrate it with my understanding, so my breathing has become chaotic." He made a suggestion. "If I have the opportunity to fight with three people who are proficient in the sword and swordsmanship, it would be good for me." The three of them were stunned for a moment. He continued, "I believe that doing so will help me comprehend swordsmanship more easily." He thought to himself that, of course, that's also important. But what's more important is, thanks to the Taoist aura of the Qing sect, it will help me purify my demonic energy. If it can help dissipate the killing intent in my body, it will be easier to control my breathing. Chanyan quite agreed with his reasoning and replied, That makes sense. All right." She turned to ask for the other two's opinions. "Manmoy, Thianmoy, what do you think?" She agreed, along with an admission of her mistake. "Well, anyway, it was wrong to secretly watch others practice. I'll accept it." Ma Tian said nonchalantly, "I don't mind." He, with a sly smile, said, "Then please, the three of you come inside." In the training yard, Chanyan reminded him, "Hui Ni, don't push yourself too hard." Van Hui replied gently, "Yes, I understand." She set her feet, took a sword stance, and asked, "So, shall we begin?" She suddenly jumped up and swung her blade at him. The two blades clashed, sending sparks flying. The two of them exchanged lightning-fast sword strikes. Full of power, he rushed towards her as fast as lightning. She was completely stunned by his lightning-fast attack. She realized and hurriedly blocked with her sword. She let out a cry of pain. The shock wave from the clash just now sent her staggering back a great distance. Chanyan's gaze was intensely focused. Suddenly, she rushed towards Van Hui. Both of them swung their swords, creating streaks of light. The clashing of blades echoed. As the two forces clashed, blinding light erupted, accompanied by continuous explosions. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this is just a sparring match." Ma Tian couldn't believe her eyes. But the attack was no different from a real battle. Chanyan continuously swung her sword at him. The attacks were continuous and alternating. His figure moved at a terrifying speed, creating powerful vortexes of air. It tore up the ground. Chanyan watched his every move in amazement. She gritted her teeth and thought, "Unbelievable. I know Hui Ni has progressed very quickly, but compared to the last time we sparred on the martial arts stage half a month ago, this is a completely different level. And furthermore, every time my sword technique touches his sword, Hui Ni's swordsmanship becomes smoother. He is observing my techniques and absorbing how to use a sword to improve his own strength." Van Hui made a horizontal slash. She struggled to jump and dodge. She landed with difficulty. Her heavy panting echoed. He bowed his head, holding his sword. "Thank you, sister. This match was really helpful for me," she replied softly. He looked behind him. "Next, please, Miss Toman. Please give me some guidance," Thuiden said softly. "I knew beforehand that your head. The match was so intense I would have refused." He was not swayed. "Please allow me to learn a move, Miss Toman." Thuiden replied, "A promise is a promise." She added, "But on the contrary, I won't go easy on the first move either." Thuiden jumped towards him in succession. She continuously made feinting moves, then swung a sword towards him. Van Hui ducked to avoid it. He let out a soft groan. He sensed the opponent's sword chi suddenly, exploding with great power, creating a blinding wave of energy. He continuously swung his sword. The souls worriedly asked Han, "Young sect master, are you okay?" Another soul exclaimed, as expected of someone from the Imi sect. The demonic ki-destroying aura of the Buddhist sect is truly the nemesis of the demonic path. It's not simple. It's just that they are incompatible. Van Hui replied, "I know. That's why I asked to spar with her." He rushed up and swung his sword towards her. Thuiden jumped back repeatedly. He secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, the killing intent of Mala has not yet turned into true demonic energy, so it didn't cause me internal injuries. He frowned. But every time our swords clash, I can clearly feel a large amount of my aura being consumed. She charged forward powerfully. He controlled his chi and retreated far away. Van Hui thought to himself, if the Taoist sword chi counters demonic chi, then the Buddhist sword chi is its natural enemy, just as the seniors used to say. A purple aura. Light began to envelop Tuidan's sword. It radiated a mysterious energy. The sound of clashing swords rang out again. This time, the power was even more terrifying. Dust flew up, obscuring their vision. Van Hui said to himself, that's why. I need to get used to it, and find a way to deal with this conflict. Furthermore, the unique swordplay of Ime is also very impressive. A type of swordsmanship practiced entirely by women, compensating for their weakness in strength and physique compared to men, while also utilizing the advantages of women. He analyzed. Because of her small stature, she forces her opponent to attack her lower body. She uses centrifugal force to increase her power, then unleashes powerful attacks, not allowing for a prolonged stalemate. Van Hui warily retreated backward. Van Hui told himself, this is an extremely effective sword technique when facing enemies who are larger than oneself. She leaped and Tuidan rushed forward. Her sword drew a sharp, graceful arc, full of killing intent. Van Hui nimbly dodged. He suddenly turned and swung his sword horizontally. The sword stopped just short of Taman's neck. She was completely stunned. The outcome was decided. She spoke, breaking the silence. Let's stop. I'm out of breath. It's Tien Moy's turn. His voice was a little hoarse. Thank you, Miss Toman, Tuidan commented. Young Master Van Hui is too focused on his swordsmanship. It's hard to win the hearts of the ladies that way. Ma Tien exclaimed, how miraculous! She thought to herself, young Master Van Hui originally had no innate talent for martial arts. That's more suitable for Sister Kui Chan. If we're just talking about innate talent, he's even worse than a new disciple of my sect. She continued to analyze. However, when observing the swordsmanship of Sister Kui Chan, or Man Moy, his speed of absorbing and transforming it into his own is superior to those with that talent. It is because he has an understanding of the way of the sword that surpasses the ordinary level that he can do this. She asked herself with a hint of doubt, but strangely, he is still clumsy when using a sword. How can his ability to comprehend be so high? Ma Tien frowned slightly. She thought of the sword scent when she saw him get enveloped in the golden light. Ma Tien stepped forward and said to Van Hui, that's not how you use it. He was bewildered and didn't understand. She warned, if you control it like that, it will damage the sword scent. She explained further, it's not about suppressing it, but approaching it with a broader concept, helping the body to quickly adapt to the new aura. A change in the body. He repeated, sword scent? She hesitated, then quickly apologized. I've said something foolish again. Please forget about it. Van Hui was deep in thought. In the old investigation files of the demonic cult, the Qinghua Mountain Villa is mentioned. The Tuma family has the ability to recognize the qualities of others. Perhaps, because of that, she realized I have something called a sword scent. The Azure Sky Sword Emperor is a supreme master, on par with my master. Her judgment, based on her family's innate ability, cannot be taken lightly. He asked, Miss Thien, what did you mean just now by expanding the concept? Can you explain it more specifically? Her face lit up and she looked at him with wide eyes. Man Tien stepped back, her face a little flustered. She called out, Man Moy! She was startled. Huh? Her expression was a little bewildered as her voice slowly rang out. Because young Master Van Hui wants to hear it, so let me explain it more simply. She explained to Van Hui with sparkling eyes, the scent of a sword is just something that fades easily. He was bewildered and didn't understand. Huh? A sound. Ma Tien's eyes were full of excitement. She explained in more detail to him. Once it has completely faded, it cannot be restored again. Even if it is reassembled, it can no longer give off the same scent as before. But if, on the contrary, you can use it well and keep the scent for long enough, she slammed her hand on her forehead and explained further, then the scent will become even deeper. And when transferred to a sword, the effect will be corresponding. That's the principle. Ma Tien danced happily. His face was completely stiff, and he thought in horror, what the hell is she talking about? At this point, Van Hui was standing in front of a zinc room with the light still on. He sighed to himself, having to face the challenge of the yin, sovereign, and the training with those three young ladies has made me later than expected. I hope he doesn't complain. He bowed his head and clasped his hands in front of him. It is very disrespectful to keep you waiting. Please forgive me. He looked straight at Van Hui. You've arrived? Keeping a guest waiting while you argue in the courtyard. That's not acceptable. He walked over and sat down, his expression calm. I am about to face one of the most outstanding swordsmen in the world, so I must be thoroughly prepared. He thought to himself, he doesn't seem to be angry. Thank goodness. He nodded. Preparing like this is certainly not a simple matter. His eyes suddenly flashed. His face showed clear surprise. In just over an hour, you have reached a much higher realm. He said casually, you can see it too? He replied gently, do you think I've gone through how many battles? Even among the top 10 masters, I'm afraid few have gone through as many life and death battles as I have. ManHwa remained silent, lost in thought. From a wanderer with nothing in his hands, he has become the supreme ruler of a martial arts region, building his power on his own. On the surface, he seems ordinary, but his inner self is absolutely not to be underestimated. And looking at his behavior from before until now, he gave a sly smile as if plotting something. He looked straight at his opponent. May I ask you a question? He asked nonchalantly. What is it? His voice was filled with suspicion. Great hero, the real reason for your visit to my family this time. What is it really? His hand holding the wine cup froze. He slammed the cup on the table with great force. Are you suggesting I'm hiding something? And you're hiding it from an inexperienced junior like you? His aura was aimed straight at Van. Ian shot out. He bowed his head slightly in admiration. Truly an astonishing spirit. He smiled faintly. His eyes were full of meaning. Interesting. You dare to ask like that. You must be suspicious of my intentions, different from what I said. A brilliant golden energy from his body spread throughout the room. Speak. Depending on whether that guess is right or wrong, you might have to face the test. Today, not in 4 days. The man in black took a step back. His eyes were wary. The soul said angrily, that's too arrogant. Another soul continued, speaking to ManHwa. But now, the young master is not strong enough to face this person. His voice was firm as he spoke to the old man. So be it. This incompetent junior will now venture to present his thoughts on the reason for your visit. The top grandmaster of the Guizhou martial world suddenly visits the 9 Dragons branch of the Duong family right before the Grand Assembly, without any prior notice. You must also understand how much of a shock this action will cause. If you really came for the honor of your disciple, you would have probably chosen a different time. He rested his hands on the table and said cryptically, so why now? ManHwa said firmly, because you had to come at this time. Blade King, you haven't reached that realm yet. But the Yin Sovereign, who is about to arrive at the 9 Dragons branch, has already comprehended the realm of the Heavenly Saint Ghost. Is it that you came here to find a clue that leads to that realm? His eyes were deep, as if he were calculating something. He stopped stroking his long beard and his hand slowly came down. He said with a hint of doubt, this reason seems too flimsy, superficial to be used to deal with the Duong family. Then he said seriously, if there is anything I can do to help, please say so, because I think you are still hesitant, not wanting to reveal your full heart. He nodded in agreement. The soul said, after all, as someone who once stood at the peak. Another soul continued with an understanding tone. You also have to maintain some pride, not easily revealing your inner self. He closed his eyes and poured his heart out to him. But you also know I was originally a wanderer. The 2 souls were terrified by his quick change of face. The speed at which he cast aside his pride was too fast. Remembering the past, he said decisively, I have no illustrious family background. Every day that passed was a struggle for survival. Clenching his fist, he continued, but I have built a sect and reached the realm of the formless, and that happened a year ago. Suddenly, the scene shifted back to that time. He was on the dueling platform, kneeling helplessly. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it! How can there be such a huge difference? He looked at the other person and asked, Sword Emperor, what is the difference between you and me? His voice was as cold as ice. Your first way of the sword has only just reached the threshold of the formless realm. Even the things under your own feet, you don't even understand. So how can you look up to the Star Ghost? Star Ghost? He repeated, his face full of disbelief. You mean the heavenly viewing Star Ghost realm? He asked, his voice laced with fear. Does it really exist? His voice thundered in his ears, following the trajectory of the stars moving in the sky. Grasp the heavenly secrets and gather the key of the heavens into your Dantian. He turned to look at him with a hint of pity. The Star Ghost is indeed real. He was stunned by what he had just heard. Remembering his expression at that time, his eyes at that moment seemed to contain a sense of pity, a strange feeling that he had never faced before. He truly felt, deep down in his heart, a sense of regret for me. That feeling was even stronger than the humiliation I had once endured. That day, the desire to become stronger completely consumed me. So I retreated into seclusion to reflect on myself. Past images came flooding back. From an unknown wanderer, he had endured countless hardships to survive. from a penniless wanderer. I have fought countless masters, forging my own golden lion blade technique. He swung his hand, but the faint golden key dissipated into nothingness. Heavy panting echoed in the space, still and exhausted. But in the end, I realized, compared to the sects that have accumulated over many generations, a martial art created by one person like me is too shallow. It was then that I began to feel jealous. A jealousy I had never experienced before. Jealousy of the prestigious sects. His eyes flashed. A glint of resentment was etched deep into his heart. Then I heard, you had easily defeated my disciples. You even achieved many victories against the demonic cult. So I thought, if it's the Duong family, a family that possesses the Yin sovereign, who is considered to be on par with, or even surpasses the Sword Emperor, I believe you hold the secret to reaching a higher realm, something I have never touched. He nodded slightly, as if he understood everything. And today, after witnessing your martial arts with my own eyes, I have confirmed it, that you truly possess clue to my power advancement. He looked at him silently. He said, in the martial world, most martial artists die without ever touching that thing. Most of them are fools who don't know how to achieve that realm. He closed his eyes, looking helpless. And I'm just one of those fools. Van Hui looked up at him, his face showing utter surprise. I didn't expect you to be so honest. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yes, what I just said is the reason I came here. Help me reach a higher realm. The old soul's deep, hoarse voice rang out. A person who was once the supreme ruler of a region now not only admits his shortcomings to a junior, but also directly asks for help. He thoughtfully said, so the so-called pride of the sect that you mentioned at the gate today wasn't something the Blade King cared about. Van Hai looked at him, understanding the other's intense desire. He was left with only a burning desire for pure power, untainted. Meeting a true gentleman like this is truly rare. He spoke as if making a declaration. I will help you. Help me? He asked doubtfully. He requested, but I have one condition. He was on guard. What is the condition? He raised the corner of his lips, his voice a little relaxed. Lend me the great hero's sword. He was surprised. His eyebrows raised slightly in disbelief as he asked back, lend you my sword? He said with a calm tone, that's right. Although I don't know when I'll borrow it, but if it's the claw of the Lion Blade King, it must be very valuable, right? He laughed heartily. You speak as if I already possess the heart technique to surpass my own realm. He chuckled softly. I'm sure you will definitely achieve what you want. He burst out laughing loudly. You want me to believe you without any proof? How strange. Suddenly he slammed his hand on the table and said, but you also know that my blade cannot be borrowed just because you want to. That depends on your sincerity. Van He closed his eyes in contemplation. Of course, if the Blade King receives an offer like this, then he really needs to think about it. Suddenly he made an offer. If you accept me as your brother, I wouldn't mind lending you what you need. He held out his hand, surprising him. He had to exclaim, what? All three souls and he were completely shocked by what they heard. Wait, what did you just say? At this moment, elsewhere, Chanbai looked at the person who had just entered and scolded him angrily. I clearly told you to be cautious in all your actions, and yet you're still loitering around here in the middle of the night. The old man sighed nonchalantly, not paying him any mind. Chanbai turned angrily and shouted, Hey, you! What's with that attitude? Who is your direct superior? Danthai's eyes flashed. He seemed to realize something and cried out in fear, Ah, that look is... He only had time to say, huh? Before shards of ice formed on his body. Then he shattered into pieces of glass. Another man with a dissatisfied expression looked at the old man. If you keep acting so recklessly, what will we do? How many people are lurking in this place? The old man with sharp eyes replied sullenly, Anyway, I was planning to change everything. Let's just consider it one step ahead. The face of the other man was replaced by the face of Chan Bai. In the end, all the trouble fell on my head. He approached and asked Dan Tai, and what about you saying you would check that place yourself? How did it go? The old man replied. As expected, it was well hidden, with no openings. The man with Chanbai's face said worriedly, Could it be that the information was leaked from somewhere? If you keep targeting Duong Van Hui like this, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. The old man didn't seem to care about the reminder and said angrily, Do you think I act without thinking? The man bowed his head, his voice filled with remorse. Sir, I have been disrespectful. I beg your forgiveness. The old man said in a threatening voice, I will not tolerate such an attitude a second time. The man's voice was filled with fear. I will remember. A figure suddenly appeared. The old man turned his head in suspicion. Is that Than Kot? Impossible. Her eyes were as cold as ice, like a messenger from hell. The sect master has a direct order. She is one of the 12 black ghosts, Tang Kot Ho Tuong. She clasped her hands together, and graceful streams of chi surrounded her. Her eyes were magnified to the extreme, her cold eyes glaring like a demon's. The other two immediately knelt down.
We greet the sect master.
A majestic voice echoed. A message to those who follow the snow law's path. In the harsh, icy land of the North Sea, how far have you prepared? The old man reported with a confident tone, the unification of the Suthu On Squad and the Suthu Tran Squad is complete. Just give the order. This subordinate will smile and enter the holy war, ready to sacrifice. That voice echoed again. Very well, then. I will give you a sacred mission to open the first chapter of the holy war. She raised her hand, her eyes shining brightly. The old man replied, please give the order. His powerful voice rang out. In the name of the Snow Law Unchu, I want to send a small gift to an old friend, someone I'm about to reunite with after many decades apart. Choose one of the two heads of Kong Bao Nan Huin, or his son's head. Impale it on a stake and hang it in front of the city gate as an example. No matter how many disciples fall for the sake of righteousness, it doesn't matter. Can you do it? Dan Thai replied with confidence. Is there any place so safe that this subordinate cannot carry out the order? He was pleased and said, very well, I will await the results. The light in her eyes flickered out. She returned to normal. The old man gave an order. Gather all the red bones and blade ghosts. Tonight we will attack Duong Van Hui. A voice rang out. The North Sea sect's master has set foot in Nine Dragons district. He asked directly, faster than expected, right? Monitoring and surveillance is quite difficult, isn't it? Duong Keen's low voice echoed. The surveillance force must have been completely wiped out. He was certain. But the North Sea sect master is certain not to act directly before the day of the Great Assembly. Duong Keet said with a disdainful tone. That's right. But those little rats haven't even started making a fuss yet. Van Hui was surprised. Ah, he said. The family head hasn't arrived at the Nine Dragons branch yet, and they've already made their move? Those guys must have canceled the assassination plan. Since Bok Kot Van Shu was defeated, a harsh truth was revealed. The plan has been discovered. There's no such thing as being secretive anymore, but they can't retreat either. Just wanting to spread, fear of the demonic cults returned to the Central Plains. He slammed the chess piece down hard, and must prevent the family head from forming a new special agent team. If my prediction is correct, to show off the power of the demonic cult, they will wait until the Grand Assembly reaches its peak, before fully deploying. He agreed, saying, our weathering pavilion also assesses it that way. He asked, when things go beyond our predictions, but now, the actions of those rats are inexplicable. Isn't that right? He also felt confused. That's right. Strategically speaking, those who have already secretly infiltrated have no reason to act at this time. Van He guessed their motive. Those guys want to make the Duong family, the ones who sabotaged their plans, suffer humiliation. They want to seize the initiative first. He was surprised. Huh? He asked. Ignoring strategy for the sake of momentum? He came to his own conclusion, because that's just how they are. Van Hui pointed at a chess piece on the board and said, to seize the initiative, the most effective target is the branch master. Of the Nine Dragons branch, the center of the Grand Assembly. A big target identified by him. Van Hui said, quite accepting of this. But attacking the branch master is difficult. So the target will surely be me, the young branch master. Duong Keen asked probingly, how does it feel to be chosen as a target? He replied calmly, huh? What's so scary about being a target? He praised, as expected of a future general. The Weathering Pavilion officially nominates you. The praises rang out. He frowned and cut him off. That's enough. And he gave a firm command. Anyway, the entire army needs to prepare immediately. He smiled slyly. If it's a target, we have to make good use of it. The scene suddenly shifted to a bustling night market. She was excited by the scene before her and exclaimed, wow, the night market is amazing, as expected of an event organized by the Duong sect. The scale is truly different. Ma Tin stood beside her, looking expressionless. Chanyan scratched her cheek, a little hesitant. I was originally going to take everyone yesterday, but I was held back by Hui Ni. She grumbled, I just arrived as a guest, and she's already dragging me around. She exclaimed, but it's really amazing. She was about to repeat, it's really... Her voice suddenly rose in protest. If it's not normal, there's nothing amazing about it. She spoke up to mediate. Come on, now that we're at the night market, we have to have fun, right? Right? She sang happily, enjoying the lively atmosphere here. The three of them ate skewers of candied hawthorn together. They went to the mask stall together. She stood there trying to stop him, but she stood from afar, watching the two of them. Chanyan suddenly felt a pang in her heart as she thought of her family. If only my brothers and sisters could also play freely. Like this, that would be great. Is Sang Yi doing well at her maternal grandparents' house? Her excited voice rang out, "Sister Kui-chan!" "Let's try that way this time," she replied softly. "Ah, yes." The wind howled. A mysterious aura suddenly erupted, startling her into exclaiming, "Huh? What is this aura?" She asked warily, "Chanyan, do you feel it too?" She stepped back, gritting her teeth, not answering. Suddenly, the three of them rushed off in one direction. Chanyan judged, "It must be around here." She asked again, "Are they ready to escape?" Martine turned with a wary expression. She said, "Sister Manhwa, this place is very strange." She asked back, "Huh? What's strange about it?" She replied, "There's no human presence around here." Chanyan also realized, although Nine Dragons District has few people, but to have no human presence at all like this is too illogical. She realized it was a trap. Chanyan shouted, "Manhwa, Tianmai, retreat now!" She replied, "Yes." They quickly ran away. Suddenly, several figures rushed forward, leaving only a streak of light. They were attacked by the group. Wave after wave of attacks like a storm. They gracefully blocked the group's attacks with their swords. The three of them shot off into the distance, creating a distance between them and the three. She exuded a strong aura. She channeled her chi into her sword with a determined expression. "Han, this frosty and demonic chi is that of the demonic disciples of the North Sea demonic sect that Hui Ni once faced." Suddenly the old man appeared with a terrifying aura surrounding him. He exclaimed, "As expected of the descendants who will lead the future of the martial world. From Sichuan." The old man's face gradually transformed into Kuman's. His eyes were full of challenge. "You can easily block those demonic disciples like that? This terrifying demonic chi? At least he's a master." Chanyan was wary of him, but Kuman spoke calmly. "Even if you're tense, it won't solve anything." His figure flickered and disappeared. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Tui Dan and said, "But the demon-slaying sword of the Ime sect is a bit troublesome, so I'll take that sword first." A blinding flash of light shot out. She cried out in pain. Tui Dan coughed up blood, her eyes wide with pain. He raised his hand and his angry chi was directed at her. A roar that shook the heavens. A powerful energy exploded, creating extremely strong vortexes of wind. It sent Tui Dan flying. Martine screamed angrily, "Manhwa!" He closed his eyes, his expression a little smug. Just the young lady of the Nine Dragons branch and the beloved, daughter of the Azure Sky Sword Emperor, is enough. She asked herself, "You know my identity and you still dare to approach?" The two of them rushed towards him at the same time. When the two swords were close, he didn't flinch but gave a sinister smile. He swung his hands, creating two beams of light that shot towards the two of them. She exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Martine gritted her teeth and made a sound. His palm slammed into the two of them, creating two vortexes that pushed them far away. The two of them fell to the ground with a thud, crying out in pain. She screamed worriedly, "Tianmai, Sister Kui-chan!" He slowly walked towards her. "These demonic cultists," she mumbled. "What are they planning to do with Sister Kui-chan and Manhwa?" But then his voice rang out, "Too noisy!" The little brat from the Ime sect. Around Kuman, a powerful aura emanated, crushing her to the ground. She cried out in pain. He stood there and gave an order. "You will return to the Nine Dragons branch and relay this message. If you want to save these hostages, tell Van Hui to come out in person." His eyes flashed, threatening Tui Dan. A loud explosion. The group of people had already sped away. Her breathing was chaotic and she stammered, "Tianmai, Sister Kui-chan." She dragged herself to find support, clutching her stomach in pain. Tui Dan's face turned purple and she breathed heavily. Her trembling hand reached into her clothes and took something out. It was a flute. Her anger surged. With her current situation, she let out a soft cry. "Huh, really?" Then she blew a note. A faint smile appeared on her face. Her last breath. "To have come this far and fail, I will not forgive you." Her oath rang out, "Young Master Van Hui!" At the Chi-Ten Hall guest room, dim light shone from the door. He entered, and a voice rang out. "You've arrived?" Van Hui asked worriedly. "What's Miss Du's condition?" Duong Khan replied with a deadpan expression. Although her injuries are only external, he explained the dangerous situation. The young lady used the great vein sealing technique to stop the poison from spreading. However, he said as he looked at Tui Dan lying there, he spoke out, "So, it's hard to deal with this kind of ice poison." Another voice spoke up. The physician's eyes showed his helplessness. He replied with a yes. The physician thought, if it were just ordinary ice poison, I could soothe and treat it. But the true heart ice poison from the North Sea sect's society is completely different. She lay underneath. Her stomach radiated a green aura as if it were precipitating. Van Hui said, "No refusal allowed. Let me handle this. Everyone, retreat." Although he was a little confused, the physician still replied, "Understood," the soul said worriedly. Compared to Bok Sun's true heart ice poison, this type of poison is much more harmful. The other soul's words were filled with relief. Luckily, thanks to the great vessel sealing technique protecting her meridians, she was able to survive. Otherwise, he placed his hand on Tuidan's stomach. He was a little contemplative. The great vein sealing technique is a technique for sealing internal qi, all the meridians and blood vessels where the true qi circulates, including the dantian. It prevents toxins from entering the meridians. Extremely effective. His eyes showed a hint of concern, but the weakness is that the person who casts it will fall into a comatose state. Therefore, without external help, it is impossible to break the great vessel sealing technique. Escape. The moment before the incident, ManHwa said calmly. If it's according to their plan, she won't die right away. A calm voice rang out. But she's been poisoned with ice. He continued without wavering. Sooner or later, she will die. If it's too dangerous, then... A voice cut him off. I understand. She also raised her hand in agreement. Me too. Beside her, Ma Tian also nodded in agreement. Chanyan asked doubtfully. You wouldn't come up with a plan to counter the ice poison without considering the consequences, would you? His firm affirmation rang out. As long as she's alive, I can treat the poison, she asked. So as soon as we're poisoned, using the great vein sealing technique will solve it, right? He replied curtly, that's right. Her voice was filled with doubt. So, why do you look so strange when you're the one who suggested it? He replied, because I didn't expect you to so easily entrust your life to someone you just met. Yesterday, he added, I didn't expect you to accept so quickly. She said seriously, quickly, yes, but not easily. Last night, while we were sparring, I judged for myself that young Master ManHwa is someone worth entrusting. She smiled brightly and said, so please don't fail, okay? He thought to himself, Miss Du has trusted me and fulfilled her role excellently. I have to keep my word. But from the cold qi in this poison, he was a little contemplative. Looking at the qi in his palm, that Kaudantai must still be holding that thing. ManHwa smiled smugly. To have such a treasure and not yet fully integrate with it, just carrying it with you. On the bed, Tuidan slowly opened her eyes, her voice weak. Young Master ManHwa. He looked down and asked, are you more awake now? She sat up and replied sullenly, huh? Although I trust you, young master, but I didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying master. My stomach hurts so much. He forced a smile and replied, did that man leave any message? Her voice was even. He said that if we want to save the hostages, ManHwa must come out alone. He continued to ask, did he say where? She was a little flustered. Thinking back, he hadn't said a word about the location. Truly a heretic. Inviting someone and then forgetting the details. He understood the hidden meaning and replied, it's a challenge. She was a little surprised and exclaimed, a challenge? He explained, he's hiding how to find the location. He wants to see if Teojia has the ability to find it. He confirmed to himself, to be more precise, he wants to test me. He replied decisively, of course. He turned and asked, martial arts master, have you captured that man yet? He ordered, and the other man reported, yes. He is being held in the interrogation room at the main wind pavilion. She exclaimed in admiration, oh, Teojia is truly formidable. An admiring voice rang out, then I'll go too. In response was a word of advice. You are still under the influence of the blocked meridians, the great technique and ice poison. Rest. Those words echoed in my ears. But his will was stronger than any poison. The eagerness and desire for action was burning in his chest. My personality won't allow me to just sit and wait for you all to return. An idea flashed in his mind, a small glimmer of hope, but enough to light the dark path. That being said, there is still the activating pill in the pharmacy. Bring it here. The reply echoed, yes, I obey. He held out his hand, his gaze unwavering, ignoring the warnings about its terrible side effects. Miss Du, the activating pill is a poison that lightly numbs the nervous system, helping to temporarily forget fatigue. A poison that helps you forget fatigue. In return, it allows for normal movement for half a day. But then fatigue will accumulate for several days, even making you dizzy and difficult to concentrate. Do you still want to use it? Give it to me. It's better than not being able to do anything. An hour later, night fell. Darkness enveloped the manor of the Golden Sword sect in Nine Dragons District. A tense atmosphere filled the eerie silence. He surveyed the entire manor, his sharp eyes scanning every nook and cranny. Every trace of death was hidden. Confirmed. The bodies of the Golden Sword sect members in the inner courtyard. This is the place. He looked towards the northwest of the outer courtyard. A cold blast of air hit his face, signaling an unimaginable danger that awaited. Northwest of the outer courtyard. That's the Golden Sword Manor. I bought it long ago to manage the land around Nine Dragons District. A voice rang out, breaking the silence, revealing the secret of the deadly formation that awaited. Young Sect Master, in front of you is the North Sea Sect's formation. That's right, they have set up the North Wind Cold Ice Prison Formation. He turned around. His determined gaze gave the order. No mistakes allowed. As instructed, everyone wait here for my command. No one is to act on their own. A surprising concern appeared in his words. It surprised him. Young Branch Master, if you are in danger, do not hesitate to retreat immediately. Signal a flare immediately. In an emergency, the person we must protect. First is the young Branch Master. He smirked. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Was it mockery or gratitude? You really know how to care. He turned and walked away resolutely. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped straight into the darkness, where danger lurked. Well, I'm off. The sound of his determined footsteps echoed in the quiet space. Suddenly, a huge energy exploded. A blinding blue light enveloped the entire area. The whistling wind and bone-chilling cold spread. The formation has been activated. The North Wind Cold Ice Prison Formation. Before him, an illusory blizzard appeared. Sharp blocks of ice hung in the air. The space was distorted. Everything was submerged in a white haze. He clearly felt a sense of disorientation. Paralysis gradually enveloped him. This is the frozen hell that the North Sea Sect has painstakingly researched. A favorable battlefield for them, but it is also a harsh challenge for him. He clenched his fists. His eyes burned with determination. He would not give up. The formation has been activated. The North Wind Cold Ice Prison Formation. This formation was painstakingly researched by the North Sea Sect for many years. It recreates a frozen hell in the human world. It disorients those who are trapped, leading to death by freezing. At the same time, it creates a favorable battlefield for the user, like the North Sea Sect. A group of reanimated corpses with blood-red eyes went berserk, rushing towards Chanhui. He was fearless, his expression serious as he took out his fan. Countless techniques were unleashed one after another, leaving the group of reanimated corpses to do nothing but stand there and take it. After dealing with them, he exclaimed, although they are also from the Taoist sect, but compared to Bok's son, they are still far inferior. He looked into the distance, deep in thought. But the important thing is that man seems to be... Where he was looking, someone was sitting there. He slowly walked over and spoke. I came alone as you requested. Where are my sister and Miss Tuma? The opponent calmly exclaimed, I saw something strange. Chanhui was stunned. What? The opponent looked up at him. When I took the hostage, at the same time, I ordered the Tioandai and Theotamdai to secretly assassinate the key figures of the Nine Dragons branch. I want to see, amidst the chaos, when the important positions in the branch collapse, how long it will take you to find out. But when I returned, I knew it was all a failure. The Divine Sect's strategy to conquer the Central Plains, the Righteous Annihilation strategy. Even the famous strategists in the Divine Sect took a long time to understand this plan. And yet you not only understood it, but also perfectly applied it in reverse. If you hadn't come up with it yourself, the Righteous Annihilation strategy, it would have been impossible to break it so easily. At this point, his lips suddenly curled up. Impossible. Impossible, even if... He tried to remain calm. The only conclusion that kept repeating was illogical. It's so crazy that I can't understand it. Chanhui didn't really care and exclaimed, What are you rambling on about? He pointed straight at him and shouted, You're Yen Van Hui, aren't you? Faced with this question, he was momentarily silent. Then his lips also curled up, full of interest. You've been found out? Chanyan, lying on the cold ground, kept complaining. She wondered, Where is this? A tall figure entered from somewhere. It seems you're awake. She looked at his sinister face, a little dazed. You are the general manager, Na Tanbai, of the Golden Sword Sect. His eyes looked down at Chanyan, lying on the ground. Oh, I'm so forgetful. At this moment, a strange voice appeared. You're still in this form? That voice terrified Chanyan. Is it a living reanimated corpse? No, it's not. This robe, it's the Alun reanimated corpse type, like the Bok-Kot prince. Seeing that his identity had been exposed, he smirked. As expected of a disciple of Ching Chung, so sharp. Suddenly, he sat down abruptly. This body is Tichkot to cook. What do you want? The evil hand. The wretch slowly approached Channan's face. I can't move. Did he hit an acupuncture point? No, he was performing a strange action. It seems you've realized that's my technique. Chanyan was terrified. She kept screaming, Get your hands off me, you filthy demon! This little brat is so noisy. Suddenly, his hand squeezed her cheek tightly. Look at the person next to you and learn from them. Ma Tian, lying beside her, remained silent. Now, with the situation in his favor, Itakok pushed his advantage. This little girl from the Tuma family was very quiet when she woke up. He was pleased with her attitude. How pleasant to look at. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from above Takok's head. That noise, he knew what was happening. The formation has been activated. Without another word, he turned and left. It seems that Duong Van Hui guy has come to save you. Takok laughed as he walked. Do you feel excited? Do you see a glimmer of hope? Suddenly, he turned his sinister face back. Don't worry, when this is all over, I will turn you all into a group of living reanimated corpses, close to each other. Inside the room, only two people remained. Chanyan and Ma Tian. She turned and asked Ma Tian, Tianyi, are you okay? Yes, Sister Kuei-chan. But Chanyan had already surveyed the entire room. The security here is very strict. Besides that damn reanimated corpse, there must be 2 or 3 other demons from the North Sea sect. If there's also a formation set up, she felt uncomfortable. Because of this technique, I can't move my body. Chanyan, beside her, smiled faintly. The situation is much worse than I expected. At this moment, Ma Tian spoke up and asked, Sister Kuei-chan, is Manmoy okay? She replied softly. Brother Hui must have treated her already. I hope she's okay. The two of them calmly comforted each other. First, let's wait until the time that Brother Hui mentioned. If it really doesn't work, I still have a last resort to get out of here. Outside, amidst the blizzard, Van Hui appeared. It's Ngu Dien Van Hui. Seeing that he didn't call him by his proper name, he replied, I am Duong Van Hui. He still insisted, No, you are Dien Van Hui. I don't understand this demonic, lowlife's rambling. After going back and forth for a while, Kuman lost his patience. Stop pretending. He drew his sword. He made a slash that tore through the snowflakes, attacking straight at him. Van Hui recognized that technique immediately. The life-reaping demonic blade is a treasure of the North Sea sect. The North Sea sect's demonic artifact was forged from dozens of 1,000-year-old ice springs, and then polished again. Has the yin energy condensed to that extent? He asked himself. It really is a living spiritual medicine, isn't it? Oh, where did the young sect master come from? I'm afraid no one considers that divine weapon a spiritual medicine. Q-Man slowly approached. At first, I just found it annoying, because your name is similar to another unlucky person's. Then I felt you knew too much about the Tan sect, suspiciously so. You've even rescued followers of the demonic, divine fire sect. Suddenly he seemed to go crazy and roared, but when I faced you directly, I understood. That arrogant attitude, the way you speak, your eyes, your habits, even the way you walk. He pointed his sword straight at him. Then he asserted firmly, You are Dien Van Hui. Seeing this, he just smirked and turned to look at him with disdain. I didn't expect you to like me that much. You reanimated corpse. That sentence made Kuman's entire body fill with a dark, killing intent. Van Hui stood laughing at his trembling. I thought you must have been hoping for my death so much that you went crazy. While I was still alive, you could never become the young sect master you longed to be. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. So what now? Do you think you can be the young sect master? But if it's your turn to be the young sect master, it probably won't be easy to achieve. The more Van Hui spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. You reanimated corpse. You haven't changed a bit. He roared like a madman in anger. That damn kind of provocation. It really is Dien Van Hui. Dien Van Hui. He was giving him a headache. Stop calling me that, you crazy person. I'm getting goosebumps. Q-Man was provoked. He kept raising his sword. He gave a very quick signal. The people of the North Sea sect appeared immediately. Van Hui alone, facing the large crowd of them. At this moment, Kuman smirked and said, As you know, in the North Wind Cold Ice Jade Formation of the North Sea sect, we are invincible. He was so angry that blood vessels continuously bulged on his face. In this snowstorm, I will trample you and make you die a miserable death. Faced with the large crowd, he asked nonchalantly, It seems you're the one who hasn't realized yet, right? What did you ask? His eyes suddenly changed. If you already suspected I was Dien Van Hui, where did that strange power come from shooting forward? Then you should pay more attention to the formation you're using. They shouted in alarm, What? The ground is cracking? The North Wind Cold Ice Jade Formation is collapsing. Van Hui smiled, seeing those cracks slowly widen. You thought I didn't know how to break these old formations? He continuously provoked them. But anyway, the yin energy of the ice crystal used to set up the formation is a pity. The Demon King's self-preservation scripture, the purple abyssal gaze. After chanting the incantation, Van Hui's body radiated a great power. I will use it well. The Demon Hell Formation. KuMan, on his side, frowned when he saw the power. It not only destroyed the North Wind Cold Ice Jade formation, but he also rebuilt it with his own formation. So quickly, they were affected by the purple smoke around them. He has added poison to the snowstorm. He roared in frustration, Dien Van Hui! He nonchalantly flicked his 2 fingers. From just now, it's been Dien Van Hui. Dien Van Hui. Stop calling my name like that. Didn't you call me out to fight? You reanimated corpse. The poisoned people of the North Sea sect screamed in pain. If we're poisoned any further, the young master will be in danger. Quick, attack! He received the order, and they all charged forward. He was behind them. He slowly opened his familiar fan. Van Hui flicked it once. You guys are really a bunch of idiots. With just 1 fan, he made them scream in pain. Suddenly, from within the snowflakes, a figure flew up. You were able to hit me because of the white snow, obscuring my vision. He was still fighting and didn't notice the figure behind him. Now I can see you all clearly. Van Hui had noticed that dark, sharp aura. That aura. Could it be from the divine sword, Heavenly Demon? Variation of the Heavenly Demon sword form, the Mara sword wind. A huge ball of light gathered in one place. The group of people were quickly destroyed by the light. KuMan fought back with all his might, but to no avail. At this moment, he bit down hard on his jaw. Very quickly, a red color stained the entire white snow. Van Hui was like a demon facing him. His body was trembling uncontrollably with rage. KuMan suddenly screamed and swung a sword. The clanging of metal echoed around them. The 2 of them were like fire and water facing each other. As for Van Hui, at this moment, Van Hui was constantly provoking him. Although I can't explain why you can use martial arts. He madly pushed him back. My martial arts realm is still 1 level above yours. He was knocked back. It created a long trail in the thin snow. Van Hui stood to one side, smiling. So are you happy about that? The reanimated corpse, KuMan, was consumed by rage. His body was trembling uncontrollably. He seized the opportunity and quickly rushed forward like a hungry tiger. The sword in his hand swung forward forcefully. The sound of clashing metal echoed through the heavens. Van Hui tried to focus on the target in front of him. He dodged his every attack. KuMan was still clawing wildly forward. His eyes at this moment were extremely calm. He looked at him. A flash of blue light streaked across the space, flying past his face. The sword in his hand flashed like silver, instantly splitting the space. At this moment, KuMan suddenly let out a pained cry. Van Hui, below, was continuously launching counterattacks. Van Hui's whole body lit up, surrounded by a white aura filled with killing intent. He had been sent flying 10 meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Van Hui continued to rush forward, but he was stopped again. Where are you going? Suddenly, in front of him, a huge block of ice fell from somewhere, blocking their path. He made a loop in the air, filled with ice and snow. Van Hui's knuckles continuously moved, controlling the fan in his hand. Sharp darts shot out from it, releasing a dark energy. KuMan was not prepared. He faced those hidden weapons. He was quickly injured in many places on his body. Although in pain, but his feet still walked on the snow. Suddenly, KuMan's eyes flashed with killing intent. And it's poisoned too? Seeing this, he smirked. So, is the taste of the deadly poison of Duan Hunzi pleasant? Thoughts continuously raced through his mind. Why? He kept asking himself. His martial arts are far inferior to the realm that I have worked so hard to achieve. But why am I being overwhelmed by him? At this moment, Van Hui's lips kept smirking at him. That provocative smile made him even angrier. Is it because he finds my movements amusing, compared to the masters of his sect that he once faced, when he was still the young sect master? KuMan was so angry that his jaws clenched. So your movements have just reached the pinnacle, like me. You've become too complacent. He asked back, you mean I'm not worth your attention? The long sword in KuMan's hand trembled continuously. At this moment, KuMan screamed madly, swinging his sword down. His eyes were filled with killing intent, along with a blinding light. Dazzling. Van Hui quickly acted, severing his sword arm of him. That action left him completely bewildered. What? The 2 of them faced each other, before a pink ball of light. Around them was now a sky, silent from the snowstorm. A wisp of smoke spread everywhere and covered the entire mountain. KuMan's sword shot forward. Then it successfully plunged straight down, a thick layer of snow. Seeing this, he smiled contemptuously. Now do you understand why from the beginning I didn't use the demonic war armor yet? His face was arrogant. Ah, no, with you the priority is still to understand the opponent's situation first, right? Is that right? He held his bleeding arm in disbelief. What's going on? Could it be that he deliberately lured me into swinging my sword so hard? But why? At this moment, a strange vortex appeared on his arm. You've realized that much? Although injured, but Kumon still madly attacked forward. A strange purple smoke enveloped ManHwa's weapon. Yes, I have deceived you about the limits of my speed. The two sides continued to charge. They attacked each other amidst a tense atmosphere. He pointed his weapon straight at Kumon's face. How dare you let your guard down in front of me? You're so bold. You reanimated corpse. You've reached the pinnacle, so you're so arrogant? Suddenly, a cloak appeared from nowhere. It enveloped ManHwa's entire body from the start. You should have been wary that I hadn't yet donned my demon war armor. That's right, you idiot. He couldn't believe his eyes. He was terrified. Little heavenly demon? Thoughts continuously raced through Kumon's mind. Receiving strength from the supporters in the church, then opening the path to the ultimate realm. At this moment, he opened his eyes wide. While the other man was no longer as majestic as he was 6 years ago. His martial arts are now also a level below mine, and yet, even though I struggled so much, I still couldn't win against him? How can I accept this? Suddenly, the demon within him suddenly erupted. Elsewhere, Tweedon was running alone, sword in hand. The outer ring of demon guards had already started to move. In front of her, a bird was spreading its wings and landing. Is that the place? At this moment, Tweedon put into her mouth a medicinal pill and released the demonic bird. Have they forgotten I am a Buddhist? She hid behind a wall. The demon disciples that were dragged here will be dealt with by the main wind pavilion. But the demon guards, young Miss Manhwa, must deal with them. In front, 3 demon disciples of the North Black sect were on guard. Suddenly, she rushed out. Isn't that the demonic bird that the Black Bone Ghost Valley is looking for? Whatever it is, we must be vigilant. The 2 demon disciples had already discovered her movements. They quickly took a defensive stance. Enemy attack! That aura is from Imei. Tweeden stepped on one of the guards. One has been dealt with. She quickly turned and dealt with the remaining ones. Two swords clashed. It created a sound that echoed through the night sky. At this moment, a demon guard from behind tried to sneak attack her. But he didn't expect to be attacked by a bird from nowhere. Attack. They kept cursing. To speak so filthily, they must be from the demonic cult. His eyes glowed red. He was trying to resist. Suddenly, a voice came out, startling her. I knew you would take advantage of the chaos to strike. That mysterious power quickly rushed forward, attacking her. From the darkness, a tall, thin figure emerged. But only one? Tweeden had been knocked down and was trembling on the ground. You underestimate us. She sighed, not saying a word. At this moment, she quickly picked up her sword and stood up. She faced them. It seems nothing is easy. Tweeden held her sword and faced Takok. He crossed his arms and said, Only one person dares to enter this place? You all really underestimate me. Then he immediately chanted a spell. He continuously shook a golden bell. Golden rings of light emanated from the bell, along with strange characters. Tweeden was relentlessly attacked by his power. She tried to resist. One of her sword strikes immediately broke Takok's spell. He waved his hand, signaling his minions to attack. She simultaneously spoke with a sarcastic tone. It's not easy to subdue someone from the Imei sect. A minion charged forward. Tweeden swung her sword to block one of his attacks. She was worried. Relying solely on this conflict between the sects, it's hard to win. What should I do? As she thought, she parried the attacks of 2 minions. One of them exclaimed, This bitch is really good at blocking attacks. Tweeden was surprised. Why does the swordsmanship of these North Sea sect members look so familiar? The swordsmanship of these bandits. I encountered it when I fought young Master ManHwa. Could it be that from that moment, he had already arranged for me to deal with these bandits? These Duong sect people are so sinister. I've heard of them for a long time, but there have to be limits. Her powerful swordsmanship immediately pushed back the minions. It made them grimace. This bitch! A strange bird swooped down from the sky. He was surprised by its appearance. The totem you've been looking for all this time. I didn't expect it to be in this place. Takok again rang the golden bell. Under its influence, the power of the strange bird was suppressed. It writhed and stretched its wings. Tweeden shouted, Young Master ManHwa's strange bird area! He looked at her with a profound gaze. You'll be dealt with soon enough. Martin, who was locked in a dark room, suddenly woke up. This vibration. Could it be that ManHwa has arrived? No, this is Tweedan's sword key. Chanyan, lying beside her, was stunned. Tweeden really came? What about Hui Nhi? Martin replied honestly. Although I can feel young Master ManHwa's sword key, but this is not him. The strange ability and the overly long hovering time. Could it be? Chanyan interrupted. She's the strange bird that Hui Nhi once caught. Did it come along too? She closed her eyes and sensed it. From afar I could feel a faint sword ki, young Master Van Hees, along with a few others with their own unique styles. But around here, I don't feel anyone else's sword ki. From Ma Tian's words, she deduced, "Does that mean it's just Tui Dan and that strange thing?" Ma Tian nodded worriedly. Tui Dan, her body must not have recovered much. Chanyan called out, "Ghostface, can you?" Immediately it appeared in her mind. "You called me?" Chanyan relied on it. "If I lend you my body, can you act?" Ghostface burst out laughing. He mocked her. "Are you crazy?" Chanyan angrily ordered, "Answer seriously!" It replied playfully, "Of course I can. A few incantations or cheap poisons. That tattered face is nothing. The body will be shattered in no time." Chanyan didn't care about the consequences. "It's fine. As long as I can save Ma Tian and Tui Dan, it's fine." Ghostface's playful personality, but he genuinely cared for her. "Are you really serious? All right. I've been itching for a good fight." Chanyan's body was quickly possessed by Ghostface. Ma Tian, at her side, saw Chanyan enveloped in a strange light, and immediately judged, "Ghost Ki, Sister Chanyan." Could it be that Ghostface successfully merged with Chanyan? It laughed heartily and replied to her, "I don't understand what you're planning. You foolish reanimated corpse. Even if you use a spell, you should still put your weapon away. So why did you leave it here? As promised, I will do what I said." "But where is the strongest person in this area right now?" She helped him by providing information. "Right now, if you go in the direction of the rat, it's that way. The rat direction is 2 o'clock. Ghostface laughed savagely. "Is that the place?" Then he grabbed Ma Tian. He ran to the battlefield. I didn't feel the ghost key next to me and was startled. What is this? Could it be that Ghostface didn't even let him recover before destroying the surrounding rocks? It flew everywhere. A figure flew by, approaching. "Tuidan!" Tuidan's eyes lit up and she shouted, "Sister Chanyan!" Suddenly, Ma Tian was thrown into the air. Tuidan was startled. She ran to catch her. She caught Ma Tian in her arms. "Ma Tian, are you okay?" Ma Tian, who was bound by a spell, asked Tuidan, "Can you break this spell?" She closed her eyes and raised her hand to break it. The binding seal. Ma Tian knew it was urgent. At the same time, Ghostface in Chanyan's body laughed loudly. It rushed to attack Tahok. He blocked the blow and shouted, "You bastard, it's the Azure Ghostface!" What a precious ingredient. Ghostface kicked him in the face, telling him to shut up. Seeing this, the minion angrily charged forward. "You bastard, this noisy bitch!" Immediately after, he was attacked by Tuidan and Mao Teen with a combined sword attack. She and the girl also charged forward. They attacked Tahok together with Ghostface.